Meeting a snake. Naruto was in the Hokage Tower reading a small book on chakra control while waiting for the old man to finish his council meeting. Normally, a boy at his age would be out playing with other kids his age. I mean, what 6-year-old rather read a book than go out and play? But then again, Naruto never was a normal boy, as he held the most powerful demon at bay using his own body. Not that Naruto knew or the villagers believe it to be so. On his 5th birthday, Naruto was beaten to within an inch of his life by the civilians and civilian-turned shinobi wannabes, which the Hokage killed everyone on arrival and sent the Anbu that was supposed to protect him to Ibiki and decided to teach Naruto the basics and stealth to evade any future attacks. Now, the Hokage was walking through the hall to meet Naruto, who was waiting for him. He groaned as he remembered the council meeting went. Flashback. The meeting. Hokage-sama, please understand that the thing is too dangerous to be left alive, a chubby civilian member said. That's enough, I have had it with you stupid members. He has not hurt a fly. The next time any of you come with that request, I want him to have hurt someone from Konoha or an ally of Konoha with proof. Then, and only then, I will give him a punishment that would fit his crime, said the Hokage. Hokage-sama, I heard from a source that the boy is being trained in stealth by you directly, said a mummified and crippled Danzo. The Hokage knew that Danzo had still been running his route behind the shadows, but had no proof. He would be damned if he let Naruto become emotionless than he already is. Yes, Danzo, he is. After last year's incident, I want him to be able to avoid being beaten half to death. And no, Danzo, you will not train him, said the Fire Shadow. But Hokage-sama, you can't show favoritism to one person, said an unnamed council member. Yes, but any other 6-year-old boy is not hated by the whole village, is it now? If there is nothing else, today's meeting is adjourned, said you know who. Flashback end. Hiruzen entered his office to see Naruto reading a chakra exercise book on tree walking. Hiruzen knew that this was a genin level exercise but decided to teach him for 2 very important reasons. 1, he had too much chakra and he would need to control it if he wants to do a normal clone, and 2, he could use it to escape the mobs. Heck, he had even let Naruto learn henge to go into libraries and shops. Hiruzen was nothing but amazed at the rate of Naruto's growth. He had Chunin level stealth, learned the basic academy style. This style helps the body to adapt to other styles, henge, leaf floating, and was now trying to master the tree walking. He was more than halfway up a tree but could not make it all the way, so now he was reading the book to figure out what he was doing wrong. Hiruzen had also taken an IQ test from Naruto without him knowing and was shocked. Naruto had an IQ of 110. He was 6-year-old, for crying out loud. He had high expectations from him was an understatement, but he could not teach Naruto anything else. So he settled to playing a game of shogi with the boy once a week. Heck, he could not even participate in teaching Naruto anything other than stealth, so he often forgot a book on the table while going to meetings or doing paperwork with Naruto would read while waiting. Naruto, did you have a good read? The old man said with a smile. Hi Gigi. Naruto said calmly with a little smile. Naruto, I have a lot of paperwork to do. Would you mind heading to the library to continue your reading? The old man said. Naruto nodded as he handed the Hokage his book and headed towards the library to try to learn something of use. Naruto had learned the hard way that he was weak, and he was angry at himself for not being strong enough to protect himself. Damn it, if I can't even protect myself, how in the world am I supposed to protect my precious people? He thought as he headed out the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen sighed. Naruto had gotten much colder after the incident. If he didn't know better, he would think that Naruto was a root member, but he had personally made sure that Naruto was warned about Danzo, not directly, but Naruto was a smart kid and as such knew how to take a hint. With Naruto was running through the Forest of Death, aka Training Ground 44, as he had let his guard down. Now he was running in zigzags and making fake trails, but they were still after him. Naruto was very smart for his age, but he did not know why the orphanage kicked him out 2 years ago. He didn't know why he was glared at by the villagers. He didn't know why he was beaten. He didn't even know why he was given rotten food at high prices, but what he knew was he would find out everything. He knew that he hated this whole village with the exception of 3 people. He has not started the academy yet, so he has yet to meet Iruka. He was snapped out of his thoughts. He fell down a hole covered completely in leaves and the mob saw it. Ha 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 ha, not even the demon can survive that fall. Even if he did, that was a snake hole and a big one too. He would be eaten right away. A civilian turned Shunin shouted out as the mob started to go, not wanting to be in the place any longer. In the snake hole. Ouch, that really hurt. Damn it, shouted Naruto as he fell on his ass. I really need to concentrate while running. Where in the world am I now? I need to get out before the mob decides to come in after me, as he ran through the hole. 5 min later. Wow! Shouted Naruto as in front him was a giant snake sleeping. Maybe I still am a little stupid. I should leave, as he quietly turned away and tried to leave but froze when he heard a hiss. Slowly turning his head he saw a huge, and I mean Manda huge snake with blue skin. Think of Manda only blue. Who dares enter my domain? The snake hissed. My name is Naruto. The boy was able to stutter out as he was shocked and scared that this snake was not only strong but seemed to be intelligent as well. What are you doing in a place like this, boy? The snake hissed again. Naruto felt fear for his life that he only felt twice before, almost starving to death 2 years ago when he was kicked out of the orphanage, and last year when he was almost killed. He hated feeling weak. No, there is no way I'm going down without a fight. There is no way I will just let this overgrown talking snake eat him alive. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I was being chased by some civilians and shinobis and I fell down, said Naruto, now completely determined to fight to his last breath. This change in spirit was noticed by the mighty snake. There was only one other person that looked at him with this much determination, the snake's Sanin Orochimaru, and he hated that no longer human with all its being. What's with the look, boy? The snake hissed loudly. I will fight you. I am no one's dinner. You will have to kill me before you can even eat my thumb, shouted Naruto. You think you can defeat me, the mighty Senshi? The snake hissed in anger. No, to be honest, I know this is my final day, but it does not mean I can't fight for my life, stated Naruto. Exclamation mark. Senshi was surprised. All his life he had never met a boy like this one, not even among the years he ruled the snakes before Orochimaru and his own brother Manda attacked and took over, making him the guardian of his base in Konoha. Senshi smiled. He was happy that this base he was guarding had almost all of Orochimaru's jutsu scrolls. If he helped the kid and made him his personal summons, no, he was too old, but his son, who was only an egg, could rise and take back all that Manda and Orochimaru stole. With interest he thought as his smile turned to a full-blown grin. Naruto, on the other hand, was confused, frustrated, or even both. The giant snake in front of him was grinning. Ha 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 ha, tell you what, boy. If you pass my test, I will not only spare your life, I will give you powers of your snake Sanin Orochimaru. So what do you say? Power. I can finally be strong enough to protect the Mayame, Tsuki, and even Gigi. Bring it on. The Saizen's acid. Fine, but first, boy, I have a question. What do you plan to do with the power that you will obtain? Senshi asked the blonde, wanting to know if he would just turn into another Orochimaru. I will protect my precious people. All 3 of them, stated Naruto with determination. 3. I thought that even an orphan would have more friends than that. Wait, he said he was being chased. What is he, a thief or something? Saizen thought. Oh yes, you told me you are being chased. Might I know why? Senshi asked. I don't know, it's been like that for as long as I remember, Naruto told the snake, starting to get depressed. He has been hated all his life. That was not a lie. I can feel the sadness from his words. No, it can't be, but that would explain a lot, but I have to be sure. Boy, pull up your shirt, asked Senshi. What? No way. Naruto shouted. There was no way he would strip for power. Baka, I'm a male too. I just to make sure that, you have enough physic to start training now. Do as I say, and push some chakra through your chakra system, hissed Senshi. Oh, okay, I guess, he said, pulling his shirt up. That seal, I knew that the boy is a Jinchuriki. This could make things complicated. Storing things inside him will be so much harder, but this also makes it a challenge, and I never back down from a good challenge. Good, you can put it down and let's get you through the gate. It will be your own training ground. Come, you have much to learn. Naruto slowly walks through the opened gates. It was huge, 2 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 huge library, and 1 room that Senshi forbid him going into until he was deemed ready, whatever that was. Naruto went to the library and started reading the scrolls. There were hundreds of fuinjutsu, ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and kenjutsu. He opened one scroll to find a seal, but he didn't know much about seals. He had seen the Anbu cat has a hidden katana that she keeps in a seal on her arm. He tried to channel some chakra into the seal, but nothing happened, so he left it alone for now. Senshi was letting Naruto walk around, read some books before he starts his training, and what he heard about Jinchuriki was true. Then knew just the jutsu to speed his training up a notch, or maybe several notches. Damn, I'm getting excited. Do not let me down, boy, or you really might have that fight. While eyeing Naruto. Boy, enough looking around, get here, I have something I want you to learn, shouted Senshi. Ouch, my eardrums, you really have to step your volume down. Well, what are we going to do first? Said Naruto, restless to grow stronger. I want you to learn the Kage Bunshin. You have 1 day to learn. No, that's too long. 3 hours, and to motivate you, if you get it in 1 hour, then I will teach you my personal version of the snake-style taijutsu. So what do you think? It might be one of the few things about Orochimaru that is not here in the library. The scroll will be available in the library. Your time starts now. What, hey, no fair, you started too suddenly, damn it. As he rushed to get the scroll from the library. 50 minutes later. Hey, old snake, I've done it. From the training ground, the snake used the tunnels to get to the training ground, planning to see how many he could make and yell at him for calling him old. Senshi finally made his way to the training ground, only to be shocked. There were about 90 solid bunchins. He is only 6 and it's about evening, so him being Naruto is starving for ramen. His total for a day right now is 150. He had to test it to make sure he took his tail and hit the closest, only to see all others going poof. He sweat dropped as he realized that was the real Naruto. 2 hours later, around 8 o'clock. Ouch, my head, what happened? Sensei, you hit me hard. Naruto whined. Stop whining, it's good for your pain tolerance anyway. Training begins tomorrow. Be back at 0600 hours sharp, and not a word about this to anyone. If Orochimaru finds out, he will have a fit, and then you for breakfast, got it? Senshi looked down, expecting the blonde to whine again. Hi, sensei. Naruto said in a professional manner as he started to walk away. This kid is something else. He is surpassing all of my expectations. Ha ha ha, kid, I will turn you into a legend, and not just any, the first snake sage. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru, soon your head will be on my wall and Manda at the tip of my tail. I will give him my son tomorrow. Sleep well, kid, from tomorrow your life will be hell on earth. Though as he turned to go sleep himself, when from the corner of his eye he saw Naruto stop and head back. Hey Senshi sensei, which way's out? Asked Naruto. Senshi sweat dropped and showed Naruto the way out. Naruto got out a few miles to the east, still inside the forest of death. The first thing he did was change into a civilian and headed to Ichiraku Ramen to eat ramen, although he does not keep his identity a secret from them. Walking through the village was much easier this way and helped keep him out of trouble. After stuffing himself, Naruto goes directly to the shinobi library under henge of a newly passed genin he saw around town, as the basics were not at Orochimaru's base. Well, not that Naruto could blame him. Why would a Sannin keep ninja basics at his base? Before heading home, Naruto made sure to buy a few kunais and shurikens and 20 wooden swords for training. 2 weeks later, Naruto had finally gotten enough flexibility to use the snake fist. Not original, yesterday, as this was completely physical, so shadow clones had to go out to the shinobi library to learn more exercises and jutsus. As of now, he knew 2 more chakra control exercises: water walking and kunai balancing. Although kunai balancing had not been mastered, he had mastered tree walking and water walking also. He had also started on the basic snake-tailed, original in my point of view, kenjutsu as well. Naruto had also started the beginner's fuinjutsu, but that was not all. He had received a snake egg, which would be his personal summon. Like Manda being Orochimaru's, Senshi said that the egg would require constant watch, warmth, and would feed on Naruto's chakra as well, and in exchange it would be loyal to Naruto. 3 months later. Today was Naruto's 7th birthday. He had mastered kunai balancing and kunai rotation, even started waterfall walking. This was the last chakra exercise before starting to learn justices. He had almost finished the basics for Snake Fist and had started intermediate snake-tailed Kenjutsu. The egg had come somewhat close to hatching, or so he was told. Senshi estimated that Naruto was low to mid-genin in terms of speed and strength and had learned Kawarimi no Jutsu and Shunshin no Jutsu as a birthday gift. Senshi gave Naruto the snake summoning contract. He tried it for the first time and got a baby snake, but by time he was able to get better. Hokage gave him a book about strategies to further increase his IQ. Naruto was getting better in shogi, so the old man changed games often to chess and other strategic games. Naruto has almost finished beginner's fuinjutsu. He was now able to make storage seals and weak explosion seals. 2 years later, now 9 years old, Naruto had finished learning intermediate and was in the middle of advanced snake fist and snake-tailed kenjutsu. He had also learned intermediate fuinjutsu. He could use evil sealing method, advanced storage seals and huge exploding tags. He had mastered binding snake glare spell, hidden shadow snake hands, shadow snake poisoned assassination, 1 from Senshi, and temporary paralysis technique, wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, air bullet, wind release, drilling air bullet, earth release, hiding like a mole technique, ninja art, wake mole jutsu, earth release shadow clone from ninjutsu. Naruto had also joined the academy last year, but he had seen only 9 students worth mentioning. There was Sasuke Uchiha, who was the rookie of the year. He was from the Uchiha clan that was one of the co-founders of the Leaf Village. The clan had a very strong bloodline that made even Orochimaru keep documents on them. Their eyes were able to copy any type of jutsu with was not bloodline related. He would do something about them. Naruto has been working on 2 particular seals, one that disallowed them to copy Naruto's jutsus and other that redirects the chakra that tries to the eyes back into his system. Sasuke was also the last Uchiha after Itachi killed the whole clan, leaving 2 Sasuke, and Itachi is the only remaining Uchiha. He also noted that Sasuke had strong fire ninjutsu and taijutsu and could dispel low-level genjutsu, but his down points were that he was very hot-headed and arrogant, in other words a true Uchiha. Hinata Hyuga, heiress to the Hyuga clan, Naruto was wary of due to her eyes the Byakugan. He did not want anyone to know about his training or the snakes wrapped around his waist for his protection. Hinata seems to have a flexible body which mixed with gentle fist into a much more deathly art. But for that to happen she had to break out of her shy personality. Shino Aburame, heir to the Aburame clan, was calm, quiet and calculative. Naruto was almost sure that Shino knew about Naruto's chakra levels. He found Shino was able to hide his emotions amazingly well, also that Shino, like every one of his clan, viewed everything by a logical view. Naruto decided the best way to defeat him would be to learn a fire jutsu and fry his Kikaichu literally. Kiba Inuzuka was loud-mouthed, arrogant and a hot-headed carefree baka, but he was good physicality with a partner that understands him and his attacking patterns, and also had good stamina and a great nose. Ino Yamanaka is the heiress to the Yamanaka clan, that has amazing jutsus which allowed them to enter other people's mind among other things, but Ino is a fangirl that does not train. While she had potential, she has to break out of the fangirlish attitude. Choji Akamichi was kind-hearted and heavy-boned, perfect shape for the Akamichi clan's jutsus. Choji loves eating chips as he was always seen with one of them. He seems to hate when people call him fat. Shikamaru Nara, to spell him in one word was difficult but too easy. Those were lazy genius. The shogi match that Naruto played with Shikamaru, he had the time of his life. He almost lost a dozen of times, and every time he came close to winning, the Nara would go into a thinking pose and find a way out. Their matches lasted hours, enough to make Shikamaru's parents Shikaku and Yoshino come looking for Shikamaru only to find Naruto and Shikamaru both in a thinking pose. Naruto was trying to see if the thinking pose really works while Shikamaru was trying to think out his way out of a bind. They both opened their eyes staring straight at each other. Shikamaru plays first. Naruto played at a very fast speed, both trying to use various strategies against the other until finally, "What a drag I give," said Shikamaru in a lazy tone. Shika's parents were a lot more than shocked. Both of them knew how smart Shikamaru was, especially his father, who saw the patterned attacks they used. He really needed to have a talk with the Hokage as he watched his wife dragging his only son home. Flashback. 1 year and 1 week ago. Naruto was going to train after the academy. Now he had to wake up at 0500 hours to do his physical workout and stretches to make sure he still had the flexibility need to use Snake Fist. He entered the underground base and pulled the egg which was shaking since the academy. He was actually scared it might hatch there and bust him up. Senshi, the egg's shaking. Naruto shouted he had no idea what to do. What? He took it long enough. Hey Yubaka, why ain't you feeding my boy your chakra? Said a smiling Senshi. What? Oh right, sorry, he said as he started channeling chakra to the egg. Crack. The egg started to break as he added chakra into the egg. When it finally broke completely and a light blue, same as Naruto's eyes, snake came out. He was just like his father, although the first thing his father noticed how potential his chakra was, as his son's chakra was already more dense than his own. As the boy grew, he started to consider Naruto as a brother and Senshi his father, although he really is. He had a unique ability to create a blue acid, so he was named Saizen. During the 12 months that had passed, Saizen was able to compress his acid into ball and shoot them rapidly with accuracy. He called them Saizen bullets. It was also discovered that he has an amazing healing rate. Senshi theorized that Naruto must have unknowingly mixed some of the fox's chakra, which also explained why he had such a potent chakra. He then learned his father's Doku. Venomous Rain, Doku. Poison Bite, Snake Style. Binding Death. Saizen also learned to channel chakra through its body to make it move faster and was planning to learn how to shred his skin later, but right now he wanted to be faster, stronger to protect his bro from the villagers. Saizen was currently the size of one of Orochimaru's many hidden shadow snake hands. I leave my village in your care. 2 years later. Another 2 years had passed and Naruto had finally mastered Snake Fist and Snake-tailed Kenjutsu and stated learning Kenjutsus of the snakes. Naruto had come really far. He now had enough power to rival the copycat no Kakashi. Naruto had mastered the Wind Release and Earth Release. He even had a couple fire jutsus but was not close to a master yet. He had mastered a lot of ninjutsu, as the amount of clone he could do was almost 2,000 at a time. Some wind styles jutsus he learned include Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere, Wind Release, Vacuum Blade, Wind Release, Slash, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique, Wind Release, Pressure Damage and Wind Release, Wind Walk. Some Earth-style jutsus H learned include Earth Release, Double Suicide Decapitation Technique, Earth Release, Earth-style Wall, Earth Release, Mud Snakes, Earth Release, Iron Skin, Earth Release, Fist Rock Technique and Earth Release, Stone Snakes. The few fire style he knows include Fire Release, Running Fire, Fire Release, Flame Bullet and Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. But ninjutsu was not the only thing that Naruto had mastered. Fuinjutsu to the level he was on the same ground as Jiraiya of the Sannin. Naruto was nothing less than a prodigy in this field, although any sane person would agree that that was not the only field Naruto was a prodigy in, that is if anyone knew of his real skills. He had finally created both of his seals 2 months ago. These seals, the sealing art, Dujutsu seal, Fuinjutsu Oji. It's mine not yours seal, or you could call it Black System seal, because all the Sharingan can see is his body totally blackened. The first seal allowed him to disable a Sharingan, awakened or not by a Kugan, and maybe even Rinnegan. He had never gotten to experiment on one before. Yes, Naruto had been experimenting for the last year and a half, as Senshi wanted Naruto to do some improvements to Saizen that would be discussed later. Right now, where was I? Oh yes, but those two were not the only seals he had created. Some seals he, not me, created include healing tags, anti-rape seals, anti-interrogation seals, anti-pregnancy seals and improved four-corner sealing barrier. I know Tsunade makes this, but fan fiction is mine and I have a plan. Some seals he learned include sealing art, 5 elements seal, sealing art, 5 elements unseal, sealing art, 4 limbs waiting seal, tailed beast extraction seal, and I know I have a lot of plans, but this one I explain in this chapter, 4 violet flames formation. Naruto had created a number of fake identities that he uses to sell anti-rape seals and anti-pregnancy seals. Naruto had put a cloaking seal on top to not let anyone copy his seals and made sure that it was foolproof. If anyone but the person wearing its chakra touches it, shoots out strong wind blades. Naruto had made a fortune, most likely more than what he would have gotten in his father's inheritance, but right now his business was stuck. He needed a transport company which was reliable, and the only one close by was Gato Corps, which wasn't reliable at all. Naruto had started investing his money, slowly getting more and more land and power in Konoha. He has yet to have enough to be a civilian council member. Naruto had learned more snake jutsus as well, like soft physique modification, Orochimaru Ryu no Kawarimi no Jutsu, many hidden shadow snake hands, attack prevention jutsu. I think this is the jutsu that he uses to melt with the ground, and vanishing facial copy technique. Naruto currently was using a chakra conducting shakudo, which specially made on order by the best swordsmith in the land of iron, and it had costed him 2,300,000 ryos. Naruto had gave this order about 1 year and 2 months ago, and the sword came in at the beginning of last month, and he was satisfied. This was almost perfect. Almost, but that was okay because this was only temporary. He would not settle for anything less than the legendary blade Kusanagi. He had also met Kurama a year ago when Senshi decided that Naruto should start to use his tenant's chakra, while making him agree was very hard, but Naruto was able to strike a deal with him that Naruto would release all the bijus to a mirror world, and in this mirror world there would be no humans, just animals, and he had changed the scenery inside the mindscape to a forest, and the cage had changed to a collar. Flashback. Naruto had been meditating for what seemed like hours, but it was worth it, he hoped. Naruto started walking through steel corridors. I made Naruto's mindscape different. He had been walking for a couple of minutes when he saw red water on the path. Naruto knew he must be close, so he slowly walked through the corridors, but he was very cautious even if his face did not show it. Naruto stopped in front of a cage. He could feel unbelievable power inside the seal. Then suddenly a pair of red eyes that radiated enough killing intent from now to kill a boy his age was set on him. Well, look who's come to play my tenant. How may I be of service? Said the Nine Tails. I want to strike a deal, Naruto said with determination. Number so leave, said the Kyuubi. Just hear me out, okay? Naruto requested. No, I said leave, human, answered Kyuubi. What? Why? Naruto questioned. Because I don't want anything to do with you stupid hairless apes, Kyuubi growled. Wait, I can help. I can change scenery and give you access to my senses. Anything, Naruto told the beast. I want to be free, Kyuubi murmured. Done, I'll see if they're Naruto tried to say but was cut off. No, I don't want to be free to be sealed again. I want the sealing of me and my family to stop. That is what I want, Kyuubi said very seriously. Naruto's mind was blank. That's impossible. This world was filled with a thirst for power and people wouldn't think twice about, wait, that's it. If this world can't do, then another would. Fine, but it will take a lot of time, and I want a way to use your chakra when you're gone, stated Naruto. Kyuubi eyed him closely, trying to detect a lie or negative emotions, but seeing none, he felt hope to finally be free. Good, my name is Kurama, by the way, but enough chit chat. I can't have you dying on my one chance. Let's begin, Kurama said as red chakra rushed towards Naruto. Flashback end. Naruto could go only one tails, but that was enough for now. Sadly, a problem came when Naruto goes one-tailed cloak. All the snakes on his body got burned, so he had to put summoning seals on his body to use snake jutsus now. Naruto had also been able to unlock the red box that was quite heavily sealed. It seems that it contained information on his cursed seal. Naruto had to admit the power granted was good, but this was incomplete. Naruto would have to make some snake bring it to him at a later date. Yes, Naruto knew of Orochimaru's base, his spy Kabuto, and his plans with Sasuke and his Sharingan. Naruto had control of most of the snake summons, as almost all of them hated Manda and his ways, so Naruto was able to know every move Orochimaru would make and plan against it. But enough about Naruto, let's move on to Saizen. Saizen was bigger than most snake summons now, except Manda and his father, and stronger too. He had learned almost all of his father's jutsus and created new jutsus for his unique acid-like sand release, Saizen Geyser. San release. Rain of the blue acid and San release. Blue acidic bite from his father. He had learned to shred his skin, also horizontal and vertical slash. It attacks with chakra concentrated to its tail, concentrated stab, rapid stab and secret ace he got from Naruto's experimenting. Saizen healing was amazing. He could heal any part of his body in minutes unless he was cut in half. It's been 2 years since Naruto had started getting more requests to play shogi by Shikamaru and sometimes even Shikaku, who had a nice chat with the Hokage about what he had seen 2 years ago. Flashback. 2 years ago. Hokage-sama, could you explain to me why Naruto could play shogi so well? Questioned Shikaku. It's not only shogi that he is good at. Shikaku, he is good at all types of strategy games. Believe me, I know I was the one that plays with him, but I'm curious how he caught your attention. I mean, it almost impossible to make you pay attention, he said with a sigh. Yoshino dragged me there to find Shikamaru and ended up finding them using advanced strategies, Shikaku mumbling about troublesome women. Yes, I do remember gifting him a book on advanced strategies. He really is a rare gem, as smart as Inara, as calculative as Aburame, as stamina as Inuzuka, and as much chakra as a Kage, all at such young age, the Kage said, smiling softly. Troublesome, how smart exactly? Asked a curious and lazy Shikaku. His IQ level is above 195. End flashback. Naruto had to admit Shikaku was better than the old man. He had even pointed some of Naruto's mistakes and showed Naruto ways to do better. Right now Naruto was in class and he was bored as hell. He was wearing, well, just imagine Naruto the most long-sleeved kick-ass outfit you can, or if too you're lazy like me, imagine Naruto wearing Sasuke's Shippuden outfit without the purple thing on the back or the sword. Naruto kept that one sealed at all times. Naruto was currently learning a jutsu that is very important for the next part of his training. What is it, you ask? You don't? Well, I'll tell you anyway. It's the infamous jutsu, the blood clone jutsu. Yes, Naruto was learning the blood clone he needed to go to Uzugakure. While Naruto knew it was in ruins, it was the only place that had anything he could use to increase his fuinjutsu, and also if his snake informant was true, there was something there that could help him turn Orochimaru's plans to his favor, and also this was where he was going to meet the White Snake Sage, because if Naruto went to Raichi's cave he would definitely be seen by Manda, so Naruto and Saizen were leaving to learn Sage Mode since Senshi had the base to guard. As the White Sage had also hated the way that Manda was defaming the Snake clan but killing hundreds of snakes, his own sons before they were born, that was the limit. But that would have to wait since the jutsu requires the user's blood. He was all alone to learn, so he was alone and had to make sure he did not die of blood loss. 2 weeks passed and Naruto had finally finished. He did the necessary seals and said, "Blood clone jutsu." Out of the blood drops that fell to the ground rose a person that looked exactly like Naruto, just as smart, only this clone was Hygenin to Lo Chunin. Naruto made sure to put 2 taels worth of chakra into him as a backup. And for the slight chance that he may need it. Soon he would be ready to overthrow both Manda and Orochimaru. Using vanishing facial copy technique, Naruto was able to get out of town. As Naruto jumped to a tree, he looked back at the village. Naruto was fighting inside to let, or better yet help, Orochimaru destroy the leaf before their fight, or to help the leaf against Orochimaru. He turned around. He would think about it when he had the power to actually do one of or both of those things. 1 year 3 months later. Many things had happened in the year that had passed. The blood clone Naruto had graduated from the academy with the clan heads, and a few civilians had failed the test that followed, but at least they had a good run. Mizuki was caught by Anbu while trying to steal the forbidden scroll for Orochimaru since Naruto had passed. Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto was in Team 7 with Kakashi Hatake. Ino, Shikamaru and Choji was in Team 8 with Asuma Sarutobi. Hinata, Kiba and Shino was in Team 9 with Kurenai Yuhi. These 3 were the only 3 teams that was able to make it past the test. Kakashi was impressed by Sasuke. He was cold, smart and strong just like he was, and he was also an Uchiha, the only chance to make it up to Obito, but failed to see and judge on his and Sakura. The first 3 months had all been team training and had only been doing team work exercises while Sasuke was getting special lessons. The other 2 had never complained about this though. Naruto was used to not being taught anything, and Sakura was happy just watching her Sasuke train. Right now Team 7 was doing a C-rank mission of protecting their client from bandits. The name of this particular client was Tazuna, who seems to be a bridge builder. The team had already been attacked by the demon brothers that had been taken out by Sasuke and Naruto. They had questioned Tazuna, who tried to emotionally blackmail them. Although it was only good on Sakura, it looked like Sasuke was more eager to do the mission and prove himself, and thus it was decided that they would continue. Though now thinking back, Kakashi had wondered if it would have been best if they had abandoned the mission, as he shouted for his genin team to take Tazuna and run. Of course, running was not the style of an arrogant Uchiha, and being the last arrogant Uchiha, he needed to show just how arrogant the thieving Uchihas were. So did the only thing he knew that an Uchiha would do: attack without any plan whatsoever. Zabuza Momochi saw a brat charging towards his water clones. He smirked as he mentally commanded his clone to beat the brat into a bloody pulse until he begged for mercy and then kill him very slowly. Naruto had come up with a plan, but as he opened his eyes after his planning, he sees that Sasuke was already far away and only Sakura and him left, so he needed to protect the client. When Sasuke was close enough, Zabuza made a strong kick that sent him flying into a tree, knocking him out cold. For the clones to have some fun, but just when they started to work, they heard a voice call out, "Fire release! Fire dragon flame bullet!" The clones turned only to see a glimpse of the flame before the clones were incinerated. Everyone looked and saw to a man with brown hair, brown eyes. Aizen from Bleach pick is available at the end of the page. He was fairly long, almost Haku's height, on a branch of a tree, and strangely the warm smile on his face sent chills down everyone's spines. "Attacking children, what is becoming of this world?" the man said as he jumped out of the tree. "Shorty, why don't you go and pick a fight with someone your own size?" Zabuza said. "So mean, there's no one my size here. But my name is Yari Uzumaki, and I'm almost 13, so if anything I am longer than people my age, and so are my skills." Everyone was shocked, but Tazuna, he had no idea of what was happening, for different reasons. Sasuke and Sakura were shocked because they thought Uzumaki was just a made-up name. Kakashi because he had not known there were any Uzumaki alive, and that powerful Zabuza could not believe that the brat was so small, and Haku was shocked because she knew that name, and if he really was who he said he was, then his Zabuza-sama was in more danger than he knows. Haku used water release Shunshin no Jutsu to go next to Zabuza. He was already making hand signs. Ice release Senbon storm as he fires hundreds of ice aimed at Yari. Yari did not even blink in surprise as he saw the hunter Nin attack him with a bloodline while Kiri was in war with bloodline clans within Kiri. He just slammed his hands and said, "Wind release." Great breakthrough as a strong gust of wind blew all the Senbons away. "Haku, what do you think you're doing?" Zabuza said, angry that she had blown her cover. "Sorry for disobeying, Zabuza-sama, but I have heard of this man before." The new bingo book that had come in a few days ago had a new entry about a person that had appeared out of nowhere a couple of months ago. A whole platoon of Iwa Anbu were sent to investigate who the person was, and only one made it out alive, and that was only to deliver the Sandame Tsuchikage a message, and I quote, "Next time you send anyone after me, you and your village will be forfeiting your lives." Since then this person was labeled with a high S class with a flee on-site warning, Haku said in complete seriousness. Again everyone was shocked. It was not every day a whole platoon of Anbus were destroyed just to send a message. "Haku, have you gone mad? That brat is your age. There is no way he is that strong. Now go finish him," Zabuza said, not believing that a brat was that strong. "Ice release Ice blade," Haku said as he ran towards Yari with high chunin speed, aiming strike a critical blow on the man. "Snake sword Swift horizontal slash," the man said as he brought his sword out and cut the ice blade in his flesh, but the cut was not as deep since he had pulled out on instincts. Haku jumped back and started going through hand seals. He knew his jutsu he could use was low due to him being able to blow his Senbons away. He needed to end this, and sadly she had to kill him. "Demonic mirroring ice crystals," he said as the water from the lake creating mirrors around them. Then he quickly steps into the mirror closest to him. Haku had started to jump from one mirror to the other at mid-jaw, and soon he started throwing senbons aimed at critical spots that Kenshi was dodging calmly. The man's eyes were calm, as if trying to find a weakness. It was getting frustrating for Haku. No matter how much he tried, none of the senbons hit him. Well, this jutsu is getting boring. Whirlpool sword. Second stance, rotating whirlpool, said Naruto as he channeled chakra to his hand and eyes before starting to rotate. Unlike the Kaden of the Hyugas, this rotation was not a defensive, this was pure offensive. This rotation sends a highly concentrated wind blades through the sword. The wind blade were strong enough to cut and shatter all of Haku's mirrors and even hurt him badly. Yari walked towards the fallen Haku and held his sword near his throat. Zabuza, seeing him walk towards Haku, drops the almost completely drained Kakashi and ran toward Yari with his Kubikiribocho drawn. Zabuza was running as fast as he could. He jumped up to deliver a strong slash Kubikiribocho, heavy downward swing. Yari, having sensed Zabuza coming, prepared to counter whirlpool sword. Fourth stance, rising sun, he said as he channeled his fire chakra through the sword, making it catch fire and slashed the sword upward. There was big clash, but flames aided blade was heating the Kubikiribocho and would cut it in half, so Zabuza rolled himself back. Che. You're good, Brad, but don't let it get to your head. Ninja art. Hidden mist jutsu. Let's see you survive this, the voice echoed through the mist. Wind release. Great breakthrough, Yari said, blowing the mist away, revealing Zabuza near the river, putting Haku beneath a tree. Grr, don't get cocky, brat. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A dragon made from water rushed toward Yari, who was going through hand seals of his own. Earth release. Earth style wall, he said as he finished. Suddenly the earth rose, shielding him from the water dragon. My turn. Earth release. Earth dragon bullets. As a mud dragon's head raised from the mud made by the water dragon and started shooting mud bullets at Zabuza. Zabuza was currently running on water, trying to avoid the brat's bullets. This brat is strong. I don't know how much longer I'll last. Even after the chakra I stole from Kakashi, I'm at half my reserves, and yet the brat doesn't look like he's even winded. Last chance. Water release. Gunshot as he shot bullets to destroy the mud dragon while still doing and seals for another jutsu. Water release. Great waterfall jutsu, he said as a waterfall started to be made. Seems like you still don't understand the difference between our levels. Kurama style. Fire breath, he said, as he blew an enormous fire from his mouth that not only incinerated the water jutsu but also everything in its way. The only reason Zabuza was even alive was because he was so shocked that he forgot to channel chakra to his feet and fell into the sea. Kakashi was mentally thanking Naruto for pulling him away when Zabuza dropped him. Even Sasuke, who was woken up by Sakura shacking him to death, was shocked and was wondering how a person his age was so strong. To think you were able to overpower my most powerful jutsu by the nature it is strong against, Zabuza said while thinking, this is not good. He's too strong and I'm running low on chakra. Well, that took a lot out of me then, I thought, Yari said as he had lost about 1/3 of his chakra. Now that you're all ready to listen, I am just coming from Gato's place after beheading him, although a few bandits managed to run away, he said in a matter-of-fact voice. What, so you mean I was wasting my chakra all this time for nothing? Zabuza said, angry that this man did not tell him before. No, what I did was completely necessary to show you my skills. Now listen closely. I want to offer you my help in taking down Yagura, Yari stated, completely serious. Quote exclamation mark. What, but why would you help us? Zabuza asked, confused. My reasons remain my own. You just have to take me close to Yagura and I'll deal with him for good, promised Yari. Well, I guess we could use your help, but did you really have to use so much force? Said Zabuza. It was necessary to make you believe that I was not a brat, remember, reminded Yari. Che, fine. When do we leave? Asked Zabuza. Tomorrow at 0600 hours. If you're late, my offer will cease to exist, stated Yari. What? What about Haku? He's hurt, Zabuza shouted. It's fine, he just has some scratches. He'll be good by tonight, Yari stated. Well, hello, I see you're awake, duck ass. Yari greeted the Team 7 that was coming towards him. Grr, just you wait. Itachi, with the power that his guy possesses, I'll finally be able to defeat you, Sasuke thought. Well, we just wanted to thank you for saving me and my student here, said an eye smiling Kakashi. I demand you give me all your jutsus, Sasuke said, only to be poked on his forehead. My, don't you have an arrogant student, Mr. John, and I almost couldn't stop myself from killing him, Yari said with a smile. Yes, I really must work on that, Kakashi said with a frown. It seems so, since next time I won't be able to stop myself, Yari warned with a smile which sent chills down Kakashi's spine. Damn it, he's not joking. How dare you, I'm a MMPH. Sasuke started, but Kakashi stopped him. I really have to work on it, don't I? Well, I guess I have to find a place to stay the night, don't I? Hey bridge builder, do you know a place in Wave that I can crash for the night? Yes, anything for the man that saved the wave from Gado's rule, Tazuna said. Just you wait, we'll even name the bridge the Great Yari Bridge. You give me too much credit, but I could accept the Great Uzumaki Bridge. It sounds much better than I thought it would. That night, Naruto was walking in the forest while the wave was celebrating. He knew he couldn't have done this in front of everyone, so he had to separate himself from the people. Yo. Long time no see, Naruto, or should I say blood clone of mine, a shadow behind him said. Hello Naruto-sama, I have done as you asked. I placed the sealing art Dujutsu seal on Sasuke. He won't be unlocking his Sharingan unless you allow it, and formed the clone. The shadow came out reveling to be Yari Uzumaki aka Naruto Uzumaki, smiling. Yeah, I checked, it was perfect. For the Chunin exams in 2 months you will need more power, Naruto said as he placed his hand on the head of the clone, dispelling and using it again, but now was low to mid Chunin level in strength. I'll be there before the invasion starts. Make sure you take Gar out and take him to the base. Oh, and don't go to the base for a few days, Orochimaru might decide to visit, Naruto told the clone. You have gotten a lot stronger, Naruto-sama, said the clone. Yes, and it's all thanks to the snakes, my clan and Kurama, answered Naruto. Flashback. Naruto had found an underground library which was sealed with hundreds of blood seal to make sure that only a Uzumaki could make it through. It was filled with Uzumaki sealing scrolls and Kenjutsu scrolls and even Jutsu scrolls, Uzumaki Kenjutsus, Genjutsus, Taijutsus. Naruto was thrilled to learn, so he made 10,000 clones to learn everything he could. But sadly Naruto could not find any way to master fire since Orochimaru was not a fire type. The scrolls there were limited. It was getting frustrating. Well brat, now there is something that I could help with. I have a jutsu that may solve that problem. For now it is called the fire breath, said Kurama. Flashback end. Well, let's get back before someone notices, Naruto said as they went to celebrate with everyone. Today he had got Gado transports in his hand now, so he could sell his seals on a wider range and earn more money. 0530 hours. Zabuza was already ready and having a quick breakfast. Yari had handed 50% of Gado's wealth to the people of the wave and gave all of them jobs in the newly named Uzumaki transports, so everything was cheaper. No more beggars were seen on the streets. Zabuza had really felt bad about doing the mission, but he needed to get money if he was going to help the rebels in Kiri. It was now about 0550 hours, and Zabuza and Haku that had a few bandaged injuries here and there were waiting for Yari. They knew they were early, but they were the ones that needed the help, so they knew they had to make it work. A few minutes later Naruto was seen coming toward them, which confused them. Why was the boy in Team 7 coming here, and where was Yari? Zabuza, Haku, I see we're all here, but why do you seem confused? Aren't you Kakashi's brat? Why are you here, and where's Yari? Well, I guess I have some explaining to do, don't I? Naruto, Zabuza and Haku were currently moving through the forest surrounding the hidden mist. Naruto was getting bored as they had been traveling for the last 7 hours non-stop. While Naruto was a lot stronger and mature, he was still a 12-year-old, and like any other 12-year-old, Naruto wanted to have fun. Given that his version of fun was fighting, training, learning new styles, techniques, jutsus, and getting stronger. So tell me, Zabuza, where exactly are we going? Naruto said calmly. We're going to the rebel camp in the south. Last I heard they wanted to end the war quickly, so everyone was called here to plan. Haku and I are the people that provides for the war. We provide equipment, food and money to the rebels to make sure we can stand a chance in the war. You do know I only asked about where we were going, right? Then maybe we should take the people that have been following us out, don't you think? Naruto said equally calmly. Quote! Quote. Zabuza though as he stopped and turned around pulling out the kubikiribocho from his back and Haku pulls out some bonds from his sleeve they were tense whoever was following them was strong enough to hide their presence from them, while Zabuza was not fully on guard he did not lower it by much. In the whole situation Naruto was the most calm he knew about them from the moment that they started to follow them but wanted to go to a place a little far away from the enemy camp so the reinforcements don't come too soon. Naruto knew a good battle was up as there were people that were Jonin level and some Anbu levels as well. Soon 4 Anbu surrounded them from all 4 sides to ensure that no one gets away as a 5th one dropped near them. But this one was not a Anbu, he was Hoshigaki Kisame. I know he is Akatsuki, but I couldn't think of anyone better than him to fight Naruto to make Naruto show his real skill set, so I had him not join Akatsuki, the former Cypher Division member and now one of the 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. He was also the only S-class member of all the 7 that was alive today. Kisame, what do you think you doing here, you traitor? Zabuza shouted. Well, if it isn't Zabuza, the baby demon of the mist or ex-mist, Kisame said smiling. Zabuza was about to charge when Naruto stops him. Zabuza, you're too hot-headed to fight someone that strong, leave him to me, both you and Haku can take the small fries, Naruto states. Zabuza reluctantly nods as he turns to the Anbu alongside with Haku. Ha 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 ha, taking orders from a little brat, where's your pride, Zabuza? Kisame said mockingly, but to have Zabuza listen was not easy for a brat to do that. Who was the kid? Well, I'm sorry, but can we get started? We can discuss your 20 questions later. If you survive, that is, Naruto said smiling. Now Naruto was a man, boy or whatever who does not shows much emotion, but with Naruto's own sensing ability of 4 kilometers Naruto was able to tell that this person's chakra level rivals his own and as a swordsman, meaning he was a perfect opponent to have a fight against. Kisame rushed in planning to surprise the boy with a surprise attack. Naruto saw this and jumped back to avoid being shredded into bits. Naruto knew about Kisame being known as the monster of the mist and he could see why. Kisame had seen Naruto jumping and jumped forward as well, not wanting to give Naruto the chance to get ready. Naruto quickly pulls his sword and fire several wind blades toward Kisame only to have Kisame grind through them while Samahata ate all the chakra the blades contained, making them normal wind. This did not go unnoticed by Naruto. He smiled. This was getting better and better. Naruto's wind blades had however slowed Kisame down enough for Naruto to land on the ground. Again as Kisame landed, Naruto rushed towards him to get a little sword fight with the living sword Whirlpool Sword. First stance Crimson Moon as he launched multiple attacks at Kisame who was dodging and blocking them. Che the brat's good, too bad he could have become big, sadly he won't live past today. Samahata. Grinding waves as Kisame started pushing Naruto attacks back. Both attacks were fighting for dominance over the other. Ha 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 ha, this guy is great. Every swing filled with strength. I guess I could let loose a bit, huh? Though Naruto as he stopped attacking and jumped back. What? That's all you got for a minute? I actually thought you were going to be fun, Kisame mocked. That's not the half of what I can do, Kisame. And don't you worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied with the battle, for this battle will be to the death, Naruto said as he sealing technique. 4 limbs waiting seal release. Naruto did a tiger seal. A Fuin user quite rare, especially in the mist. The Mizukage could use the Fuinjutsu knowledge, Kisame thought. Well, here I go, Whirlpool Sword. First stance Crimson Moon, Naruto said as he charged again. What? This brat, what was that? Not only is faster, he's even stronger than before. What kind of Fuin increases both speed and attack power? This is going to be trouble if it goes on any longer, Kisame thought as he tried to dodge the attacks but finding it unable as he gained a few scratches here and there. Samahata. Full power chakra swing, original idea, as he attacked, but when their swords clashed a blast of chakra sent Naruto flying through the trees. On the other side Zabuza and Haku were in a bind. These people were highly trained in collaborations and teamwork, just like no even better than the demon brothers that was killed by Kakashi or caught. Well, not that he really cared about those weaklings. He had better things to focus on, like these highly skilled Anbu and Haku. Naruto had to say he was not expecting that from Samahata using the chakra that it absorbed to attack, The sword was quite something, he thought as he got up casually. The blast itself was strong, but Naruto had been used to being sent through the trees, but normally it would be Senshi, Saizen, or the great white snake itself. Oh well, first time for everything. My, you're taking your sweet time, Kisame said, irritated as he watched Naruto dust himself. If it was irritating since he knew that Naruto could sense him. Well, you see, I'm wearing white clothes and I don't want a stain, you know, Naruto stated like it was common knowledge. Che Samahata. Compressed chakra wave, Kisame said he was tired of waiting. Wind release. Slash, Naruto said as he slashed his hands vertically, making a huge vertical slash that slashed right through the chakra wave coming toward him, making Kisame jump away. Now that's more like it, Kisame said. Che, my attacks are getting cut down, I guess I have to resort to ninjutsu. Let's try something out, Naruto said as he disappeared in a quick flash of speed, appearing right next to Kisame, shocking Kisame. Fist of the great white snake, Naruto said as he sent his palm straight into Kisame's solar plexus, sending Kisame flying, howling in pain. Naruto looked around, seeing Zabuza and Haku having a hard time. I guess they were stronger than I thought. Out of Naruto's sleeve came two white snakes with black stripes all over it. They were very small compared to normal summoned snakes. Go help those two out, Naruto told as they climbed down and slithered in an amazing speed comparable to a high Chunnin's own. With that, Naruto started to go towards where he sent Kisame flying, no longer worried that Zabuza and Haku might be in danger. With Zabuza and Haku, Che, come on, this is so not funny anymore, take this water release. Gunshot. As he started to fire bullets at an Anbu, suddenly the other started to throw kunais at him, making him stop. This was taking forever as he jumped to a tree when he noticed a snake climbing his shoulder. Naruto-sama sent me to help, the snake said. You're a summoned snake. Wait, does that mean he has the snake contract? I thought only 2 people had that. Zabuza started, but the snake had already slithered its way to his neck. Please bear with me, it said as it went into his mouth. Blah, damn snake, how in the world is that a he? Zabuza started but stopped when he started feeling strange. Finally giving up, bloodline-loving scum, shouted an Anbu arrogantly. Zabuza, who had his eyes closed, had opened them, suddenly opened it, revealing him to have yellow silted eyes, like Orochimaru, but they have a light yellow glow. It was amazing. His nearly empty chakra levels felt like they were never ending, and it was so peaceful, he felt so calm. The Anbu words were like a silent breeze. Whatever the snake had done, he would thank him. He had to end this. The Anbus were boasting at Zabuza, who was sitting on the tree. They took it as a sign that he was scared of the two. This was a good day for the two. They had made the demon of the mist surrender. They were going to tell him to hand his famous Kubikiribocho, making one of them a new one of the 7 swordsmen. They looked at Zabuza to tell him to hand it over, only to have Zabuza disappear and appear in front of one of the Anbus, cutting him directly in half. The other Anbu, number 2, was shocked. He was so sure Zabuza was tired and low on chakra, but now he didn't seem to be tired at all. Zabuza looked at number 2. He was amazed. He was so much faster than he was before. He ran towards the Anbu, so he didn't even have time to react. He swung his blade, beheading the man in front of him. He was shocked how much power the snake had granted him, so he turned, thinking of helping Haku, but the area Haku was fighting was comparable to Ice Age. Everything was frozen, including the Anbus, and Haku was waiting near a tree. How long have you been finished for? Zabuza said. A few minutes. My snake got to me faster, Haku stated. Boom. What in the world? Haku, let's go look for Naruto. That will attract a lot of people, he said as they sped off with their newfound speed. Few minutes ago, Naruto was looking for where Kisame had landed. He didn't want finish just yet. He had only used a little Tai and some Ken. There was still Gen Nin and Fuin. Naruto finally found him standing in front of the rubble, nurturing the place he had hit him at. Come on Kisame, you can do better than that, right? Naruto mocked. Che, not yet brat, I'm just getting started. Earth release. Subterranean voyage, as he went underground. Naruto, using his enhanced sensing skills, found Kisame running towards the north. Escaping. No, it's a trap. Naruto quickly made a clone and sent it after Kisame. Kisame was waiting near a pool for his water clone come with the prey. He smiled as he saw Naruto jumping from trees to trees. The water clone came out of the ground. It was time he pulled out the mimic of Samahata to distract him from the real Kisame on the top of the water, who was ready with his jutsu. Now he had to wait for the clone to disperse. The Naruto clone and water clone were in a match, but Naruto clone had soon landed a good hit, causing the water clone to disperse. Yes, now water release. Water shark bullet technique. He used the water the clone made into a shark, and Naruto had taken the damage head on. Kisame smirked. One less person to worry about. He turned around, planning to the others, when boom! The explosion blew Kisame into a tree. What? It can't be. Great clone explosion made by Uchiha Itachi himself. A friend had a sweep of the Uchiha clan compound right after that night 4 years ago. Heck, he even swiped some bodies and Sharingans helped me a lot. Naruto said, walking towards Kisame. Ha! Not yet. As he had Samahata, which was lying next to him, crawled back to him and started to heal him. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave, Kisame said as he started spilling water like a waterfall. Next thing he knew, the water had created a giant orb with him in it. Single quote exclamation mark. He merged with the sword. Che, this is bad. I have to get out. I can't hold my breath forever, and I can't use reverse summon when Manda is still around. Saizen, hurry up and take care of that snake, would you? The war between Manda and Saizen was a tightly kept secret. Not much people knew of this. Last Naruto heard, Manda and his few followers were hiding, unable to be summoned away due to Naruto's seals. The war would be over before the invasion, but until then the snakes, except for the 10 twins and their mother, were of limits. Naruto started to swim, but he was not being able to get away. Damn it, what's going on? Naruto, the water, it moves wherever Kisame does, Kurama informed. Damn it, what now? Wait, maybe I have to try summoning Lilia. White snake came, but it was completely covered in black marks, the mother of the 10 twins of Naruto's cursed seals. The one made for him and only him. It quickly went into Naruto's mouth, making Naruto hair wilder longer. His skin turned brown, his teeth, feet and hand grew. He was in the cursed seal's full-powered form. Naruto knew about this being a form that he gets from nature chakra, but that was part of the plan as Naruto swims toward Kisame. So you can transform too. Samahata would really like to taste that chakra, as Kisame swam even faster. The two were swimming as fast as they could, moving closer and closer to each other. Naruto threw a first, but Kisame was able to dodge and tackle him and started to drain Naruto even the cursed seal's nature chakra. Kisame suddenly had a splitting headache. Something was wrong with Samahata. It was in pain. The dome suddenly became unstable and fell apart, letting Naruto to get a little fresh air. Looks like my theory worked. The Samahata can absorb raw chakra, elemental chakra and even Abiju's chakra, but not nature, thank God, as he took heavy breaths. What in the world happened just now? Kisame thought as he was forced to unmerge with Samahata due to the pain. How Samahata is able to absorb the chakra of any living being, person or even demon. Che, damn it, Samahata is out cold, meaning I can't absorb any chakra. This is bad. I'll have to retreat for now, he thought as he got up and turned to leave, only see Haku and Zabuza smirking. Leaving so soon? I thought you never run. Kisame mocked Zabuza. You have to be kidding me. How did you get past the Anbu? Kisame said, visibly frustrated. Zabuza, what kept you? Naruto said he had lost the curse seal mode and was back to his normal appearance. With no way to escape, Kisame attacked Naruto, trying to make a way to escape, but Naruto already knew that they engaged in a full tie with occasional water release, gunshots by Kisame and wind release. Wind blades from Naruto, but Kisame could clearly see that he was at a disadvantage. Slowly but surely Naruto's kicks were getting stronger. His skin were transforming back to the brown color. The lily was still in Naruto's body, gathering small amounts of nature chakra and turning it into cursed seal chakra, pushing Kisame back every time Naruto paused. Turning snake fist, Naruto said as he landed a hard blow to Kisame's stomach, sending it to the ground. It's over. Goodbye, Kisame, Naruto stated. Just make it quick, okay? Said Kisame. Naruto pulled his sword, making a swift cut, beheading Kisame and sealing head and sword, which would need to be fixed. Zabuza, let's get going. We have to get out before more comes over, Naruto stated as they got up to go. Rebel Camp HQ. Naruto was currently resting in a tent provided by the rebels. Naruto had asked them to get Zabuza and Haku a place where they could rest. This made Zabuza and Haku curious. Why was he asking such a thing? They were fine, heck, they were never better. Zabuza asked Naruto why. He asked this of them and Naruto told them to wait. A few minutes later, when the rooms were prepared, Naruto told them that Naruto was about to dispel the snakes in their body and that it might make them feel very worn out or even have minor chakra burns and muscle pain. After he had dispelled the snakes, they were tired, but thankfully nothing more, so he asked some time to rest before the meeting with the head of the rebellions. Later in the rebels' meeting place tent, Zabuza, Haku and Naruto were standing in front. Three people. The one in the middle was definitely an S-class ninja. She had a slender figure, auburn hair which came down to her ankles, and had green eyes. Naruto could sense the cage-level chakra reserves. She was aware and ready to fight at any time. The one in the left was tall, had blue hair, an eye patch over his right, and the only eye that was visible was gray in color. Naruto sensed the Byakugan under the covered eye but decided to keep the information to himself. The on the right was a considerably short man. Boy also had blue hair, dark eyes, and shark-like teeth like Kisame had. Naruto also recognized the Haramakare on his back even with the bandages over it. All in all, this may be the strongest of the Kiri's rebels. So Zabuza, mind telling me why you bought an unknown person into the camp without reporting about it beforehand? Materumi, the leader of the rebels, stated, wary of the person that Zabuza had bought. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and I have a proposal for the rebels, Naruto told them calmly. What could a kid your age have that could be any use for us? The person on the left stated, looking down on Naruto. First, I already have done something to make things easier for you, Naruto stated, taking a scroll out of his clothes and unsealed Kisame's head. Quote, exclamation mark, quote. All the tree rebels were shocked. The person, well, head in front of them belonged Kisame Hoshigaki, the monster of the mist. The reason they had lost almost 25% of the rebels, the person that disallowed them to use jutsus, with him gone, their chances would surely increase. Is that really? Chojuro stammered as he looked at the head. Yes, I saw the battle going on myself. He defeated Kisame by himself, Zabuza answered. Exclamation mark. What, you have to be joking, Zabuza, he's just a. May started. It's no joke, I saw it as well, Haku stated. What is this proposal you speak of? May said, now nervous. This kid had beaten someone stronger than herself. If things go well, then things may take a turn for better for everyone. I am offering to get rid of Yagura the Sanbi's Jinchuriki and the Yondaime Mizukage of the Mist, Naruto said in complete seriousness. What? Do you have any idea who you're taking about? He is way beyond Kisame's level 1. Mean he can completely control the Sanbi? How in the world do you think you can take such a person down? May shouted, this kid is mad. Strong, yes, but he was too mad to know his limits, or so she thought. For those who started wondering what he could use, you think wrong. Naruto will not use 5-element seal on Yagura. Don't worry, I have a few things that works very well with Jinchurikis, Naruto said calmly. And you think he would just allow you to use those jutsus? Ao said angrily, the kids these days are so stupid. That's why I'm not attacking right away. Oh, and it's not ninjutsus I was taking about, it fuinjutsu, Naruto said. What, how low fuin won't work? Wait, did you say Uzumaki, as in the seal masters from Whirlpool? Ao said as the sudden realization hit him. Yes, like that Uzumaki clan. But don't insult them by calling them seal masters. Anyone can become a master, but the Uzumakis are much more than masters, and at the fight against Yagura I'll show you the reason why people were so scared of them, he said as a huge smirk appeared on his face. We will have to discuss plans. Is this all of your members? Naruto said, trying to make sure that he could go back to the Leaf in time for the Chunin exams. No, but these are all that can fight. The other were ambushed at about 15 kilometers to the south. They're in hiding right now, but we are unable to help as we are also short on men to help and protect the camp at the same time, May said sadly. Well, guess that's what we'll do first, Zabuza. Haku, get ready, we're leaving in 5 minutes, Naruto said, making his way out of the tent. Zabuza, how strong is he? May asked. I can only estimate, but mid to high cage level, Zabuza said seriously. I see, so do you think we have a chance? She asked. Yes, if we don't win this time we never will, he said. Quote, quote. Zabuza and Haku made their way out of the tent. The silence was very uncomfortable. Later, Naruto, Haku and Zabuza were currently moving through the forest to the location that the rebels had given them. They were moving at high chunin speed so that they could reach the place faster and not grow tired before they got there. The trio came to a stop near some branches. Seeing some Anbus guarding the area, after using silent killing to get rid of them, the three started to move again but more cautiously. After some time, the three came down near some overgrown bushes, making their way through and found a little opening to a cave hidden by the bushes. They silently went in, not wanting to make anyone think that the enemy has found them, but it doesn't always happen how we want it to, does it? Two rebel on guard saw a shadow approaching, taking their kunais out. They rushed out planning to kill. Thankfully, Naruto was able to sense the two guards and stopped them after telling the guards and making them believe who they are. The guards led the trio inside. Once inside, Naruto found out that these people hardly had anything to eat and almost had no strength, so Naruto made about 20 shadow clones and transformed them to rats and sent them to get food. The fraction was able to reach camp at nightfall without running into much trouble. Next morning, Naruto had gotten up at 5 a.m. and was doing his regular stretches, push-ups, sit-ups and jogging, although the amount was rivaling Guy's own as it was already 9 and he was still going. Naruto, sensing a chakra signature, looked around to see that Ao was approaching him. Mai-sama requests your presence at the meeting place tent. Naruto was following Ao to the meeting hall. It was a silent trip. He knew that Ao was very wary of him from the way he was walking. He was ready to counter any attack. Well, not any, but you get the point. Reaching the place, Naruto saw that Haku and Zabuza was waiting for him outside. Well, Zabuza, I thought I'd see you inside the tent like last time. Oh well, what's this about? Naruto said casually. Well, I don't know, I was summoned here like you were, Zabuza answered. I see, well, let's find out, shall we? Naruto said as they walked inside. Meeting room, place, tent. Welcome, Naruto-san, greeted Mai. Good morning, Mai Dono, Naruto greeted back. Well, Naruto-san, we have asked you to come here today to tell you that we of the rebels are grateful for your offer, but we have one question. Why? Why help us? Is there something that you want in return, as we don't really have anything to offer, explained Mai. Yes, I do want some things, 2 things to be exact. 1, the Samahata that is already in my hands, and next I want to be the source of a treaty that I want Kiri to sign with Konoha after the Chunin exams, he declared. But isn't that starting soon? A member asked. 2 months later actually, but don't worry, it will be over before that, Naruto ensured. How can you be so sure? Because I came here with every detail of my plan figured out. I am basically ready for anything unless another country decides to help Yagura, though that's very unlikely as every other country loves bloodlines, he said. So what's the plan? Another member said. The rebels will be lead in 10 captains. I have done a head count and every captain has 200 people each and will lead them separate. Wait, 200 people? That's suicide, a member shouted. No, I have something that will give us the edge that we need for the duration of the battle, Naruto said calmly. What edge? Another member asked. I'll give every leader a snake which will boost their powers to a whole new level, Naruto told proudly. How could a snake help us reach a whole new level? Ao said. They're not ordinary snake, they're summons and special even amongst that as well, Naruto said with a small smirk forming. How much power are we talking about? Mai said, curious of this edge they would be receiving. Enough to make a Jonin, which is an A class to an S class, Naruto said, now fully grinning. He loved talking about his masterpieces. That's not natural, there must be some heavy side effects to this power, Ao said angrily. This person was trying to trick them to their deaths. Yes, there are, but Ao, this power is natural, maybe the only thing that comes close to nature itself, Naruto said, a little annoyed. This man was degrading a masterpiece. And the side effects are minimum, heavy exhaustion, muscle pain, minor chakra burns, he said. What do you mean closest to nature? Mai asked. Nature chakra is a hidden base of chakra not known to many and also an unlimited and a lot more stronger than the weak source of chakra found in the human body. The use of this chakra is very hard and dangerous but not impossible. The use of this chakra without any formal training can destroy you, but master it and the punch of Tsunade the Sannin will be nothing more than a tickle. What I have done is gave the snakes the ability to generate sage chakra and allow them to pass this chakra and constantly maintain balance for you, although it is fairly limited due to this. Nature chakra is the cursed nature purified. Though in a fight against the two, my money's on my version, as mind does not blind the one's judgment, explained Naruto. Wait, so you mean that was nature chakra? Wow, what boosts does it gives us exactly? Said Zabuza as he was not able to completely examine the powers it had granted him. Your physical strength, defense, agility and reflex will be higher, your jutsus will be stronger, and if you have a bloodline it would be much easier to use it, said Naruto. So who are the leaders? Asked Mei. I said I would decide today, but I have something else I have to do. Mind recommending some? I recommend myself Ao, Chojuro, Chukachi, Tsurugi, Zabuza, Haku, Raiga, Jinpachi, Munashi and Pakura. She was saved by the rebels because the 10 needed was getting short. Fine, we will begin the attack at dawn. Be ready. Every group leader will lead their team to a different side of the capital. There are 10 entrances, so each group will have 2 captains and 400 members. You may choose the sides and members in the teams. The snakes will be distributed at dawn before the attack. Wait, why give the snakes to only the leaders? Why not all of us? Ao said this power was amazing. It could turn the tides, but it would be so much easier and there would be less casualties if everyone were given this power. I only have 11 snakes with the said power and one of that being mine, Naruto informed. Is it a specific trait of the 11? He asked. No, I gave it only to those that has earned my trust completely, Naruto answered. I see, Ao said understandingly. Well, see you at dawn, Naruto said as he made his way out of the tent. As Naruto made his way to the clearing, he quickly made 2 shadow clones and handed 2 scrolls to one of them. You know what to do, he said as the first one nodded and disappeared. You make preparations needed for tomorrow. Go. As the second one disappeared as well, then he went to sleep. He would need it for tomorrow. At dawn, the army was on standby, completely surrounding the capital. Okay, captains to the front, Naruto said as the 10 captains came up front. 10 snakes came slithering out of Naruto's arm and launched at 10 captains' mouths. The felt wired having snakes moving inside their body, making their way to the chakra system. After the snakes got adjusted, a rush of unimaginable power started flowing through their veins. The power enhanced every muscle, every fiber of their body. The abilities skyrocketed. This will be fun, was the collective thought amongst them. Okay, back to your positions, he ordered. After the captains got in positions, Naruto ordered them to strike and then began the end of the war. Mei, Haku, Pakura were playing the Juggernaut's roles perfectly. Their enhanced bloodlines were literally destroying anyone in their way, making Naruto's way to Yagura undetected. Yagura was looking out the window watching the war going on. He was currently under a genjutsu by Madara, Tobi, Obito, who ordered him to wage war on all the bloodline clans of Kiri. Hello Yagura, shall we begin our fight? He heard a voice say from behind. He was not really shocked. Sanbi, who was also under the genjutsu, had told him of the man approaching, but he had expected a sneak attack. You should have attacked silently like a true ninja. Now you don't have a chance, he declared. Now where is the fun in that? Yagura turned and looked at this so-called attacker to see and saw a short brat. Have the bloodlines fallen so low that they send someone so young to their death, he mused. Says the guy who looks like he's still a teen. How old are you anyway? 40, 50. Naruto mocked. Well, my age is not important, is it? Let's get this over with. I have to destroy your friends as well, Yagura said as he took his staff. Fine by me, but I warn you, I am not to be underestimated. So am I, he said as he started swinging his heavy staff quite fast. You're quite good with that staff. Even with how heavy it must be, you still pull of so many swing at once with an equal amount of strength, Naruto said, dodging the staff with little to no effort. He had already taken of his weights for this fight as he was a Jinchuriki, and to top it off, Yagura was able to fully control the Biju chakra. Well, I'm sorry to do this, but I have to end this quickly. Water release. Large projectile. Yeah, you're right, let's end this Fuinjutsu. Jutsu repel, Naruto said as his chakra materialized in front of him as a seal. The jutsu collided and was thrown back. What was that? Yagura shouted. It's my clan's bloodline chakra materialization, the real reason why the Uzumaki were so dangerous. They could not only materialize chains strong enough to hold down a biju, they were also able to materialize seals anywhere by using their chakra with the original seal master, plus the bloodline creates the Uzumaki level seal masters, Naruto confessed. You're an Uzumaki. You might take some time after all, Yagura said, getting serious. No, we're almost done. Fuinjutsu. Chakra chains, Naruto said as the gold chains came out of Naruto's hair and chained around Yagura. Che, you really think that this can hold me? As he started to channel the Sanbi's chakra. I'll give you this, you're good at seals and you are far better than I thought, but you can't hold me down with a jutsu you have yet to master, as a shockwave blew the chains. Fire release. Exploding eagles, Naruto said with a smirk as he shot 5 eagles at him. Water release. Water wall, Yagura said as he was the water from the air surrounded him. Boom. The smoke cleared, showing Yagura with blood coming out of multiple places, though it was not so serious as his cloak was on. Che, that brat to actually hurt me in my cloaked form, I'll break every limb in his body. He looked around to see Naruto running towards the forest. Wrong move, kid, you should have stayed here where your friends could save you. Or do you actually think I will think that it's a trap? I have the Sanbi, I can tell that there is no one in miles away, he thought as he took off after Naruto. In the forest. Finally catching up, I see. Naruto thought. He ran deeper into the forest. Water release. Great whirlpool enfolding technique, Yagura said he used water from the air to create a giant water vortex around his staff and slammed it to the tree Naruto was on. Naruto was hardly able to evade the attack. He had to say that was one strong technique as he went through a set of hand signs. Wind release. Vacuum wave, he said as he breathed out a series of wind blades that cut Yagura to pieces, but only to show it to be a water release. Water clone jutsu. Water release. Rising water slicer. Naruto heard a voice call. Shit, he thought as he jumped upwards to avoid the attack. I got you now, heavy smash, Yagura said, hitting Naruto hard with the staff, sending him down, crushing the ground below. Yagura approached Naruto intending to finish him. Yagura pulled out a kunai to finish the job but stopped when he saw the smirk in Naruto's eyes. Yagura used a chakra-enhanced jump just in time to evade Naruto's great clone explosion. He used a clone to substitute at the last possible second, but where is he? Yagura thought, looking around. Naruto appeared out of a tree using attack prevention technique. You really think I will go down like that? Think again. Earth release. Iron skin as he punched the unknowing Yagura through several trees. Che, that's it, I'm done playing around, you're dead, Yagura said in a demonic voice as he stood up and rushed towards Naruto and hit him, sending him flying. Grr. Naruto thought, trying to get up. That was some hit. I'll have to end this quick, can't take much more of those hits, he thought as he started running through the forest with Yagura following closely. Heck, the only reason Naruto was still ahead of him was because he was using wind release. Wind walk to keep his speed up. Damn it, I really need to master this jutsu, he said as he saw Yagura slowly closing up. Fire release. Flame bullet, he said, turning around trying to slow him down. Just a little further, he thought as he started running again as Yagura dodges the fire bullets as he could not use water ninjutsu in version 2. Yes, come Yagura, finally ready. Fire release. Multiple homing arrows. Yagura tried to dodge all the arrows, but the arrows kept following them. He used his shockwave to blow most away, but a few made a hit but didn't do any damage. That's all you can come up with? I have to say, you trying to stop me in my tracks to run away after all that you said? I'm disappointed, he said as he landed near Naruto. Don't be coy, Naruto said as small explosions took place on Yagura's body, making him come to his knees. What ho? How did you? Yagura said, frustrated. My last attack explodes when I tell it to, Naruto said. No, how did you deactivate my version 2 inches? Yagura shouted. Easy, I knew the exact weak points of the V2 since I'm a Jinchuriki as well, but sadly you won't be for long. Shadow clone jutsu. You go stand near Yagura, receiving a nod from the clone. Fuinjutsu enhanced locking barrier, he said, making a barrier around Naruto clone and Yagura, who was unable to stand. Advanced tailed beast extraction. Jutsu, sorry, I have plans for Yagura, the clone said. Slamming his fingers on the seal and pulled out the tailed beast. Fuinjutsu Oji. Advanced four-corner ceiling barrier. Naruto said, making the ground where the clone and Yagura was. The clone quickly kicked Yagura, sending him back, and jumped to the middle, which was glowing white, and went right through. Soon the Sanbi, which was clashing from one wall to other of the barrier, went through as well, and Naruto closed the barrier as he went near Yagura. With the clone landed in a beautiful grassed meadow with lots of flowers, a huge sea. It felt so peaceful here. He really had created a masterpiece, a connection with another dimension. If Orochimaru and the Uzumakis didn't experiment on this, he never would have achieved it so soon. The clone looked up, seeing Sanbi coming down from the sky and landing in the sea. What's going on? Where am I? Who are you? And where's my host? Answer me, mortal. Sanbi demanded. He was very close with Yagura. He was the first one to ever try to be friends with him. Calm down, I'll let Kurama explain everything, said the clone, handing the gear to Kurama, making the clone's eyes blood red and silted. Isobu, it's been too long, my brother, Kurama greeted. Kurama, is that your host you're taking over? Che, I see you and just see scum now, Kurama. I can't believe father loved you more than us, Isobu said disgustedly. I am not controlling this one, brother. We have a deal and our father never wanted us to be tools for war either, brother. I have finally got the chance to free us from being tools, like you, brother. I helped you. You were just being used by that host that you're showing so much concern for. No, Yagura is a peaceful person. He would never use me for war. One would know. I've been with him his entire life, Kurama. Isobu shouted. What, he waged war on all the bloodline clans in Kurigakure? Can't you remember you were there? Kurama countered. Wah. My head, I remember looking at a pair of red eyes through Yagura's eyes and blank, Isobu said, trying to remember. Red eyes, that bastard, not only me but my brother as well. Madara, you're dead meat. I will take my leave for now, brother. Soon the others will join us here in this world of peace, as Kurama poofed. Madara, a person able to control one of us has to be a relative of father fallen to the dark. Be careful, brother. Back with Naruto. Now to seal the Sanbi's chakra inside Yagura and put chakra seals on him, Naruto thought as he walked towards Yagura, but stopped when he saw a flash of Sharingan in Yagura's eyes, and then it shattered. What in the world was that? That was the Genjutsu, said. The Sharingan casts on the enemy to control them, like the one cast on me to attack your village. Kid, before sending me to that world, I want to see that person dying with I mean your eyes, Kurama said. Great, that's one more thing to my to-do list. Why does it seem like all my life I'm doing things for other people? That's the life of a ninja on the side of good, kid. I think Yagura would be useful now that he's out of the Genjutsu. We can use him and the other 7 as well. Wait, you're telling me to create an army? I have to be inside Konoha. Not if you a Sanin that you can easily become. Smartass. Naruto said as he saw Yagura waking up. Well, morning, Yagura, Naruto said with a smile. Kill me, Yagura said weakly. Number, Naruto said frankly. So he remembers everything. This will be easier than I thought. Why, look at what I have done to my village. I can't live with myself, he said. And that is exactly why you have to make sure this does not happen again, that no one else is caught in the same web as you did. Make Kiri proud, earn their trust, and maybe they will let you come back, Naruto said calmly. How can I do it when I'm so weak? You will have my help and others like us after I remove their bijus of chaos. Now let me help. Fuinjutsu. Chakra purification seal. There you'll heal soon and gain all the leftover Sanbi's chakra will be made your own. I want you to go to Taki and Iwa and meet the Jinchurikis there while I go sort some things out in Konoha, and you'll be announced dead, so keep it low, Naruto said, gaining a nod from Yagura as Naruto stood up and left toward the capital. Capital. Mai-sama, the troops here has surrendered as well, said Pakura. Good, let's just hope Naruto-san wins, Mai said. Your wish has been granted, a voice called from behind. Quote exclamation mark. Naruto, how did it go? Mai and Pakura said. Incinerated turtle check. Naruto said with a smile. The war is over, Yagura is no more, Mai announced. Yeah. Hori. And many other types of cheers was heard around Kiri. 1 week later, Kiri had stabilized. The daimyo was dealt with and moving to prosperity with the help of Gato Corps, or now Uzumaki Corps in Wave, which is owned by Naruto. Naruto was named Kiri's ambassador in Konoha and Naruto left a day before. I have one more month before Chunin exams, so let's head to Taki, Naruto said to Yagura as they moved of. Time skip next Chunin exams. The changing history the Chunin exams. Naruto, thanks for helping us, Kurama said. Hey, what are friends for, and you're one of the very few that I have, Naruto answered with a sad smile. Naruto, when we are gone, do you have any way to contact me? I mean us, Kurama said. No, I mean I could, but I would rather not. I mean any loopholes and any seal master can find a way to get to you guys, Naruto answered honestly. There's one way. You see, I got caught up speaking to Sun and the others and we have decided to help you, Kurama stated. Naruto raised a brow. How can you help me from all the way over there? He asked. 2 words, summoning contract, Kurama said with the slightest smirk seen to man. What, you have a summoning contract and here I thought we were friends, Naruto said, mock hurt. Foolish kid, when have I ever said that I'm your friend? But no, we don't. That's why you'll make one so we can choose who to help and who to not, Kurama said. You didn't disagree the first time, he said with a smirk. Kurama's shouts. In an unknown location 2 weeks ago. Zetsu senpai, why so down senpai? Tell Toby. Toby will comfort you cause Toby is a good boy, said Toby in a childish voice. Toby, we have bad news. The Nanabi has disappeared just like the Sanbi, no trail, no chakra fluctuations. It's as if they're dead for real. We can't find any proof of it would be reborn. However, unlike the Sanbi, the Nanabi disappeared after Taki was destroyed. So another one joins the club of unretrievable, Pain spoke from behind them. Don't worries, Pain, I have a plan. We'll have to get Orochimaru to join. He's the only one with the revival technique. We'll summon a previous container and extract it from it, Toby said with confidence. But he's planning the war on Konoha right now. I don't think he'll leave years of his planning for us, Zetsu's voiced. Then we'll just have to wait till he is, Toby said before leaving in a spiral. Now in Konoha. The blood clone was having a hard time. He was watching Sasuke getting his ass handed to him by the guy Junior. Oh no, that not what's giving him a hard time. Sakura, who was next to him, was yelling near his ear to go help Sasuke and for Lee to stop hurting her Sasuke-kun when he was under so much stress. You see, Orochimaru had arrived earlier than planned and was staying the base, meaning he had to train elsewhere, which was difficult as Kakashi was always calling the team over to train Sasuke for the Chunin exams. Kakashi was the only amusement that the clone had the past month, as Kakashi was trying to help Sasuke unlock his Sharingan, and which had almost killed Sasuke once or twice, but being an arrogant ass he had to look cool, so he was sent to the hospital by the next exercise. And if that was not worse enough, the spy Kabuto was following Team 7 trying to acquire information for Orochimaru, so he had to keep his skills minimum. Yosh, I did it, Guy Sensei, Lee shouted as Sasuke was seen beaten like a punching bag. Magically, Guy arrived with a dynamic entry to Sakura's head while she was running to hit Lee for hurting her, Sasuke-kun. Good work, Lee, you have beaten my rival's strongest student. I'm proud of you, Lee. As they began hugging and making an unbreakable genjutsu from the power of youth, making Naruto wonder if the power of youth is stronger than nature. Naruto dismissed the thought and made a clone to carry his teammates to the exam hall. Once he reached the room, he saw the copycat ninja, Kakashi Hatake, who took his eyes off his book to ask what happened to his teammates, and Naruto was forced to recollect the troublesome memory and narration. Then Kakashi used a small healing technique he had copied over the years to heal the two. Time skip 1 boring exam later. Naruto is smart. Now inside the forest of death, Naruto was just blown away by a wind jutsu and saw a medium-sized survivor of the evil snakes come at him, who was dealt with by a wind release, and headed toward Sasuke and Sakura before they lost their lives. Back with Lord Arrogant, he was not happy that this woman had come and blown Naruto away without a warning and was not agreeing to give him her scroll for her life. How dare she? Obviously she had a death wish, as her life was now forfeited. He ran towards the girl with all his speed, which was godly, and swigged a punch that could rival Tsunade's own, but to his shock the punch was easily caught by the stupid girl. So weak, your speed is barely over Genin, and so is the punch. Let's give you another chance. Come at me with your best shot and this time use your Sharingan, the woman ordered. Che, as if I'll need it for a weak person like you, he said as he rushed again only to be kicked to a tree. Again, take this seriously, she said, only the same thing to happen again. Let's do this. I'll give you enough power to kill Itachi if you're able to land a blow on me, she said, trying to motivate him. Hyaaa. Gua. Sasuke's sound vibrated through the forest. Quote, comma dot. You. No way, you have yet to activate your Sharingan, don't you? She said with clear anger in her eyes. Quote, comma dot quote. Sasuke said as he glared at her weakly. Worthless. I guess Itachi was right, he let you go because you're too weak to waste time to kill, as she turned to leave, leaving an anger in Sasuke so he might activate the Sharingan. Naruto's clone that was watching all this smiled. Everything was as planned. Orochimaru had left empty-handed. As Orochimaru made his way out of the area, the clone made itself known. Naruto, we're in the world where you look at what that stupid girl did to Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled. I was attacked by a snake. Where were you when this happened? He already knew the answer, but he had to make her believe that he was telling the truth. I froze, she said, looking down. That's the reason I trained Sakura, to protect those I care for and punish those that did me wrong. You are weak because you don't want to be strong, and unless you wake up from your perfect world, you'll be dead soon enough. The clone said, making Sakura cry as he picked up Sasuke and their scroll and fled. Soon Sakura came following. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto said as 10 clones came to view. Go and find Earth Scroll, he ordered as the clones took off in groups of 2. Somewhere in the Forest of Death, 3 people were seen, all of them wearing a light blue hood and a white mask with Kiri logo, which only part that could be seen was their mouths. This team was here led by Raiga and Renmara, a heavy assault team. These 3 were currently seen taking among themselves, with the sound team lying dead on the ground. Hee hee, how lucky we got the scroll, a girl said. You seem excited, Naomi, a boy said. Yes, this is so much fun, the now named Naomi said. Well guys, let's move or Raiga-sensei will get angry, the third one said. Sato-kun, you spoil sport, you even made us kill them so fast. Naomi whined. Reo, let's move, Sato said, completely ignoring Naomi as they took off. What? Hey, Sato-kun, Reo-kun, wait for me, she said as she followed them. Preliminary stage. For those who think I'm going too fast, you're right, but I want to part soon as I'm free for a few days and I'm trying to write it fast before college starts next at Saturday. Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, Kiba, Hinata, Shino, Kabuto, Yoroi, Masumi, Gaara, Tamari, Kankuro, Lee, Tenten, Neji, Reo, Naomi, Sato, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji were present in the arena waiting for the Hokage to send them home, only to know that they had to fight now. Kabuto quickly pulled his name back, making the numbers equal to 9 matches. Reo of Kiri vs. Masumi of Kohono. Reo jumped down to the ground as he saw his name. This was a chance to Kiri, proud he thought. You should give up, I have more skill and experience than you do, you're clearly at a disadvantage, Masumi warned. Begin. Gecko Hayate announced. Water release. Water Dragon Jutsu. As a huge water dragon shot out of Rio's mouth, making Masumi jump out of the way and ran towards him, wrapping himself around Reo like a snake. Give up or I'll snap your neck, Masumi ordered. How about? No, he said as he turned into water. Water clone, when did he? As Masumi started to search for him. That boy, did he just? I see, so he's a Hazuka, huh? The old Cage theorized as he watched the water rays in form of Reo again. Water gun technique, Reo said, shooting a concentrated water bullet through the chest of Masumi, killing him. Winner Reo, Hayate said. Naruto of Kohono vs. Shikamaru of Kohono. Naruto, let's get ready for a battle of brains, Shikamaru said with an excitement that was not seen in any Nara before him. Begin. Gecko announced. Naruto quickly did a clone technique, making 4 clones and sending them to keep Shikamaru busy while he thought of a plan. Shit. Ninja art. Shadow Strangle Jutsu, Shikamaru said as his shadow grew and strangled the shadow clones. Shadow imitation technique, he said as his shadow grew again. but Naruto had not moved as the shadow came close enough. Naruto threw a shuriken at Shikamaru, making Shika lose focus. Damn it, Proctor, I give up, he knows too much about the shadow techniques. Winner Naruto Uzumaki, Hayate said. Neji of Konoha vs. Hinata of Konoha. The fight was good, there were various blows delivered, but Neji was faster, older and focused, which Hinata was not. Naruto saw the hesitation to hurt in every move she took. She was holding back, but Neji came at full power, and so the winner was Neji and Hinata was hospitalized. Kankuro of Sand vs. Naomi of Kiri. Be careful, Naomi, he's strong, Sato warned. Hi Sato-kun, Naomi said as she made her way to the arena. Begin, Gecko said. Kankuro took a kunai and threw it towards Naomi. Give up, you're no matched for me, he said. Says the guy who wears girly makeup, she countered, making Kankuro to run towards the girl, planning to beat some sense into her. Poof. Kankuro and everyone else but Kiri's team was shocked at what the girl had unsealed from her palm. That's the splash sword. Quote, Proctor, I give up. Kankuro said while he was embarrassed that sword would destroy all his puppets with only one hit. Winner Naomi, Hayate announced. Sasuke of Konoha vs. Kiba of Konoha. Sasuke smirked as he made his way into the stage. Give it up, Kiba, you and your mutt won't win, you do not stand a chance against an elite Uchiha. I thought elite Uchihas have the Sharingan unlike you, Kiba mocked. How dare you, you're nothing compared to a true Uchiha. Sasuke shouted. Maybe, but you're not a true Uchiha unless you activate your Sharingan right, Kiba mused. On the balcony, Kakashi was watching the match very closely. Sasuke, he's trying make you angry, he said under the breath, but not loud enough to let Sasuke hear, as it was against the rules to do so. It's not trying, Kakashi, he has made the boy angry, said a smiling Kurenai. Quote, was Kakashi's response, who was wondering if he really was similar to him or Obito now. That's enough, are you two ready? Begin, Gecko said to the contestants. Sasuke attacked head on. You'd think he'd learn after the 4th time he got his ass handed to him. Kiba was waiting for the right time as Sasuke came into range and kicked Sasuke, sending him back. He's faster than me, I'll have to use number as my advantage. Akamaru, let's go. Man beast clone, he said, making Akamaru. Sasuke got up and charged back at Kiba, but it would seem that they worked very well together. Che, take this. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu, sending a big fireball at the Kiba. Akamaru dodge. As Kiba pushed Akamaru out of the way, taking the attack head on. Medics. Winner Sasuke. Sato of Kiri vs. Yoroi of Konoha. Both the contestants were walking down the stairs. Sato was completely calm while Yoroi was a little frustrated. Yoroi was no fool, he knew that this Kiri team was dangerous. He had to plan. He quickly took a shuriken and threw it towards him. Cage shuriken no jutsu, he whispered as the shuriken multiplied. Wind release. Great breakthrough, as all the shurikens was blown away as he seemingly disappeared and appearing behind Yoroi. Wind release. Tornado fist as he hit Yoroi with his hand, which had many wind spirals rotating on his wrist. The hit sent Yoroi flying and plaster on a wall. That's at least in a high B to a low A level jutsu, Hokage thought. Winner Sato, Hayate announced. Sakura of Konoha vs. Ino of Konoha. Same as canon. Gaara of Sand vs. Lee of Konoha. Same as canon. Tenten of Konoha vs. Tamari of Sand. Same as canon. Shino of Konoha vs. Choji of Konoha. Begin. Multi-size technique. Arm, Choji said as his arm turned huge. Take this, as he tried to punch Shino only and to turn out to be an insect clone. Iron Mountain leaning. A voice called from behind Choji, turn only to see 2 Shinos as they tackled him, sending him flying. No, I can't lose, Choji said as he got up. Flashback. Asuma just saw Ino's match end in a draw and Shikamaru giving up. The only one from his team left was Choji. He needed to make sure that Choji wins, but how he could not do anything to give him an unfair advantage. That's it. Choji, win the preliminaries and I'll pay to give you an all-you-can-eat in the restaurant that you want, Asuma said. Asuma turned to see Choji, who was drooling and felt his wallet empty. No, maybe he'll even be in debt after this. Was it a good idea? Damn it, no taking back now. Flashback end. Hiya multi-size technique. Ball, Choji said as he expanded, making him turn to a more round figure. Human bullet tank, as Choji started to roll towards Shino. Shino jumped out of the way at the last moment to making Choji crash into a wall. Choji stopped spinning for a few seconds before starting again. Proctor, I give up. It would be illogical to continue while he's spinning. I can't do many jutsus, Shino explained. Winner Choji, Gecko announced. No, damn it, Choji. How do I get out of this one? If I do give him the all-you-can-eat, my date with Kurenai is ruined. Maybe I should postpone the all-you-can-eat until the end of the Chunin exams are over and take some good-paying missions, Asuma thought. So Asuma, you won the bet. Where are you taking me out? Kurenai whispered. Well, I thought maybe you'd like to pick a place, he whispered back. Well, everyone please come forward one by one and take a piece of paper from the box and read the number to everyone. The people that gets 1 and 2 will fight and so on, but due to the uneven number of contestants, number 7, 8 and 9 will have a battle royal. Now come 1. Naruto. 8. Sato. 6. Choji. 3. Sasuke. 5. Neji. 1. Gaara. 9. Reo. 2. Naomi. 7. Temari. 4. Okay, here are the lineups. Match 1. Neji vs. Reo. Match 2. Choji vs. Temari. Match 3. Sasuke vs. Sato. Match 4. Triple threat Naomi vs. Naruto vs. Gaara. Dear contestants that made it through to the final part of the exam, congratulations, and do not worry, I will not be taking much of your time. The third exams will be held after 1 month break. Why so, Hokage-sama? Naomi said innocently. This 1 month break is given for you to heal, train, and for the cages of your respective countries to arrive, he said once more. Seeing no one else ask any questions, he dismissed them. Outside, the Mist team was waiting for their sensei when they saw a familiar face walking towards them. Hey look, it's that stupid old guy that gave up after the Forest of Death. So sad is the 7th, 8th time he's failed. I pity you, stranger-san, Naomi called out. Well, it's okay, but if you won't stop talking about it, that I don't think I'll be able to forget Ninja-san, Kabuto said while thinking. Stupid girl, what is she? 3. If these 3 hadn't interested Orochimaru-sama, you'd be dead and that blade would be in my hands. Ah, sorry old man-san, she apologized. I'm not that old, you know, he said. What are you guys doing here? A voice called from behind them, which turned out to be Raiga with Renmara riding on his back. Well, seems like you're busy. See you later. Please refrain from spying on us during the 1 month break or we might have to make you Kabuto-san, Reo stated. Ha ha ha, yeah, don't worry about me, Kabuto laughed as he took his leave. A week later, in an remote training arena, the clone Naruto was seen practicing his real skills, only to stop when he sensed the person coming towards him. Well, look who it is, the Kohona Nin. What may you be doing in the training ground assigned to us? Sato said as he stopped walking. Well, since Orochimaru is staying at the base, I thought this was the best place to train. Hey, you're getting better at sensing. Good work, fill me up would you? I don't want to do the whole jutsu again. Hi Naruto-sama, the clone said, starting to tell him every detail. I see, go to Kakashi and find out if he's training both of you or just Sasuke again, and we can plan more about the plan later, the real Naruto said. Hi, the clone said as he took off with Kakashi. Kakashi was worried. The council was furious when they heard about the news that their precious Uchiha had not awakened the Sharingan. Well, the civilians, but that does not matter. He was ordered to make sure that Sasuke awakened the Sharingan and not focus on anything else. He knew what that meant. It was their short form for, don't you dare teach the demon anything, but he had received an order he had to obey. Especially, the Hokage was busy with Enko due to her encounter with the Rouge Sannin, meaning there was no way to fight against, but that was not new. The Sandaime was too old now. He was not able to fight the council, not anymore. Kakashi-sensei, a voice called from behind which he was too familiar with. Naruto, what are doing here? Kakashi asked, but inside he already knew the answer. Sensei, when's the training beginning? Naruto said, looking very hopeful. I have some work to do, Naruto. He said. You're training Sasuke again, huh? Naruto said. I am, but don't worry, I got you an even better teacher than me, he said as he introduced Ebisu. Truth was, this was also one of the council's suggestions, but he didn't know why. So the person who hates me openly is your choice to teach me, after only teaching Sasuke in the Genin team and choosing to teach Sasuke again now. I didn't think you would stoop so low, Naruto said as he took off. Kakashi could only stand there shocked and feeling painfully guilty. I really haven't taught them anything, have I? Damn it, due to real Naruto's appearance in the wave arc they did not learn the tree walking, and I say teamwork is the most important. What would Obito and Sensei say if they see me like this? No, I already know what Obito would say, I'm worse than trash. Naruto, I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you, he thought as he turned to Ebisu. You may leave, he said as Ebisu nodded and walked away, leaving Kakashi, who was cursing his own actions. With the clone. The clone was made to be a person very difficult to get on the nerves of, but today Kakashi had done that. He was not angry for him, no, he knew that he was just a clone, a manifestation of the will of his master. It was this master that he was so worried about. If his master had not found the base, his master may had to go through all that favoritism of the person not even worthy of being called a sensei. Kakashi, don't let your guard down during the invasion or I might just be tempted to kill you, the clone thought, making its way to his master. With the Hokage. So they ordered Kakashi to train Sasuke to activate and master the Sharingan and give Naruto to Ebisu, the old man said as he watched the reports of the Anbu that was inside the room to protect the member if anything may happen and silently report all that happens to the Hokage if he's not present. Damn council, you are ruining the life of a boy that has potential to stand on the same ground as the sage of the six paths, maybe even more. No, I can't let them shun the boy's growth, as he signaled the Anbu to arrive. Hokage-sama, the cat-masked Anbu said. Cat, I know. It must be hard time for you after what happened, but I have a mission for you, the old man said. For those who wonder why I call him old man and not Hokage is because after reading some dark Naruto fics I found that he really is too weak, too old to be Hokage, since he couldn't stop the civilians from not selling thing to him, from kicking him out of the orphanage, and still had the guts to face Naruto. And no, I will not let him die. I have better plans to make him suffer, make him feel how weak he is. This is non-negotiable. I changed a lot and still will for the readers, but I can't change this. It already in action in the next chapter. He died like a ninja, Hokage-sama. I have no complaints, Kat said, but she was teary under the mask. I want you to find Jiraiya. It about time he starts to get to know his godson, the old man said, handing Kat the scroll as she nodded and used leaf shunshin to leave. In the hot springs, a super perverted man was currently doing what he loved to do most, peeping. He had been caught and beaten to an inch of his life by the girls from all around the world for doing so, but the pervert had a unique will to never give up. This was when Kat saw him peeping. Now Kat had two options in front of her: either give him the scroll and leave, or tell the girls and join them to release some stress. No, two it is. Pervert, shouted Kat as Jiraiya fell on the ground and turned around to see a cat-masked Anbu. Damn, pretty girls were about to come in. Suddenly a huge mob of women appeared and started to kick the pervert's ass, with Kat joining them. After the mob left, Jiraiya was seen beaten to a pulp with Kat standing near him feeling satisfied. Jiraiya-sama, I have a message from the Hokage, Kat said as she saw Jiraiya trying to stand. Hand it over. A little irritated that she busted him. After reading the scroll, it's been 12 years since that. I guess I should at least get to know him a bit. Walking away from the hot springs, leaving Kat wondering what made him so serious. Now where do I find him in this huge village? Sign. I guess the old man is the only one who can tell me for sure with that ball of his, that is. Hokage Tower. Hokage-sama, I have done as requested. The message was passed. The only disturbance was a mob attack on him, but nothing out of the ordinary, reported Kat. Chase says the one that called the girls in the first place, Jiraiya said as he climbed up from the window. Sorry Jiraiya-sama, but I too am a girl and you were in the ladies' area, said Kat without a drop of sorry in her voice. That's enough, you two. Kat, you may take your leave, the old man said. Hi, Kat said as she left. So Jiraiya, what brought you to Konoha? Orochimaru is the cage of that new village called Sound. I heard they had a team in the exams and came to warn you, the old pervert said. Yes, there was a team from Sound, but they were killed by the team from Kiri, the old man said. Kiri. Didn't they just finish their bloodline wars? Are they already sending a team? The pervert asked. Yes, but just one. They're a strong bunch too. Must be handpicked, the old man said. Man, I heard Kiri was reaching full power in an alarming rate. They have already started taking jobs see to and don't waste their time in these. Every genin hopefuls are put through Chunin level training. And that's not all. They say the economy is also blooming. Some Uzumaki core is helping them stand again, Jiraiya said. Yes, the Uzumaki core that was previously Gato Inc. Team 7 encountered the owner in the wave when he took over the place. His name was Uzumaki Yari, a true Uzumaki. It would seem Kakashi was there at the time, but we were not able to tell the level of his seal mastery, but his skill with the sword was on par with Kushina's own. And not just that, they recently took over with one of the companies in the village. They were a great hit and made a very big name, the safety seals, and was selling in only Konoha, but due to being taken over, all the nations have access to it. They have a lot of dealings with the businesses in Konoha and have some land too. He seems to be buying land in other nations as well, starting small business and new factories. Yari is quite smart guy. The Uzumaki core will be a huge company one day. So does he have a village? He asked. We don't know. Everything about him is unknown, the old man replied. I'll see what I can find on him, sensei, Jiraiya said, moving towards the window. Are you going to run away again, Jiraiya? This stopped Jiraiya in his tracks. The old man was right. He was trying to run away, not from the responsibility, from the pain from seeing the face of Naruto that looked just like his father's copy with whiskers. Hey, I guess I can't run forever, huh? Where is he, by the way, sensei? He asked. He's at the Hokage mountain on top of the head of your student. He says he can think more calmly there, old man said. Ironic, isn't it? Well, I'll meet him tomorrow, Jiraiya said as he left. On top of the 4th head. The clone was just back from the morning routine that started at 5 a.m. and finished about 13 p.m. 2 more weeks till the finals. 2 weeks until the fight with Gaara and Naomi. He had to think of a plan right now. The both of them were to attack Gaara at once, but the sand was a huge problem and that he was completely insane. This was going to be hard. You seem worried, boy, a voice called, which shocked and annoyed him a little. Che, I let my guard down. Che, shut it, old man, go get drunk somewhere, the clone said, shooing him. Ha 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 ha, as much as I'd like that. That's not what I'm here for, you, Jiraiya said, reveling himself. So are you committing suicide? Good for you, Naruto said. Jiraiya face drops. Come on, kid, do you really think someone like me would do something like that? Let's see. Old check. Perverted or a check. I have a 100% guarantee that you're not married, and I'm almost sure you're a virgin, so yeah, the clone said in a calm voice. During the entire time Jiraiya had his head down, but anger kicked in when he said the secret words, why you're so dead, brat, Jiraiya said as he ran after toward Naruto, and he ran away at full speed to get away only to be caught and get a hard boing to the head. Che, listen, brat, I don't know how smart you are. You say you don't know that I'm a Sannin, but you know everything else about me, Jiraiya says angrily. So you don't deny that you're still a virgin, he said as he used substitution technique to run away. Na Erutu oh. Jiraiya's shout was voiced through the village as he ran through it trying to find him. 5 hours later, Naruto was sitting on top the 4th head again when he saw a tired Jiraiya approaching him. Finally tired of chasing me, the clone said with a smile. I'm going get back at you one of these days, brat, Jiraiya said, taking long breaths. Keep on dreaming, the clone said with a smirk. Hey, overconfidence is not good, brat, Jiraiya. Don't worry, pervert, I know my limits, he said. Oh, and what's your limits? The pervert asked. Why do you want to know? He said cautiously. Well, if I'm going to teach you, I at least need to know them, right? The pervert answered. Why do you want to teach me? Well, I guess right now is as good as any. Naruto Uzumaki, I am the Toad Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya, and your godfather. The clone was speechless. As this person telling the truth? He was his master's godfather. This man abandoned him for all his life and had the nerve to try to come in front of his master. Why? He asked, his anger boiling. I'm the spymaster of the village Naruto. I have to be out of the village a lot, Jiraiya tried to explain. That does not mean you couldn't even visit, the clone said, getting more angry at his excuses. I've been busy, Jiraiya started but was interrupted. Don't you dare lie to me. I know how spy system works. You have to report every 2 months to the Hokage, the clone shouted. Jiraiya dropped his head, unable to face Naruto. He was right. Both as a spymaster and a Sannin, they must present a report on the activities or problems they encountered personally or by letter, for which he had come to the village for many times, but he just couldn't bring himself to meet the boy and left soon after, hoping to have more courage next time. Every time he really wishing he had gone. He had hoped to calm Naruto's anger by telling him it was duty, but he was seen through. Naruto, I'll make it up to you. Please give me another chance, Jiraiya begged. No, I don't give or take any chances, not since I was 5 inches, he answered coldly, making Jiraiya flinch. He had heard about that incident, but at the time was hot on the trail of Orochimaru, but it only turned out to be a fake trail, and by then everything had passed. Forget about it, Jiraiya. I want to have nothing to do with you, as he took of. Single quote, comma, dot, dot. I'm sorry, Minato. Kushina, I failed the one thing you trusted me to do, to be there when he was alone, when he was being glared at, and his ups and downs. I failed everyone, a weeping Jiraiya thought. After the 1-month break, main arena. Okay everyone, I hope you're all familiar with the rules in the preliminaries. Rules good, same rules, but no ruthless killing. It may frighten the civilian crowd. Now my name is Genma Shiranui, but you can call me Genma now. Any questions? The new proctor said. One, where's the old one? Reo said. Dead, like we all will be one day. We can only hope to die as honorably as he did, said Genma, thinking of the times he spent with Gecko. Contestants for the first match are Neji, Hyuga and Reo. These two stay. Others, please make your way to the contestants area, he instructed, pulling himself out of the memories. You should give up. You can't beat me. Fate has already decided this, Neji said. You really have problems. Kiri was deemed doomed by fate after the civil war. Look at us now. We are at 86% of our previous power, all on our will. Remember this, a person with a will strong enough can even defeat fate, Reo said. In the cage's bench. He's quite mature for a boy his age, the cage-less Orochimaru said. War has a way of making people mature so quickly that they don't even get to enjoy their childhood, the old man said. True, Kiri has been through a lot, but they're raising through at amazing rates, isn't it? Mizukage Dono, the cage said. Yes, the Uzumaki Corps helped out a lot from donations, loans, transportation of goods at low prices, you name it, Mei said with a smile. Naruto had not asked for much unless to borrow a jonin so that he could enter the exams and borrow their name. Mei of course thought, why decline the coming fame? Yeah, them, I heard a lot about them. They're buying land across nations. Even in Suna thought we welcome the extra income. We can't help but be worried about their raising power, the cage said. He was really curious. I even heard the leader is an S-rank ninja so strong to kill Yagura without being seriously injured. Makes you wonder why he buys so many lands, the old man said. That I don't know, but Kiri supports them all the way and are stabilizing their friendships with Kumo and Iwa by providing women safety from that, Mei said, as it seemed like they were seeing Uzumaki Corps as something that should be destroyed. Quote, comma, dot, quote. The old man had not really been planning to take down a company like that. This company's head was an Uzumaki and the elders wanted him in Konoha after the reports, and the civilian council joined after the takeover. The safety seals, the word was they had much better seals that they're not sure if they should sell or not. Arena battleground. Well, if you two are done with the petty arguments, shall we start? Genma asked, looking bored. Hey, of course I'm ready. I have fate on my side, Neji said cockily. I'm ready too, Reo said, not sounding the least bit caring. Okay, so let the battle begin, Genma shouted and jumped a few meters back to give them some space. Water release. Gunshot, Reo said, sending rapid gunshots towards Neji. Hey, I'll show you why fate choose me. 8 trigrams palm rotation. As he started rotating, the chakra rotation was strong enough to withstand the jutsu that Reo was using, so he switched tactics. Well, look at you going all fate when you don't believe in it at all. Did you steal the main branch's jutsu attempting to kill the Hyuga heiress? You really do have a nut loose, you know, Ryo said, trying to make him angry, and it worked. You have no idea of the life. But was stopped by the killing intent Ryo was releasing. Now Ryo was a very calm man. He was Yagura after all, a ex-cage, but there are thing that gets on his nerves. Don't finish that sentence, bastard. Kiri have been in a war for so long. They've seen so many family and friends die, and you are going on about fate. Asshole, you have had a happy life compared to some others I know. They were shunned, beaten, not thought well, kicked out of shops. They had to eat out of garbage cans and still have more will to fight for their right. I'm done taking easy on you. I'll show no mercy, Ryo said angrily. Water style. Exploding water shock wave, Ryo said as a huge fountain of water started pour out of his mouth so fast that Neji had to jump back to survive the wave, but it still caught him, send him back. Che, it's not going to do you any good. I will win, Neji declared. You're delusional. My element covers this ground, Ryo said calmly. So what? I can water walk, you know, Neji said, walking on water like Ryo was. Let me show you what I mean. Water release. 5 feeding. Snakes. The jutsu is the same as sharks, just with snakes. You know, Naruto likes snakes, so he altered them a bit, he said with a sign. Naruto had made him learn Kisami's water jutsus that might be useful, as well as the ability he got from Sanbi, which resembles the Hazuka hydration technique and allowed him to use it. It's like a combination of water replacement and hydration through. I don't know if there's much difference. I just want him to use the great jutsus. Shit, this is bad. I can't use Kaden and walk on water at the same time. Does not have the control. I have to take him down before these things catch up to me, he thought while running like crazy trying to get closer to Ryo. Finally, take this, water freak, Neji said as he fisted Ryo with a gentle fist, making the snakes turn to water. You were a good fight, but Neji is water tentacles wrapped around his hands and legs, making him immobile. You are too cocky, Hyuga, and so you don't make the same mistake again. I'll just castrate you. Consider it a favor for what I would have done if you weren't dead in manga, he said as lots of water clone rose and took part in the beatdown of the Hyuga. Winner Ryo of Kiri. Okay, second match contestants as requested. The stadium has been cleaned, but we were not able to clean it all, the proctor said as puddles were seen everywhere. I can't use bullet tank in this place, so hands will have to do. Choji. Ready. Begin. The match started as Tamari jumped back and took her fan out, trying to finish this early. Multi-size technique. Arms, as both his arms grew and ran toward Tamari, who used her fan to make a gust of wind, making Choji fall down. The wind took me off balance. No sensei looked so happy when I made it here, boasting I will win for them. For my team, Choji thought as he took a green-colored ball from his pocket. Dad told me not to take any color but green in these exams. Watch me, Dad, as he ate it and stood up. He rushed towards Tamari, who was readying her second. Why not end it now? Sickle weasel technique, making Choji go up in a tornado. She then jumped up, planning finish it when Choji was falling. She slashed the closed fan towards Choji only for him to catch it with ease. You fell for it, Choji said. He pulled the fan and punched her to the ground, making a small crater. I have no hate for Tamari, heck, she's hot, but it was an inky pinky pooly choice of win. Winner Choji Akamichi. Next up is the third match. This match is between Sato and Uchiha Sasuke. Contestants, please make your way through the arena, Genma announced as the crowd started cheering and started to bet on the Uchiha, who has yet to arrive, while Raiga was betting on Sato, Naruto, like there's no tomorrow. Where is the Uchiha? Genma asked, not seeing the Uchiha at the arena. Just then the people that were waiting for the name jumped out, acting cool. These two were training this pose since yesterday, the duo Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Sasuke. Sorry, are we late? Just made it. It's his turn now, get off the field, Kakashi, Genma said, annoyed. Kakashi quickly used Leaf Shunshin to get near the Hokage and whispered something later. Okay, contestants, ready. Begin. Genma stated. Give up, AD. Sasuke started but was unable to finish as something hit him on the head and he lost his balance. What was that? He said, looking everywhere for what, only to see it to be a pebble. You howdy. He was able to say as he was hit again. Damn it. as he angrily threw the pebbles back but were easily caught by Sato. Thanks for giving them back. As he started to throw pebbles again, not one missed its target. You think these pebbles will defeat me? Pow, Sasuke said before he was sent flying. Huh, can't see a pebble coming, can't see my fist coming. Are you really an Uchiha? Sato said, sounding very serious. I'll show you, Sasuke said as he rushed at Sato at speed similar to Lee's with his weights on. Finally, Sato mused as the god locked in a fight of taijutsu. They were great, the pace was evenly matched as they placed their blows. Although their styles were completely different, they were perfectly in sync with each other. Or so you think? Sato was getting bored of holding back. Let's take things up a notch, Sato said. Sasuke smiled. I thought you'd never ask. As they jumped back, both going through hand signs. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Sasuke finished. Fire release. Great flame bullets. Sato shouted as the two released their flames at their opponent. The jutsus clashed and Sasuke's huge ball of fire and Sato's bullets of flame fought for dominance, but alas, quantity took best over the quality and showered over Sasuke, who used substitution to exchange with a log a nearby tree. Come on Uchiha, no need to hide. As he unsealed a seal on his right arm with turned to be a katana, just a regular normal one used by armatures, but it was enough for this fight. Wind release. Wind walk, he thought as he disappeared from sight. In the benches. So not only good at wind but also fire, a dangerous combo if they can use them well, Kakashi mused. So the brats are actually good. He used strong wind in the preliminaries and using fire now. Orochimaru-sama was right, I'll have to approach them during the invasion, Kabuto whispered to himself as he took the stance in the arena as an Anbu captain. In the arena, the next thing everyone saw was Sasuke falling from the sky. Gwa damn it, Sasuke said as he tried to rise but stopped when he felt a blade at his neck. Give up, Sato ordered as Sasuke growled. Winner Sato, Genma announced. Cage benches. Another victory for Kiri. Huh, that's Konoha 1 and Kiri 2. Hey, I guess Suna's next. Huh. Orochimaru spoke. Don't count Naruto out, he's the strongest of the genin and the smartest too, Hokage said with a smile. Naomi is as strong as the other two. I hope what you're saying is true. She likes to play a lot, Mei said with a smirk as she had seen what Naomi did with the ninjas she tested her with. Those three are too strong. Why didn't you field promote them? Mizukage Dono, Orochimaru asked. I was going to, but with the Chunin exam that were coming and few genins in Kiri at the moment, I thought it would be best, and with an added bonus we get fame, she explained. Cunning Mei Dono, the old man said. Why thank you Hokage-sama. Look, the match is starting, Mei thanked and informed. On the ground. The final match of the first round between Naomi, Naruto and Gaara. Contestants, will you please make your way to the ground? Good, here are the special rules. You can work together on one opponent, but the fight will be last man standing. Okay, contestants ready, begin, Genma announced. The three stood in a triangle formation when Gaara sent his sand at both of them. Naruto jumped to dodge, but Naomi had another plan. She went through some hand signs and said, water release, gunshot, as she shot bullets that clashed with the sand, making it fall. Naomi is planed, I'll keep him distracted. Go prepare the jutsu, Naruto said as he formed 50 clones which charged at Gaara, who seemed to like destroying the clones though soon found it getting harder and harder. How are your clones getting so hard to hit? Gaara ordered. Simple, you're hitting all of the same way, Naruto answered. I see, then take this sand shuriken, said Gaara as he sent shurikens made from sand at Naruto and his clones. Naruto was able to dodge, but his clone weren't that lucky. I see you have more jutsus than which you showed at the preliminaries. Well, let's go something about that sand, shall we? Naomi, Naruto called, making Gaara's eyes widen. He had forgotten about the girl due to the clones' combos he had to block. Gaara turned to see a huge tsunami coming at him. Water release. Great waterfall technique, Naomi said as the water jutsu collided with Gaara's defense, making his sand wet. Now, Gaara heard Naruto's voice from the back. He turned to see about 10 clones running towards him. He shot his sand, but the water had made it too slow and hard to control, making them able to hit him, sending him flying. Blood. My blood! Gaara shouted madly as he saw the blood from his mouth. It's time, Kabuto thought as he activated the genjutsu, making most people in the arena wall asleep and smoke bombs to go up in the cage benches. The invasion of the Orochimaru. It's time. Kabuto thought as he activated the genjutsu, making most people in the arena wall asleep and smoke bombs to go up in the cage benches. Sand and Sound shinobi started attacking the arena, and the Jonins present were trying to save the people. Tamari and Konkuro both made their way to Gaara to get him out of the village, to the point where he must turn, only to be stopped by Reo and Naomi, leaving the half-possessed Gaara and Naruto clone to finish their fight. "Let's go all out, shall we, Gaara?" Naruto said. Sand shuriken. Gaara threw a barrage of sand shurikens. "Not going to work, wind release. Great breakthrough," the clone said, blowing the attack away. "Now to make an opening. Shadow clone jutsu," the clone said, creating 30 clone that raced towards Gaara, who started throwing more shurikens made from sand, but some made through making and grabbing Gaara's arms, while the original clone tried to use 5 elements seal on Gaara, but it turned out to be a sand clone. "What? Got you now, Uzumaki," Gaara shouted as he came from behind, sending a bunch of shurikens at the clone, who used substitution to get away. "Damn it, he can use jutsus in that form. I'll have to tire him out, but for that I'll have to take him out of here," Naruto thought. "Hey Gaara, catch me if you can," the clone shouted as he ran away. "Naruto, get back here and prove my existence," Gaara shouted before running after him. "Okay clones, I'll take him to the forest while you guys go protect the Ichirakus. We can't let them damage that stand," said the blood clone to the clones that he made just now as it took of with the real Naruto. On the other side, Reo, Naomi and Sato were sitting atop of the cage tower watching the invasion when Raiga and Mei landed on their backs. "Naruto-san, what are our orders?" Mei asked. Naruto slowly turned and faced Mei. "I see you were able to survive the barrier." "Yes, I had to act fast, but it was not that hard," she answered. "To answer your question, Mei-san, for the meantime we wait," turning back to face the village once more as Mei and Raiga nodded. With Sasuke. Sasuke was in the stadium restroom when the genjutsu had stuck and had come out to see the whole place at war. Naturally, no one would expect war to break out so suddenly. "I can prove myself," he thought as he ran off, fighting of the weaker people of the invasion. "Sasuke, good to see you fighting so bravely." Kakashi smiled even in the situation as he kicked another one down. "Yash. Your student's most youthful, Kakashi," Guy said as he caught 2 people that was coming by their heads and banged them hard, knocking them out cold. "Sensei, where's Naruto?" Sasuke asked. "I saw him leading Gaara out of the stadium a while back, must have taken him away from the crowd," Kakashi answered. "Kakashi, I think something's wrong. Look at the roof that where Dad was," Asuma stated as he stabbed another shinobi through the shoulder. "Sand and the Sound attacking together. This may be bad. We have finished this area and through the village and take down any invaders inside, then head and back the borders up," Kakashi voiced. "Troublesome shadow possession jutsu," Shikamaru said as he used the jutsu to catch the enemy shinobi, which were latter knocked out by Kurenai, who was not a taijutsu type. The forest. The clone was running deep within the forest with Gaara following closely behind, slowly getting more and more impatient as Shukaku kept shouting inside his head. "Uzumaki, stop being a coward, or are you too scared to face me?" Gaara said, trying to anger the clone to stop running and die by his hand, finally proving his existence. This should be far enough now to make him eat his words, the clone thought as he stopped running. Borders. The borders were currently under attack by a 3-headed snake, making it difficult to directly attack the enemies, and Anko was trying to use her own to stop the snake, but her snakes were too small to stop them and were being pushed back when Jiraiya appeared on top of Gamabunta, attacking the 3-headed snake. "Deal with the men, I'll deal with the snakes," Jiraiya said as he focused on the snake in front of him. "Bunta, give me some oil, fire release. Toad oil, flame bullet," as the toad released a geyser of oil while Jiraiya set it to flame, making the 3-headed snake burn to ashes. "Thanks, Jiraiya-sama, men defend the left," Ibiki ordered. "Back with the clone. Finally tired of running. Good, come here so I can rip your trout," Gaara said insanely. "Now why would I do that?" the clone said as he went through some seals before saying, "Fire release." Exploding fire bullets, shooting balls of fire at Gaara. "You think that enough, sand wall?" Gaara said, creating a wall of sand in front of him. Got you. The clone thought as the bullets hit the wall and exploded, creating a thick smoke that cleared to reveal completely unharmed Gaara. Good Uzumaki, more make me feel alive. Where are you hiding, Uzumaki? Gaara said when he realized that Naruto was no longer there. Right here. The clone said, grabbing from behind. Let's light things a bit, shall we, Gaara? The clone said before it exploded. How's that, Gaara, are you tired yet? The blood clone thought, hiding among the trees as he saw the smoke start to clear, showing Gaara as his sand falling from the damage it had received from the blast. To think you damaged my sand in this form. Uzumaki, your death will prove my existence, Gaara said as he suddenly went poof. The smoke was so big that it had covered a big space of the area. Soon the smoke cleared, showing Gaara in his fully transformed state. He watched closely as Gaara's upper body came out the head of Shukaku. Uzumaki, you are something to think. You forced me to this state, but this is the end of the line. Feigning sleep technique. Gaara said as he soon fell asleep. No way. Why would he shout all that nonsense and fall asleep? The clone thought, a little confused. Ooh baby, I'm finally free, Shukaku roared. Shit, so he gave the handle to the beast, stupid. Baka. What do I do? Wait, Gaara's body's still visible, but why? Of course his sleeping must be the reason why this guy's out again. I'll have to wake him up. The clone thought as he bit his hand and went through some hand signs. Summoning Jutsu. Senshi, the clone said as a huge puff of smoke covered the area, revealing Senshi in the forest. You know, when I said you can summon me anytime, I was not thinking that I would have to fight a damn Biju, Senshi said, shouting the last part. Don't worry, I just need you to restrain him long enough to use the 5 elements seal on him, said the clone. Fine, sit tight, I'll have to use all my speed to wrap around a Biju, but I should be able to keep him down for a minute, Senshi said as he sped off at amazing speeds, wrapping around Shukaku. Hey, let me go, stupid snake, Shukaku said as he tried to break free. This is harder than I thought, hurry, Senshi roared. The blood clone did not need to be told twice as he jumped up the Shukaku's head and used the 5 elements seal on Gaara, making the Shukaku curse out and the sand to break, making them fall, but luckily Senshi was able to catch them the great fall and be squashed like Humpty Dumpty. The clone was about to lie down for a quick rest before he felt the presence of Root Anbu heading towards them. Damn it, another thing I have to take care of. Senshi, take Gaara to the base while I greet the guests, the clone said, standing up again. With the civilians. Council, how could you people let this happen? A civilian asked the councilors. We didn't know it was a surprise invasion, one councilwoman told them. Why weren't you supposed to keep us safe? So many people died, while we sat here completely helpless, a civilian shouted. Please be quiet, there may be enemy ninjas anywhere, a chunin said. With the real Naruto. Mei-san. Raiga-san, would you please back up the south border, they are having some problem in numbers, Sato said. Hi. Mei and Raiga said as they left. Why send them so quickly? Yagura started but stopped when Naruto raised a hand. Why don't you come out now, Kabuto-san? He said as a figure started approaching them. Well, I was hoping to be able to speak freely, but I'm curious why you aren't helping Konoha, Kabuto asked. This is not our village, is it, Kabuto-san? But don't worry, we will help them. We are just letting them get hurt a bit, Sato said, glancing at the village. It's almost time, he thought. I see, but you see, I can't let you do that. I have been given the task to present you the chance to be a lot stronger than you are now, Kabuto said in a manipulative voice. Oh, and how's that? Naruto asked. I am led by none other than the legendary Orochimaru, the Snake Sannin, Kabuto announced with pride. The Orochimaru. So what, it's not like he'll teach us himself or anything, Naruto said. Of course he will. He has seen the amount of potential inside of you and wants you to be able to use it, Kabuto said with the same manipulative voice he used before, slowly walking towards them. Why? Why us? Reo said, acting surprised. Because you're strong and have the power to outshine the world if given it to, but Kiri will only hold you back. There aren't any S-class ninjas that could teach you there, they just want you to be a use to them, a tools. Orochimaru-sama will give you a place you can call a home, a place you can fit in, a place where your growth won't be shunned by the elders because they're afraid of it, Come with us to Otogakure and you'll have it all, Kabuto said, keeping his hand on Naruto's shoulder, thinking he's already won. Strong. I'm already strong, dumbass, Naruto said as he stabbed him through the stomach. You dare. Kabuto started but was unable to finish as his head got cut off. Whirlpool sword. Third stance, moon cutter, Naruto said and smiled. Finally fast enough to use it. Okay guys, let's go to the roof. On the roof. Suru, you've grown old, the Nadaime stated as he came out of his box. First. Second. Orochimaru has your thirst for power brought you so low that you've disturbed the dead to get more. I had to, old man, I've been kicked out by the snakes, this is the only option, I have to kill you, Orochimaru said as he put 2 kunais into the 2 Hokages he bought back. Now gee, Orochimaru started but was disturbed. Wait a minute. A voice called. Orochimaru turned to see 3 hooded figures, they changed the clothes, all had long sleeved and black hoods. What is it? Orochimaru stated. The one in the middle stepped forward and took out a scroll and opened it as he put his chakra into it. Lots of writings shot out of it and started to cover the barrier around it and suddenly started to glow and destroyed it. What? The Sound 4 shouted as they saw the barrier break from the outside. UIDOITS, take care of them now, Orochimaru ordered them as he saw Anbu coming to back the Hokage and made the first use a wood jutsu to get rid of them. You should have used that on us, Orochimaru, Naruto as he dropped Saken and Uken on the ground. Not that it worked, but at least it would be a little more work than this. You brats, you think you're real smart putting your nose where it doesn't belong. Wrong, this is the last mistake you'll ever do in your life, Nadaime, get them. First take Sarutobi, Orochimaru ordered. I don't like that order, take them while I play with Orochimaru for a bit, Naruto said as he received a nod as they dashed towards the Nadaime and Shodai respectfully. With Nadaime, I'll be your opponent, Yagura said, still in his mask. You'll need help, I may not be at full power but I'm still at S-class strength, Tobirama said. Don't worry so much, Tobirama Dono, I've been a cage at one point of time myself, though not as strong as you. I can handle you at this level of strength, Yagura said, sounding confident. I see, then we shall begin. Water release. Water colliding wave, the Nadaime said as he clapped his hand and created a vortex of water from thin air and sent it towards Yagura. With just a clap of the hands, truly a water master, Yagura thought as he went through 4 hand seals. Water release. Great waterfall technique, he said, creating a water spiral around him and sent it towards the oncoming attack as they clashed. With the Shodai was walking towards Sarutobi trying to delay their fight when a person appeared in front of him, making him look up. Shodai senpai, I'll be the one to break all the bones in your body, please, the person said. Quote, comma dot. You know, I think the jutsu allows instant regeneration, Hashirama said, sweating. He didn't know why, but this woman had a bone to pick with him. Oh, that's okay, I'll be happy to do it all over again, she said, making Hashirama sweat even more. Lady, what have I possibly done to you? Hashirama asked. You cursed my life, she said as she dashed forward. Cursed her? How could I have? I've been dead for. Wait, does that mean I see I failed? He thought, clapping his hands. Wood release. Wood binding technique, he said as several roots came out of the roof and wrapped around Fu while she was dashing towards him. I'm sorry. I tried to bring peace by distributing the bijus to them, but I guess they just saw them as tools of war. I wanted it to be a balance and for them to be put where no one can misuse their power the way Madara did, but I made it more easier for them to misuse the power, didn't I? He said in a sad voice, looking at the ground. Yes, you did. He heard before he was sent flying. What? How did you break out? Hashirama asked, shell-shocked as he saw the bits of wood that remained. I should have sensed if someone used chakra of even brute force to break it, then how? Confused. Good, Fu said as she ran towards him again. Secret Earth Jutsu. Deep forest creation, he said, making trees grow everywhere near them. Let's see how you got out of the binds, shall we? Okay, but save your trees first, Shodai, Fu said with a smile, making the Shodai's eyes widen as he started to look around only to see parts of his trees falling down. How can this be? The Shodai had lived a great life with many enemies, but none made his wood release look like cheap and old woods. Simple really, I had the seven-tailed beetle that gave me the ability to control any insects I wish to, and I'm doing so right now with termites. I have checked, it is an insect, Fu said with a smirk. So you're like my wood element's natural enemy, huh? Shodai said, a little relieved. No, I'm not, I just control your worst nightmare, she said. With Orochimaru, Sarutobi and Naruto. Orochimaru and Sarutobi stared shocked at the two battles going on. These brats can keep up with the Hokages, maybe I can persuade them into joining me and then maybe do some experiments on them, thought Orochimaru while Sarutobi was thinking. To think these children are able to keep up with legends like them, the future generations truly are meant to surpass the last. Nice fights, aren't it? Naruto asked, taking his eyes of the fights to speak with the two. Yes, quite a catch you got there, I'm really glad you bought them, I'll take them and spare you, now off you go, Orochimaru said arrogantly while Sarutobi was eyeing the situation closely. You know, Orochimaru, I really am a fan of yours, the power, the nice jutsus and the snake summons, Naruto said, planning to make Orochimaru attack him. Yes, now why don't you leave? Orochimaru said as this was getting on his nerves. I was lucky enough to find the snake summons years ago, Naruto said, catching the previous snake Sanin's eyes. So, he said, I was told how the people did not like you, so I may have fueled their anger and started the war that took place last year, said Naruto innocently. You started that war? Orochimaru shouted angrily. Yes, I did. You see, I didn't want to be a shadow, so I destroyed the top dog and took its place. Get it? Naruto said coldly, making Orochimaru furious, and as he took out the legendary blade Kusanagi and charged towards him, only to blocked by a Chikuto, the which pure black made from whirlpool metal, the rarest chakra conducting metal in the world, a red handle, and there was the letters Samahata, light blue, engraved into the blade with the real Samahata's remains. It was poisoned by the nature chakra and was dying. Nice blade, right? Naruto asked as he pushed the Kusanagi back with his own. Yeah, but I clearly see it's a fake. Samahata is nowhere near like that, he mocked, trying to make Naruto angry. Well, that's where you're wrong, I had this sword made from the remains of Samahata and the rarest metal, the whirlpool metal. It's nowhere near original, making it near unbreakable, chakra conducting, chakra absorbing, just like any other legendary blades. Nice, right? Naruto showed off. Hey, trying to make your own legend by stealing others' things. You don't have confidence in your own powers, do you? Orochimaru mocked. I could say the same thing to you. Don't you think others' bodies, others' bloodlines and others' jutsus? You don't even have your own body, old man, Naruto said coldly. Orochimaru was a very calm man that played every situation, but there was a list of people like Itachi that could make his blood crawl, and it would seem that this guy was just like him in the department. You're dead, Orochimaru said as he rushed towards Naruto. Snake sword. Swift stab, Orochimaru said as he aimed to stab Naruto in the stomach. Fortunately, Naruto was able to parry the oncoming sword due to his mastery with the style. Nice aim, but you're going to have to do better than that, Naruto said, rushing toward Orochimaru and starting an intense sword fight. With Nadaime and Yagura, your mastery over water is very impressive, but sadly that is not enough to defeat me. Water release. Water dragon jutsu, the Nadaime said as he created a water dragon from the moisture in the air and shot it towards Yagura. Water release. Striking water snake, Yagura said, making a water snake, and it collided with the Nadaime's dragon. I see you like snakes a lot, don't you? Nadaime said, trying to start a conversation. Not really, a friend likes them a lot and snakes are our allies, so. Yagura explained before putting his hand up. Water release. Water gun technique, he said as he shot the Nadaime Hokage with the Nadaime Mizukage's technique. The Nadaime was shocked. He didn't have any time to react as he was shot through the heart. If he was not bound to this world, he would have been dead for sure. That's quite a jutsu you have there. I don't think that's a simple jutsu though. Do you have a blood limit? The Nadaime asked. Well, I'll humor you this one time as I'm about to destroy the jutsu. No, I don't have a bloodline, it's a clan technique that I stole, said Yagura as he started to go through some hand signs. A way to beat this jutsu, I'd like to see that, but don't expect me to sit back and watch this body moves on its own, you know, the Nadaime advised. Though I can't use Hiraishin at this level of power, I still have my strong water ninjutsu, he thought as he tried to use Horaishin and failed. Water release. Water gunshot, the Nadaime said as he shot several bullets at Yagura. Yagura saw the bullets heading towards him but did not pay any mind to it and fastened his speed. He jumped out of the way and kept running as the Nadaime was still shooting the bullets at him. He quickly finished the final hand sign at a tiger. I'll need more power for the attack, I have to use it. Yagura thought his light blue marks like the cursed seal but with the obvious color change, and his eyes started glowing blue as well. He's using the purified Biju Chakra no cloaks, sorry. These changes were not noticed by the Nadaime, the hood covering him, but he had sensed the changes in his chakra density and felt a cold chill go down his spine. Finally, I'm ready, Yagura said, smiling. Water release. Rotating water dome, he called out. You don't want me getting out or something? Nadaime asked, confused. Well, as a matter of fact, yes, but no as well. This is necessary for the next jutsu I'm about to cast, but let's explain what I'm about to do, shall we? There are 3 things that hold you here in this world: 1. Unfulfilled wishes. 2. Seals, and 3. A physical body sacrificed for the jutsu. Without any of these you would not last here, so we're going to destroy the third part. Let's begin, shall we? Water release. Endless water spears, Yagura explained. Nadaime was caught between uncountable numbers of spears from every direction. He tried to defend using water release. Water dome but found the spears so dense that it broke through the defense. Nadaime could feel more and more holes in his body. His left arm was all gone and lost the right side of his face, but he still had a smile on his face as he was happy that he was able to leave before hurting his village. With the Shodai. My worst nightmare. You misunderstand. You may be able to destroy my wood, but I still have water and earth releases in my bag, like this one. Earth release. Earth pillar, Shodai said as he sent a pillar of earth toward Fu. Fu saw the pillar coming and pulled his arm back and punched it, breaking the pillar to pieces, shocking Hashirama. How I may not be a master, but I'm sure it wasn't that weak. Does she know Sage Mode, or is it another technique? He thought. Is something wrong? Fu asked. How did you break it? He asked. Simple, Chome gave me super strength before leaving, she said, confusing the Shodai even more. Oh well. He thought as he went, hand signs for a water jutsu, as it was clear that earth and wood would not hurt her. Water release. Water drilling bullet. I ran out of ideas, Hashirama said, sending 3 drilling water bullet at Fu. Water release large projectile, Fu said as he aimed it at the upcoming bullets, destroying them with ease. So taijutsu is out. Ninjutsu is out next. Kenjutsu. He unsealed a large blade which he used to battle Madara with and attacked. I hope you are able to hold out, young one. I don't want to be the end of such potential, he thought sadly. Fu saw the attack coming and smirked. The last 2 months she was drilled Kenjutsu until she mastered the style the previous owner of the Splash Sword, and with the shadow clones Naruto taught her, she was able to learn more as well. She quickly unsealed the Splash Sword and got ready. As expected, Hashirama did not know about the 7 swords of the mist and attacked head-on. Looks like it worked. The seals Naruto put on the sword to hide the tags works. As she strikes horizontally, which Hashirama tried to block head-on. Got you, she thought. Boom. A big bang occurred on the roof and Hashirama was sent flying. He had lost his hand and his left kidney. He didn't feel pain, but it was quite difficult to get up as the wounds were healing. He stood up weakly, only to get shocked as he saw bullets of exploding paper bombs at him. Splash sword art. Exploding paper bullets, Fu repeated as Hashirama exploded to pieces along with the hosting body. Done, Fu said with a satisfied smirk. With Naruto and Orochimaru. Sandaime watching the match. Closing parenthesis. Naruto and Orochimaru was still in their sword fight. Orochimaru was trying to use his length and flexibility to his advantage, where Naruto was trying to use his knowledge in Orochimaru's style and his knowledge in other styles to his advantage. The fights was consisting of many unnamed techniques being used before they realized it was taking too long and jumped back. You're quite the swordsman. I didn't think a brat would come close to my level, he said. There are lots of other things that I'm better than you at. Many hidden shadow snake hands, he said as he shot about 10 medium-sized snake towards Orochimaru, which made Orochimaru's eyes widen as he jumped out of the way while going through some hand signs. You think you'll get me with my own jutsus? Wind release. Violent wind blades. as Orochimaru shot many wind blades out of his stomach attacking the snake and killing them effectively them. Well, that's nice, but see this, he said as he took out his first blade as well and rushed towards Orochimaru. Whirlpool dual sword. Dual solar flares. Naruto said as he disappeared and appeared behind Orochimaru, who had his eyes wide. Naruto's blades were on fire but slowly dimming. Suddenly Orochimaru felt himself burning with second-degree burns on several places on his body. What happened? Orochimaru can't spit out a new body. Hehe, you really are not able to use any snake-style jutsus, are you? Naruto said with a smirk. Grr, you think you're so strong, I'll kill you right here, you bastard, Orochimaru said, not being able to think straight anymore. Earth release. Stone snakes. Naruto said as two snakes made from stone made its way out of the ground, biting Orochimaru's hands. Say goodbye to your arms. Kurama now. Naruto thought as Kurama channeled his chakra through the snake's fangs to the arms of Orochimaru, making him howl in pain. The chakra was destroying every bone, every chakra point in his, slowly rendering his arms useless. Don't think you won yet. Hashirama and Tobirama must have finished playing around by now. Come here, you two, Orochimaru said, smirking as heard footsteps coming towards them. Sorry to burst your bubbles, Orochimaru, but you might want to look back, Naruto said, smiling. Orochimaru turned his head and was shocked. The brats had taken the first and second Hokages. They're this strong, they belong at my side, he thought. You two defeated them. You guys have so much potential that's being wasted by this leader of yours. Come with me, I'll make you reach past your limits. Your spy Kabuto tried that already, Orochimaru, that is before he died, Naruto said, making Orochimaru's eyes widen. They disposed of Kabuto. How did he come into contact with these guys? No matter, I'll get a new one easily. Well, Orochimaru, I'm feeling generous. I'll make a deal. Give me the Kusanagi and I won't kill you, Naruto said, sounding serious. Do you really think I'll hand my blade over? No, I have to escape and get my arm fixed first. I can always take it back later. It shouldn't be too hard to find him. Fine here, Orochimaru said as he threw the blade at Naruto. Good, thanks. As promised, I won't kill you. They will, Naruto said, smirking. What? Orochimaru managed to say as he felt a hole just below his heart. I missed, Yagura said. Don't. Several of his veins are toasties. Dead in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 inches, Naruto said as Orochimaru fell on the ground dead. Well, good work guys, your speed was great but your aim needs more work. I'll go through the next part of the plan after we're done cleaning the small fries, Naruto said as he turned to turn the invisible barrier that he had set up around the roof. He was just about to jump off when. Wait. They heard the Sandaime voice from behind them, so they turned around to face him. I thank you for all that you've done, but may I ask who you are? He said in a grateful voice. To tell the truth, he was ready to die in the fight against Orochimaru. Old man, I'm gone for 1 year and 6 months and you've already forgotten about me, Naruto said, confusing the old man. This was of course known by Naruto, as in the old man's eyes he had never left. Here, let me show you, Naruto said, removing his hood, revealing Naruto, and suddenly the old man's mouth fell as he flashed back the fight with Orochimaru with every last detail. Naruto, how did you? He started. Not now, old man, there are still small fries running around, Naruto said as they left without another word, leaving the old man alone by the remains of Orochimaru. Soon two Anbu in the area saw the old man standing near the remains of the traitor Sannin and ran towards the Hokage, waking the old man up from the million thoughts that he was going through. Hokage-sama, are you alright? Falcon said. Yes, take the remains of Orochimaru and make sure that you burn it, the old man said, trying to be sure that it was the last time he would see the traitor Sannin. Hi. The two said as they took the remains and shunshined away. Better see the condition of the village, the old man thought as he took off as well. The Jonin senseis. That's the main streets done, Kakashi called out. Good, let's check the surroundings, see if everyone has been evacuated, Asuma said as Guy and Kurenai appeared. All clear over there, they informed. The 4 Jonin started to jump around the roofs, checking the area for any intruders or survivors, but as of yet they only encountered dead people while being attacked every now and then when they saw 7 Narutos fighting some Otonins and decided to help. Naruto, what are you doing here? I thought you lead Gaara out of the stadium, Kakashi said as knocked an enemy nin down. He did. We were told to protect the ramen stand from any form of destruction. The clones informed their captain Sensei, making Kakashi and the others except Guy sweat drop. He really has an addiction to ramen, don't they? While Guy shouted, Yosh. Such youthfulness to protect the village. I'll run 500 laps around the village after the war is over, making everyone sweat drop again. In the forest. Hey there, my clone. Naruto greeted his blood clone, who was resting by a tree with 15 Anbu root bodies lying near, all of them dead. Naruto-sama, I have bad news. Danzo might have gotten wind of your connections with snakes due to carelessness. The clone apologized after he told the story of how he summoned Senshi and the Anbu roots that might have seen him. Great, another one I have to deal with. You go help the others with the small fry and report to me after the war. Naruto said as he took off towards Danzo's base, which was recorded in the files Orochimaru had at the base and the reports the spy snakes bought him over the years. Well, rest time's over. Oh well, can't really complain. I had a lot of fun today, the clone said as he took off as well. With Danzo in his underground secret base. Danzo was currently sitting in his chair in the office that he had made. He was currently waiting for the war to get over and summoned the council, saying how their Hokage was too weak to lead them, and with the fools of the civilian council plus the other elders he would get himself the Hokage's chair, that is if the old fool survived Orochimaru, that is. Number 52. What is it? Danzo called out as he saw the said man leaning in front of him. Danzo-sama, our plans have met an unexpected turn. The Hokage survived and the Orochimaru is no more. Even the Ikibi was defeated, the root reported emotionlessly. This shocked the war hawk. Not only was Orochimaru dead even after the jutsu for which he himself provided the DNA, the Ikibi was defeated, meaning there was something wrong. How did Orochimaru die? He asked. We don't know. We sent some roots to spy on the fight, but they were unable to watch due to a privacy barrier of very high class, the drone informed. I see, so Jiraiya must have fought alongside the fool, the hawk said. No sir, Jiraiya the Sannin was protecting the eastern borders at the time. Several root have confirmed this, the drone said once again. It's fine, I'll make him tell me at the council meeting. What of the Ikibi? How was he defeated? He asked. We don't know, sir. We sent a platoon to investigate, but they all died, the drone said, shocking the hawk. He was about to say something when he saw the door open and a hooded figure walk inside casually like he owned the place. Hey, you can't be he. Gawk. The drone said as he was killed. Might I know the reason for what you just did to my Anbu before I decide to execute you for your crimes? Danzo asked calmly. There were a lot. Where they came from? What do you mean your Anbu? I thought the root was disbanded, so you can't really have me punished for killing a person that shouldn't exist, the hooded figure said. Good point, but they don't exist in the village's eyes, but in my eyes they do, and they can hurt you very badly, Danzo said. You know what, call them. I'd like to see these people myself, the figure stated. Why tell me to call the root here? It's suicide unless he's making an opening for others to sneak in. Nice plan, boy, but not good enough. Why call them? I needed to stretch my legs anyway. Want to take this to the training area? I don't want to make the office dirty, Danzo said casually, leading the hooded figure to the training area. Well, let's begin, the hooded one said, but stopped when Danzo held up his hand telling him to wait. Danzo then pulled his right arm out of the long sleeve and begins to open the bolts manually. Hey, could you fasten up? I need to do other stuff too, you know, the figure said impatiently. Danzo remained quiet. He was having a very bad feeling. He was unable to sense any of his root members in the area, meaning that in an escape situation he would have a very hard time. Okay, fine, I'll wait, but not without a price. Snake fist. Hands of the thieving snake. The hooded figure ran towards a Danzo and picked out Danzo's right eye that was hiding Shisui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. What's this? I picked out a Sharingan. Might be useful. I'll keep it, thanks, the figure said, making Danzo angry. This brat, how did he know about that eye? Wait, does he know about the others or even their abilities? Damn it. You shouldn't have done that, brat root, Danzo said as it echoed through the base. Right about that, the root have been dealt with. You're the only loose end left, he said. What? You? Who are you? Danzo shouted in rage. Now Danzo, did you really forget about the boy you wanted to control? Naruto said, removing his hood. You, but how did you, Danzo started, grow so strong? And Naruto finished. I found the traitor Sanin's hideout and learned there. Okay, I know all about your dealings with him, the eyes you implanted and even the first's DNA you injected in yourself. What your plans for me and Konoha were, and I'm sorry but you'll have to die. Whirlpool sword. Third stance moon cutter. Naruto said as he disappeared, making Danzo rush for the last bolt when Naruto appeared behind him a few steps apart, his sword drawn and covered in the blood of every root Anbu Danzo had in the base and most recently Danzo's own. Danzo had stopped halfway through the last bolt. No, he had already died halfway through the last bolt. Slowly his head fell to the ground, followed by his body as well. Finally, to see if you got anything useful, but first shadow clone jutsu. The four of you go take Danzo's body to the base. We may have further need for him. The rest of you go check around the base for anything good and take them to our base. Make sure no one sees you, he said as 4 clones left with Danzo and 20 clones started to examine the base. Now let's join the cleanup party, shall we? Naruto said to Kurama. As if I'd join you in beating a bunch of weaklings. I have my pride, fool, Kurama said. Yeah, I know. I've been with you for years, you know, he said, receiving silence as his answer. Retreat! Baki shouted to the sand nins near the border as they saw the Hokage joining the fight. There's only one way. He made it here, meaning the Kazekage is dead, he thought as he retreated with the small army of sand nins remaining. Sound retreat. Orochimaru-sama was killed. Another voice making the army of sound retreat as well. So it's finally over. Damn it, what am I going to do about Naruto? Jiraiya needs to know, but Naruto does not trust him. I'll have to speak with him first thing after the funerals. We have won, voiced the old man, making the shinobi from Konoha began to cheer. Meanwhile, thank you for your help, Gaara said calmly. You really did a 360 change, huh? Fu said. Shukaku was very, well, he was an ass, Gaara said again. So Gaara, what do you think about the offer? Naruto's blood clone said. I'll help any way I can, but I'll help from my village, Gaara said with determination. Hi, thank you, Gaara-san, Yagura said. Well, I'll take my leave. Tamari would be worried sick, Gaara said, turning around to leave. Gaara, here is your training regimen, the real Naruto said, working in the base. Why do I need a regimen? He asked, confused. To fully control the chakra the Shukaku left you and grow strong enough to protect those you find dear, which I'm sure you'll find soon enough, Gaara, Naruto said with a smile, receiving a smile and a nod from Gaara before he took off. So how was his regimen? You know, what areas are you making him work on? Taijutsu and ninjutsu. His Tai is very weak and needs heavy work, and his sand will also need work. He needs to be able to use the whole desert as his weapon before he's done. Next is wind and earth. Unless he masters them, his training won't be over, Naruto said casually. That will take some time. Did you give him the shadow clone technique? He asked. Yes, I need him to finish them in the next 3 years. Same for the others. We'll need to find them this year if they want enough time to train, he said. We have our work cut out for us, don't we? Yagura said. Yeah, you guys wait here and I'll go to the funeral. There is one person that died that I want to visit, Naruto said, turning to leave. At the funeral, rain was falling heavily. The funeral was held for all the ninjas that had lost their life because of the war. In front was the Hokage mourning the death of his fallen shinobi and Kunoichi. There were various people behind him, parents that had lost their child or even children, people that lost their friends, comrades, wives, husbands, girlfriends and boyfriends. The rain was hiding most of the people's tears, but there were few that was crying wholeheartedly. The people dedicated a moment of silence to the fallen and started to leave flowers in front of the photos of the person they were here to meet. Slowly, one by one, people started to leave, leaving 2 people there, Naruto, who had been there for quite some time, and the Hokage. Naruto, you here to visit the dead? The old man said, not turning around. Just want a friend, Naruto said, still holding the flower in his hand. You're not going to keep that flower while I'm here, are you? He said, not receiving an answer. He decided to leave Naruto alone for a while. The Hokage was walking down the stairs of the Hokage Tower as the funeral was held in the garden on the top of it. He got down and was about to go towards the office when he saw Kakashi coming through the front door. Kakashi, is something wrong? The old man said. Hokage-sama, I was wondering about the promotions of the Chunin exams, he said, trying to see if Naruto had been promoted, as then it would be much harder to make it up to him. Kakashi, is there a specific person that you're trying to know about? He asked. Naruto. The Jonin said. I have yet to decide, I'll inform you when I'm done, he said as he walked away. With Naruto. Naruto was currently remembering the first time he met Gekko Hayate. He was at the time just starting training and had hit a tough spot with Kenjutsu. He had Senshi to help him with everything else, and the Hokage had taught him the basics of ninjutsu, but Kenjutsu was a lot difficult. He needed help, but who could he trust? He saw Gekko practicing his Kenjutsu that day, and Gekko saw him spying after Naruto told him that he wanted to learn Kenjutsu. Gekko was the one that showed him the basics and fixed the mistakes in Naruto's stance. Though they hardly met after that, they did wave or say hello to each other every time they saw each other, and was the first person that accepted him. Naruto wiped a lone tear coming from his face and thought, Gekko-sensei, I'm sorry I was too late. I came as soon as I sensed your chakra, but I was too late. You died before I got there. Naruto walked forward and put his flower near Gekko's face and prayed for his soul to be at peace, and turned to walk away only to see a purple-haired girl standing in front of him. You're here to pray to Hayate? The women asked, but Naruto ignored her and walked away. Sage versus Sage. Naruto walked forward and put his flower near Gekko's face and prayed for his soul to be at peace, and turned to walk away only to see a purple-haired girl standing behind him. Who? I let my guard down, Naruto thought, but to sneak up on me she's good. You're here to pray to Hayate? She said, wondering who the person in the hood was and why he was here praying for her boyfriend, ex-boyfriend. Hayate's death had hit her very hard. He was with her since they were kids. Hayate had always had a weak body and was suffering from an incurable illness since birth, though they did not know about this till much later. Hayate had taken care of her, trained with her, and helped her through when her sensei Kushina had passed away. He was always concerned about her health and always said that they would take the next step when he's cured, but a few years ago, Hayate went to the best doctor in all of Fire Country at the moment and found out that the illness he was suffering from was incurable and had a chance that it may be passed down to his children. Hayate took a few weeks off in search of Tsunade with the help of the Toad Sanin and got the exact same answer. This was the day Hayate had almost broke up from her, but she managed to convince him against it. After all, he was all she had all her life, and now she was all alone, destined to die alone. She knows Gekko-senpai. No, I can't reveal myself until I talk to the old man, he thought as he ignored her and walked towards the exit, which confused her. Why is he not answering? And that hood, he's suspicious. Wait, who are you and what are you doing here? Talk or I'll have to use force, the girl said. Naruto, not in the mood to fight, just whined, walked out of there, shocking the girl. He's fast, damn it, I'll have to report to the Hokage. As she started to walk off but paused and looked towards the picture of Gekko. I'll visit you later, Gekko, she thought as she shot off. With the Hokage in the Hokage's office. The Hokage was finishing the last of his paperwork as he was in a hurry and had told the secretary to only bring paperworks that were urgent, which was still a huge bundle as the invasion had caused a huge amount of damage to the village and there was something bothering him. Danzo was found dead inside of his house, which 3 people found very suspicious. The first one was Homura Mitokado. Second was Kaharu Udatane. These 2 were the remaining elders of the Leaf, and the last was the Hokage himself. These 3 were very suspicious as none of the 3 believed Danzo had grown so weak to lose to some weak chunins from Odo. In addition, the old man knew about the root Anbu that he was still running secretly, but sadly he had no proof of. The problem with Danzo's death was that 3 of them agreed that something was up, but the council from either did not, as they did not believe that Danzo was that strong anymore, so they were unable to do a better investigation. He broke himself out of his thoughts when Kat Anbu appeared in front of him. Kat, I thought you were on leave. Is something wrong? The old man asked. He had given Kat a leave so that she could get over Gekko's death and was a little shocked to see her in full combat suit in front of him. Hokage-sama, I found a suspicious character by the funeral a few minutes ago. I thought he was just a person there to give his respects to someone, but when I confronted him he ran away at unbelievable speeds, reported Kat. Must have been Naruto. I really need to talk to him. Though the old man before saying, Yugao, it's fine, he's just not a social kind of person, but you should really be at home. I know how hard it must have been for you, the old man said. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, but my house reminds me of him and I wanted to be occupied for now, she said. Running from your problems is never the option, Yugao. Unless you face it, you can never move on, the old man advised. Yugao seemed to be about to say something when they heard knocking and voices on the other side of the door. Come in, the old man said as he saw Naruto walking in. Am I late? He asked. No, you're just on time. Yugao, a cat, please go get Jiraiya for me. Tell him it's time for the meeting, the old man said as Cat nodded and she left. Sit down for a bit, we'll start after Jiraiya gets here, the old man said. Do we really need him, old man? You know how much I dislike him, Naruto asked. I do, but he has the right to know Naruto now, if you will, he said as Naruto sat down. The old man got back to finishing the last of his paperwork so that he was free after, and Naruto was trying to sense Jiraiya in the approaching, which he seems to be doing at a very quick speed. Well, it was a very important meeting after all. I'm here, Jiraiya as jumped in from the window. Good, Anbu, please leave us alone for a bit, said the old man, quickly activating a privacy seal. Now Naruto, mind telling us how you got this strong and who those two people are, the old man said. Okay, I'll tell you about the story, but not about my companions. You'll just have to trust me. Trust? Did you trust us enough to tell us any of this? Jiraiya said, a little mad. Where were you when it happened? No, you were too busy avoiding me, so don't talk about telling you anything. I don't even want you here, said Naruto, angry at Jiraiya. That enough, you two. Naruto, tell us the story and we'll decide if we can trust you, said the old man. Fine, he said before telling them all about what happened when he was 6 and how he met Senshi and the way he started to get strong. Of course, he may have omitted some points like that he was Yari, that he sealed Sasuke's Sharingan, and that he has created a personal cursed seal. So you mean you've achieved Sage Mode? That insane, you have to train for years to achieve Sage Mode, said Jiraiya, not believing Naruto. Really? Then how about a challenge? You and me in the Chunin arena at noon tomorrow. No one holds back. If I win, I become the Nadaime Snake Sanin of Konoha, and if I lose, I'll forgive you and you'll have every right of a godfather, Naruto said confidently. PFFT, kid, you may have gotten Orochimaru's jutsus, but there is no way you can beat me, the pervert said, mocking him. I've beaten one of the Sanin, let's see if I can add one more, shall we? Naruto said again. In this whole time the old man Hokage was quiet. One side, this challenge could allow him to judge Naruto's true powers, as Orochimaru might have been a Sanin, but during the invasion he was only half as strong as he had lost his snakes. But on the other hand, how would the people react to Naruto being this strong so suddenly? There's bound to be questions to come if this continues, but this was a very good opportunity to show all the nations that the leaf was still strong. Fine, Naruto, tomorrow at 1200 hours at the Chunin Exam Stadium. It will be a grand match. All the daimyos are still here. We'll announce a match to celebrate our victory between the Toad Sanin of Konoha and the new Snake Sanin of Konoha. But know this, your title will only be official if you beat Jiraiya, said the Hokage, making the other two smile. This is going to be fun, thought the two. Great, old man. But if I do become the new Snake Sanin, I'll be taking my father and mother's name and inheritance. Okay, said Naruto, making Jiraiya and the old man's eyes widen. When did you? They asked. When I was 8, I saw the Yondaime's picture and wondered why we have such similar body structure and facial similarities, and then it hit me that he was my father, and I found about my mother when I was 7. I heard some Anbu taking about the sword legend Kushina Uzumaki that was as good as any of the second generation 7 swordsmen of the mist, or maybe even better, said Naruto. Sign, I guess you were too smart for us to hide it from you, said the tired old man. But yes, you will, he said, making Naruto nod and walk away. Later that day, the word of the battle spread like fire throughout the whole fire country of the new Snake Sanin. Many asked Anko if she was the challenger but received a no for the answer. Anko herself had asked the snakes and the Hokage for who the person was but received secret as an answer. Many people were chatting about this, as well as the 4 Jonins, Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma and Guy. Were few of the people that had asked Anko and Hokage as well, but was let down now. The 5 of them including Anko was found in a ninjas only bar run by a retired Jonin. So any news about who this guy is Asuma? Asked Kurenai. Not really, I asked Dad, but he wouldn't budge, though he really looked like he was looking forward to it, he said. Which means he expects a very good fight. A nice move though to show that we are still strong. I heard the daimyos that were about to leave are staying for the match as well, though they're making sure this time their safety was more secure, said Kakashi. Yash, I can't wait for this youthful match, Guy added. Guy, did the doctors say anything about Lee? Asked Kurenai. Not yet, but don't worry, Lee will make it through, he has the power of youth by his side, said Guy after his moment of silence. Hey Yugao, come sit, Anko shouted when she saw Yugao walking into the bar. Hey Anko, what are you guys doing here at this hour? She asked, walking towards them. We're talking about the match tomorrow, she said, point her at an empty chair. Yeah, well, I think I saw him today, she told shock the others. What, we've been trying to find out who he is for a good part of the whole day, you have to tell us, come on, said Anko. Well, I didn't see his face, he was wearing a black hood and he is definitely faster than most of us. I don't know about Guy, she said, making Anko smile. Great, this is going to be fun. Come on Yugao, join us for a drink, she said. Well, I was hoping to drink she started but stopped when she saw Anko's angry expression. You need to move on, come on, let's have some fun, you know he'd want that for you too, she said, making Yugao give a sad smile before nodding. At the arena the next day. The arena was filled with civilians and spies from many different countries and the daimyos who were very shocked by this event so close after the invasion it was like they weren't even affected. There was a lot of take about who would win in the arena. Was it the Toad Sannin, who seemed to be 50, or a boy in his teens? By his height he seemed to be about 16 years old, but they were unable to tell due to the hood. Most people present was planning to bet on Jiraiya to be safe. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this celebration event I've kept to compensate for your troubles at the Chunin exams and also to introduce a new Sannin into our ranks. Now I would like to present Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin and Sage of the Mount Myoboku, and next new Snake Sannin. He started his journey by just stumbling onto one of Orochimaru's bases, and he has Aki, killer of Orochimaru and Sage of the Raichi Cave, said the old man, causing the crowd to start taking about the match. Kohona has another sage. This is bad, was the collective though of the spies. A sage man, so not only did he took out Orochimaru, he's a sage as well. This match is getting better even before beginning, said Anko. Yeah, but the Hokage did not mention his name. Kind of makes me wonder who it is, said Kakashi, getting a nod from the others. A sage. HMPF, there's no way that a sage could be as strong as a true Uchiha, thought Sasuke. Yes, a sage. There's an old saying. Only an Uchiha can beat an Uchiha. Only a Senju could beat a Senju, and only a sage can defeat a sage, and in a battle between them there is no one that can tell who may win, said the Hokage, making the crowd even more excited. What? That much power? If I had it, I'll still have a chance to defeat Itachi, thought Sasuke. Contestants ready. Begin, said Genma, who was the proctor again. I should get to a safe distance, these guys are war machines, thought Genma. Wind release. Vacuum sphere, Naruto said as he exhaled spheres of wind at Jiraiya, who jumped out of the way. Wind, looks like you're at a disadvantage. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu, he said, sending a fireball twice the size of Sasuke's. Wind release. Slash, Naruto said, sending a wave of wind that went through the fireball like butter, making Jiraiya jump again. Elemental advantage is meaningless at this level, don't you think? Naruto said with a smirk. I underestimated him. Earth release. Mud dragon jutsu, he said, sending a huge mud dragon towards Naruto. Earth release. Earth snakes valley, they are different from earth snakes. These are simple attacking type, Naruto said as he stomped his foot as 20 snakes made of stone came out of the ground and attacked the dragon and Jiraiya, who was shocked by the jutsu. Should I have to do something? He thought before he said earth release. Protective earth dome x3, making a 3-layered earth dome around him just in time to avoid to be saved from the snakes. When the jutsu had ended, the 3-layered dome had only 1 layer left. One more and I would have got hit. 2 elements and he's proficient in both of them. Jiraiya thought. Take this fire release. Flame bullets, he said as he fired multiple bullets at Naruto. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Naruto said, shooting out a huge stream of fire that took out Jiraiya's bullets easily and headed towards Jiraiya, who was forced to use earth release. Earth wall to save himself. 3. You have to be kidding me. Not only that, he's been using high-level jutsus all this time and he's not even winded. You're good at ninjutsu, Naruto, but are you good at taijutsu? He thought. Naruto, let's switch to taijutsu, shall we? The audience must be getting bored from all the ninjutsu. He said, receiving a nod from Naruto before he said, yeah, I really don't fight with taijutsu a lot, but I can't always use chakra techniques, can I? Good. Jiraiya said before he rushed towards Naruto at high Jonin speed, trying to test him first, though since Naruto spent a lot of time of the learning and gaining experience, he was quite familiar with what Jiraiya was trying to do, so he played along, using Tai at half as he unsealed the 4 limbs waiting seal. As I thought, you aren't that good at taijutsu, high Jonin at best. Jiraiya said, jumping back only to hear Naruto laughing. You really are cocky. 4 limbs waiting seal release, said Naruto, shocking Jiraiya. Waiting seals, shit, I've got to stop underestimating him, he thought as he suddenly saw Naruto appear in front of him in a flash of speed. Hazardous whirlpool, as he delivered a series of fast and deadly punches at Jiraiya, who dodged most but got hit by a few of the hits, pushing him back. That's a surprise. How'd you block so many attacks? Asked, a little shocked. You forget you're not the only person I met that uses that style. Heck, that was the most used against me when I tried to peep while Kushina was at the hot springs, but there's no way I'm telling him that, he thought. So this is going to be harder than I thought. Not only does he know about the snake style, it seems he knows about the whirlpool taijutsu as well. This is going to be more fun than I thought. Good for you, he said before using wind walk. When he uses this jutsu, just imagine Nightcrawler's teleportation in the X-Men movie, to appear behind Jiraiya. Fist of the Great White Snake, he said, sending Jiraiya flying. What in the world was that? Was the collective thought of most of the people present in the arena, including Jiraiya. In the audience, Kakashi and friends. What was that? Asked a shocked Kurenai. Whatever it was, it's quite advanced. That speed is faster than Guy in the 4th gate released form, said Kakashi, who had his Sharingan activated but was unable to copy or see the person's chakra flow or anything about him. He was lucky the other eye was able to catch it. What is going on here? Could it be that this guy found a way to evade being copied by the Sharingan? But that would need a lot of knowledge on the Sharingan. Could he have found info on it in the base? Then there's a possibility that he could help Sasuke. He just wants to see his students reach their full potential. Who do you think would be faster, me or him? Guy said seriously. Guy, you're not serious, Asuma said. He's a sage, all your speed would be useless, he advised, which was heard by Sasuke. Sensei, I want to be a sage, Sasuke said. Good for you, Sasuke, said Kakashi. He knew that was not a dream but an order. I want your help, he said, getting irritated. Well, sorry Sasuke, I'm not a sage and you can't force anyone to teach you anything, he said. Of course I can, I'm an Uchiha, Sasuke said, puffing his chest out. Sasuke Uchiha, I will not be teaching you anything till you learn to keep your pride in check. And what have you done that you are so proud of? I don't remember you doing anything worth mentioning, Kakashi said, getting pissed, making the other Jonins look up from the match. What Uchihas were? Sasuke started, but Kakashi interrupted. Not the Uchiha. Sasuke, you, what have you done? I'm an Uchiha and any. He started again, but Kakashi interrupts. To be an Uchiha, one needs to achieve 2 things, Sasuke. 1, fire release, fireball, and 2, the Sharingan, so you are not an Uchiha yet. I'll ask you again, what have you done to be this prideful? Kakashi said, making Sasuke actually think about it for the first time. Right now, Sasuke, you are the brat that will sooner or later get himself killed due to being simple-minded and arrogant, just what Itachi wanted you to be, he said, making Sasuke's head go blank. Was he really overestimating himself for being an Uchiha? No, he was not even an Uchiha yet. But then who was he? What had he done to deserve to live with his head up? Nothing. Itachi, is this really what you meant? I'm useless. You knew about how I would react and made my life into your personal entertainment zone. Not anymore. I will prove you wrong. I won't be useless. I will do what no Uchiha has done before. I will be Hokage. He thought. Sorry sensei, I was wrong. I will correct my mistakes. I'm not an Uchiha yet, but even if I never am able to become one, I'll do some good. I'll make friends, I'll have allies, and he will be alone. Be the one to pity his life, Sasuke said as he walked of go have a seat. Well, I guess that solves the arrogance, Kakashi said, shocked that it was so easy. In the arena. That's quite a jutsu. Whose is it? Jiraiya asked, but he had an idea about it as he had never heard the name before. Mine, Naruto said as he disappeared and appeared midair, kicking him to the left side, sending him flying before going poof, revealing to be a shadow clone, shocking Naruto. When did he thought as he sensed him a few feet away, hiding underground. Too late, Jiraiya said. Earth release. Twin earth pillars, as two pillars came out of the ground and hit Naruto, sending him flying. As soon as Naruto fell back to the ground, he stood back up, not wanting to give him any more advantages. He got back up that fast. He's got great pain tolerance, thought the village shinobi council, elders, the old man and the toad Sanin. Now that the council has been mentioned, they were not really okay for the challenge. There were too many things that the old man told was a secret. They tried the best they could, but with Danzo, the political mastermind, dead, the civilian council's powers were rapidly falling. The elders and the shinobi council was not really against the challenge, but the secrecy of the challenger. The only answer they got was that their questions will be answered after the challenge, but coming here and seeing the skills of this man, they were quite impressed, except Shikaku, who was sleeping, of course. That hurt like hell, you old pervert, Naruto said as he unsealed his blades Samahata and Kusanagi. Come now, I thought you were trying to become a Sanin, but I must say those swords are quite something. I didn't know you were able to get your hands on the Kusanagi, said Jiraiya. Oh, there are so many surprises I have in store for you, my dear godfather, he said so sweetly that Jiraiya felt chills run down his spine. Damn, the brat can be intimidating when he wants to be. Can't let my guard down with him. Earth release. Twin blades of the earth, Jiraiya said, summoning two original Samahata-shaped swords from the ground. Shall we? Gladly, Naruto said as he ran towards Jiraiya. Whirlpool sword. Ninth stance, twin flare, he said as both the blades started to burn as he strikes Jiraiya downward, only to have Jiraiya put both his blades in front of him defensively. That's some blades to think it withstood my swords, said Naruto. That's not all they can do, Jiraiya said with a smirk as chakra started steaming out of the small holes in the blades and he threw Naruto away easily. Wow, you a man of many skills, but Kenjutsu is mine, he said, shifting into a stance which mostly consisted putting one leg ahead, bending a bit and putting both over the opposite shoulder, holding them in an X position, and started to put wind chakra into each of the blades. Seems like you want to finish this quickly. Well, that can be arranged, Jiraiya said as he put the swords down and it touched the ground and started to put chakra through the sword and into the ground, slowly covering the ground around him and below in his chakra so that he could use this technique. Ready when you are, Naruto, Jiraiya said. Me too. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, now. Naruto said, but did not move. On the other hand, Jiraiya had survived this Earth Blade's graveyard, as he took his hands of the blades to show that it was glued to the ground and went through some hand signs. Earth release. Earth wall, he said as a wall of earth came up just when it stopped. Blades made of earth of all shape and sizes started shoot everywhere. Nice, but mine's much better. Whirlpool wind. Final X, said Naruto with a smirk and launched his attack, sending an almost invisible wind that sliced through the earth blades like butter. On the other side of the wall, Jiraiya was not well. He had launched an attack that could have killed Naruto, and in return he just watched, but that was before he heard those words. That attack's name made his blood run cold. Flashback. Kushina, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be getting ready? You know it's your special day, right? Or are you having second thoughts? Said the Sanin. You received a punch to the face as a result. There no way I'll miss today for the world. Get me, you pervert, Kushina said. That's much better. Now what's got you so down? He asked. Well, I'm kind of missing Dad, she said quietly. I never knew my mother, just my father and me. He had a lot of dreams about my marriage. He would save money for it since I was a toddler, and now, that I'm getting married, she said before she started crying into Jiraiya's shoulder. It's okay Kushina, I'm sure he'll be happy to see you with Minato, he tried to comfort her. You're right, Minato would have the test anyway, said Kushina. What test? He asked. Well, my father said anyone who wants to marry me would have to go through his strongest jutsu, the whirlpool wind. Final X, and believe me, I've seen it slicing through mountains like butter, she said, smiling a little. Then it's a good thing he didn't, or your father would serve him with bread in the morning, he joked as they started laughing. End flashback. This is bad, I don't want to be butter, he thought. No choice. As he quickly summoned Ma and Pa. I need Sage Mode, hurry, he said as they jumped up to their summoner's shoulder and started to gather Sage Mode as fast as they could. They were a little confused, this really seemed like an emergency. That was when they saw the earth wall being sliced through and hitting Jiraiya just enough to pierce the flesh, creating an X mark on his chest. If we had raised just a little less, that would have been serious, thought the two small elders. Jiraiya, what's going on? Asked Pa. I'm fighting my godson, he said. Wait, Minato's boy. What's going on? Said Pa. We are in the middle of a challenge that I have to win, no matter what, he said. What do you mean you have to? Ma asked. I'll explain it to you two later, he said as he fully entered Sage Mode. Well, for you to enter the Sage Mode I must be good, Naruto said as he revealed also to be in the Sage Mode. With the councils and Hokage. They've entered the Sage Mode, said the old man. With the use of those levels he's already at Sannin level, low to mid most likely, said Hiyashi Hyuga. Not really, he's yet to use any sage techniques, and I get the feeling Jiraiya was holding back, but the other one has been too, said Shikaku Nara, who couldn't sleep due to all the noise. I have to agree, thought this is an important match, they are holding back, that sword attack could have been faster and stronger. He held back a lot, and that's without the timing, he was waiting till he had a defense. Shibi Aburame analyzed, getting nods from Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akamichi. But this battle really is something. With the amount of spies we let in, the other nations wouldn't dare attack, said Sume Inuzuka. That's okay, but I hope you don't forget about the answers you said we'd receive, Hokage-sama, said Kaharu. Hokage-sama, we would like to propose him being put on the CRA, said a merchant. No, the old man said very seriously. Why, Hiruzen, that kind of power, if he teaches his children the Sage Mode, we'll have a strong clan, said Kaharu. He said he'd leave the village at the first sign of CRA, and I agreed we needed him at this time, not the children, he said as he received nods from the elders, Shinobi Council, and reluctantly the Civilian Council. They were having a very hard time with all the invasion, the villagers were losing their trust in them and almost came to a re-election of the with the contestants. You really going to do this, a battle of sages? Jiraiya said as he looked at the destruction that was done to the stadium. Of course I am. We do have an audience to please, said Naruto. Fine, you asked for it, the pervert said as he dashed towards Naruto, getting into a taijutsu battle once more, with both of them having few hits on each other every now and then. But the ground around them was being destroyed by every blow, if the hit connected or not. Wah! Wait a minute, wait. Jiraiya said, backing up a bit, making Naruto a little confused but not letting his guard down. What's going on? Why does his punch hurt so much? Asked Jiraiya. He's mastered the Sage Mode, Jiraiya. You haven't. There is bound to be a difference, said Ma. Shit. So I'm at a heavy disadvantage. Well, yes and no, said Pa before continuing. You see, he'll run out of nature chakra soon. You won't, but as you said, he has a stronger abilities, making Jiraiya smirk. That's good and all, but you do know I'm right here, right? Naruto said as he sent Jiraiya flying. Gawk. Damn brat, that hurts, said the pervert, but you're losing power, I can feel it. Shitty's right, damn it, what do? I don't have anything effective to use against a snake, and I can't use the cursed seal. No choice, the seals will have to do, Naruto thought as he used up the last of his Sage Mode. Perfect, now you're mine, Jiraiya said, standing back up. I'm going to toy with you a bit, and then I'll finish it with style. Yeah, about that. No gravity by 4 inches, Naruto said as suddenly Jiraiya fell to the floor on one foot. What? What in the world was that? It's noticeably harder to move. What did he do? I'm sure I'd know if there's a seal on me. Confused here, let me show you gravity x6 gravity by 2 inches, he said as the whole stadium felt themselves getting heavier and Jiraiya was on both his knees. The stadium. You put seals on the stadium. Shouted Jiraiya. No, I didn't. I don't have to, but by the looks on your face I don't think my mother did this, did she? He said. Is this a Uzumaki skill? Yes. I heard she was able to make chains, so I just thought she would be able to make seals as well, he said. Seals? Your mother was a master, Jiraiya said. Yes, but you know the Uzumaki main house had a bloodline, a very strong one at that chakra materialization. Most of them made chains like my mother, but few like my great-grandfather was able to materialize more than chains, said Naruto, confusing Jiraiya and the audience. Still don't get it, fine, look up, he said as everyone looked up and saw seals, one small covering the area Jiraiya was in and a huge one covering the whole stadium. With the Jonins. That's impossible, such power over the seals, said Kakashi. He's better than Sensei. Sensei had a child, thought Yugao. With the spies. This is bad, with this power he could be SS class. Was the spies' thought as they started to shit themselves. With the councils. Hokage-sama, she had a child. Kaharu said. Yes, said the shocked Hokage. He needs to be in CRA, shouted Homura. We can't, he made me sign a document that made sure of it, the old man said. Damn, it's such power. We can't let it die with him, said Homura. With Mei, Raiga, Renmara, Yagura and Fu. Amazing, said Renmara. Indeed, number wonder Yagura-san didn't stand a chance, said Mei. You really need to move on, you know, said Yagura. Says the guy that couldn't stop himself from being controlled. He was strong enough to control the Sanbi. I'm a person, he said. I know it's just hard, okay, she said, looking away. There were only few that knew that Yagura was still alive: Mei, Raiga, Renmara and Pakura, but none of them were able to forgive them as of yet. Back with Naruto and the others. I give, said Jiraiya. Great gravity by 10 inches, he said. Send Jiraiya totally to the ground. That's for stealing my fun. Winner, Genma said as he came off from the audience benches but was interrupted by the Hokage. Winner Namikaze Uzumaki, Naruto, son of Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, he announced, shocking every leaf shinobi in the arena. Naruto, seeing his full name being called, lowered his hood and took off his mask, revealing to be who he said he was. Good job, kid, and good luck being a Sannin, said Jiraiya. With Kakashi. It can't be, Naruto is, sensei's, Kakashi thought before his brain went on about the similarities and everything. How did I miss that? They're almost copies, and I neglected to teach him anything, he thought. With Yugao. Sensei's son survived, I thought he died. Don't worry sensei, I'll make sure he's safe with my life, thought Yugao, remembering the Kushina, the only mother-like person that she had in her life. With the councils. What are you talking about? That's the dead last, said a civilian. That was all an act, said the old man. Did you help him? Asked Kaharu. No, he helped me in the invasion, said the old man. So he hid everything, he should be punished, a civilian. For what? For helping us. The old man said. Quote. As I thought, now if you're done I have some people to promote, said the old man as he shunshin to the ground. With the spies. The fourth had a son. They mumbled they were not having a good day. With Kohona 12 including clone Naruto. How's that possible? You're right here, shouted Sakura. I'm a blood clone, the clone said. So how long since you switched? Asked Sasuke, shocked. Strange, I thought you'd be angry, but before the graduation, he said. With the contestants. Nice battle Naruto, but did you forget to tell us everything? The old man said. Nope, but there is no way, I'll just hand over all my secrets, right? Naruto said. Fine, I hereby promote you to a Sannin with all the right after 2 months probation, of course, he said. I can live with that, I guess, Naruto. Good, because you'll have an Anbu watching over you, said the old man. I'm not a kid, you know, he murmured. Okay, Chunin exam finals contestants, please come forward, he said as Sasuke, Choji and Neji came forward. Good, you all have shown excellent skills, and for that I promote all three of you to Chunin. Good work, and one more, though more his exceptional brains in the preliminaries. Shikamaru, I promote you to a Chunin, said the old man. What a drag, said Shikamaru before he was punched by the Yamanaka Ino for not knowing how lucky he was. In the meeting room. So when do I get the inheritance? Asked Naruto. Naruto, you'll receive your father's and mother's full inheritance today, and also the rent from the lands that had been held up due to their not being heads until now, said the old man. Hokage-sama, you can't be serious, that's 12 years of rent all go bankrupt, said a merchant. He was in the possession of vast wealth due to the business of the lands of Uzumaki. It clearly states in the agreement that in an event of the owner's death, the rent money should be saved up for 20 years' time, and if in that time no relative shows up, the land becomes theirs. But it's only been 12, hasn't it? Said the Hokage. How were we supposed to know? Said the merchant. You were supposed to follow the contract. It's your fault. Naruto will have the right to seize the land and your business unless you pay 12 years' rent in 1 month, which is 21,600,000 ryo, said the old man. But we don't know if, started the merchant, but the Hokage stopped him. I have blood samples, marriage form, birth certificate, you name it. It all proves that he's their son, said the old man. So what kind of lands do I own? Naruto asked, curious of what his parents left for him. Okay, you have a bank account of total 2,310,000,000 ryo. You are 30% owner of Ichiraku Ramen and the land, Summer Leaf Orphanage, owner of Trans Leaf Resort and the land, and landlord of Grand Leaf Restaurant, Red Leaf Bar, and 30% of the market area from your mother's side. And from my father. Fuin lessons books. Royalty of 12,000 a month, an account total of 1 billion ryo. 20% owner of Ichiraku Ramen and 10% of the market area, and owner of Daylight Family Home, an orphanage. That quite a lot, Naruto said calmly. Yeah, they spent a lot of money buying thing, especially your father. He wanted to buy lands so that you could do anything you wanted, whether civilian or ninja, the old man said, reminiscing old times. Well, now that that's done, we want Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze to sign a few agreements, said Kaharu. What kind of agreements? The old man asked. You stay out of this, Hiruzen. We want him to sign up for the CRA. Not only is he the son of the Hokage, he's also the last of the Uzumaki, said Homura. You really think he'll sign that? Said Naruto. It's either this or breeding program, said Kaharu with a smirk. How about neither? If you didn't hear, I'm a Sannin. I do not take orders from you, and the papers the Hokage signed says he cannot make me do that either, said Naruto. Quote. Good, if there isn't anything else, this meeting is adjourned, the old man said as they left, leaving a defeated Homura and Kaharu. To think that Danzo's death, and suddenly the old fool seems to grow some backbone, said Kaharu. Whatever the reason, Danzo's death has cost us a lot of the power we used to have, said Homura. We need to get more power or Hiruzen will destroy Konoha, said Kaharu, receiving a nod from Homura. In the office. Is there something you want, Naruto? Yes, I want to tell you some things, but first could you? Naruto said, and Hiruzen nodded, sending the Anbus away and activating the privacy seal. Now what's wrong? The old man asked. I am Yari Uzumaki, he said, shocking the old man. What? How did you become Yari? Well, Yari is the alias I used to roam out in Uzu, and I caught the Eye of Iwa, and while searching for bounties I found Gato, and you know the rest, he said. So you're the Kiri's hero, said the old man. Yes, I've already talked about an alliance with them, said Naruto. Quote, Why take over Gato Corps? I needed a lot of money for the lands I'm buying, and I needed a transportation source for my seals, he said. You're the seal seller? The old pervert asked, and Naruto nodded. Why buy so much land in the nations? Why not set your business here? Said the old man. Because it's just a cover for my real plan, said Naruto. And what might that be? He asked. I want to restart the root program, Naruto said, shocking the Hokage. Naruto, I can't allow that. Stealing the people's emotions and turning them into weapons is something I can't allow, said the aged Kage. Then we'll make it without that step, said Naruto. I won't steal their emotions, turn them into weapons or anything that is against the Konoha law, and you'll be informed about it all the time, said Naruto. Fine, but the first sign of something wrong and I'm shutting it down, said the cage. Good, now the flares can burn brightly. The cage asked. Well, I'm not naming them root, I'm naming them flare. Flares from the will of fire, said Naruto, for which the old fart smiled. I'll prepare the papers, he said. And I'll check out the quality of the orphanages I own. Oh, not yet, here, sign these, it's the papers to your inheritance, he said. Okay, thanks, old man, Naruto said as he signed and sped off. Summer Leaf Orphanage. This is it, huh? Excuse me, kid, mind telling me how this orphanage is? He asked a kid passing by. Well, it's good, the funds are running low, but everything else is good. People are kind and caring, said the boy. I see, so what are you going to become when you grow up? He asked. A farmer, he answered. I see, what do you want to become? A shinobi, he said. I see, thanks, kid, he said as he walked in. So they're low on funds, quite expected really, since they are not being funded by my mother at the moment. The children are losing their childhood too soon, the playground is not in good conditions. There's a lot to do, huh? He asked himself. Hello, madam, are you the headmaster of this place? He asked the lady. Yes, is something wrong? She asked. No, I recently inherited this place and it seems to be low on funds, is it? You're the new owner. Please treat us well. And yes, we're having some funding troubles, she said. Well, don't worry, I'll make sure the children's dreams come true. There are some modifications, some educational programs I'll be starting to help them achieve their dreams, said Naruto. Thank you, she said as her eyes grew teary. It's my pleasure, he said as he left. Later that day, Naruto was currently making some evening tea. He had just signed 2 huge checks for the 2 orphanages and was now waiting for the modifications and programs to start. He had noticed that an Anbu was following him since he got out of the first orphanage and had not left since. You know, you can come have some tea, you know, he said to the Anbu as he received no answer. I haven't mixed anything, you saw me making it, he said as an Anbu with a cat mask showed herself. You know, I was not sure you would come down, but please sit, he said. Thanks, but I'm not allowed to take my mask off, she said. Oh well, but then why come down? He asked. Your mother was the one who taught me everything I knew, she said. Oh, he said, a little shocked at the sudden declaration. A bit of a shock, Think about the shock I got at the stadium. She was like a mother I never had and I couldn't look after her son, she said sadly. Well, that's in the past. Come tell me some stories about her over some tea, Naruto said, gesturing towards a chair. You know, I still can't take my mask off, she said calmly. Oh well, worth a shot, he said, making Yugao smile. With clone Naruto. Hey guys, heading out, he said to Fu and Yagura. Yeah, we're in charge of freeing the prisoners from Orochimaru's prisons and try to add some to the new flares if we must, Yagura said. What, really? I want to come too, the clone said. No, we're taking Senshi and we need you to guard the base. After we get back you'll be heading out too, you know, Fu said. I'm heading out where? He asked. Secret, Fu said, making the clone irritated. Well, at least we have Mei-san and Raiga. They left for Kiri already. They finished their dealings with the Hokage and left for Kiri an hour ago, Yagura said. What? The clone shouted. How much are things going to change while I'm training? He thought. In an unknown location. Toby was mad. He may be a good boy, but even he had limits. The Zetsu here in front of him had not just 1 but 2 bits of bad news: the loss of Ikibi and the worst news, Orochimaru decided to hit the sack for good, meaning there was no way to get the Bijus back. Madara, you're getting too serious. We don't need all the tailed Bijus, said Pain. You stupid little idiot. You think I really see the world in your perspective? No, I will shape this world the way I like in my infinite Tsukuyomi. But how I can't remake the 10 tails without the 9 Bijus, but it seems that the Bijus are disappearing without a trace. Are they even useful without the 9? No, even without the 10 tails they hold vast powers. I can use them on my side under my control, thought Obito Toby, Madara wannabe. You're right, but it's really something we must be concerned about. Pain. At the rate they're disappearing they'd be gone by the time you're able to take the Bijus, he said. So should we capture them now? Pain asked. No, capturing them will be a pain. Pain, I want you to convince them that we are the side they belong to against the world that put a monster inside their bellies, he said with a smirk. So we are abandoning the extraction plan. Oh no, you are taking it wrong. I don't need the waste of spaces on my side. I want to keep an eye on them until you're ready to begin the extraction, Madara said. It has been 2 weeks since the battle between the two Sanins. Naruto's skill had made him the main talk in the inn, not just the village hidden in the leaves, but the whole elemental nations. Kakashi had gone on a guilt streak, but due to the order from the Hokage he was forced to take missions. Kumogakure. The spy report should be arriving any minute, but there's no doubt that the village must be heavily if a weaker spy made it in for so long. Or the thought of the Raikage who was currently working out trying his best to ignore the huge pile paperwork in front of him when suddenly the door slammed open and Killer B, the Raikage's an adoptive brother and Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, walked in with his team. Yo bro, we're back and ready to go, said B. Speak for yourself, said Yugito, teammate of Killer B and the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. A new mission is not cool. As very well endowed Kunoichi named Samui, receiving a nod from the other two teammates Karui and the overly negative boy teammate Omoi. B. How many times do I have to tell you to look at your team's condition before you ask for more missions? Asked A. Bro, I'm just kidding yo, said B. Just then the Raikage's assistant Mabui walked in. Raikage-sama, he's here. Okay, bring him in. B. Yugito, I want you two here for this, the others may leave, said as he dropped his dumbbell on the floor. Hi, Samui, Karui and Omoi said as they left, and the thought the later was making in a negative breakthrough. Hello Raikage-sama, I'm here to report about Kohona, said a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his late 40s. Report, said A. Iwagakure. Let's see, the doctor's bills are getting a bit extreme though, the Sandame Tsuchikage Onoki. Grandpa, can I have a mission? It's getting quite boring here, said Kuretsuchi, the granddaughter of Onoki. I thought I told you, Kuretsuchi, until you're done with the new lava jutsu that we discussed you're not having another mission, said Onoki. But Grandpa, all I do is train, she said. You're the only one that can take this hat, Kuretsuchi, not your father and not anyone else. You got potential to make IWA the greatest, he said proudly. Tsuchikage-sama, the spy we sent to Kohona has arrived, said the assistant. Finally, I have an appointment later, hurry and bring him in, said the Tsuchikage before turning to Kuretsuchi. Kuretsuchi, I want you to watch closely, this meeting may just be the beginning of the end of Kohona, said the old man. Tsuchikage-sama, the old man who was in his mid-70s said as he walked in. Good you're here, let me hear it, said the Tsuchikage. Sunagakure. We were tricked, said a council man. I know, but will they see it that way? Asked a councilwoman. We can't let a war break out, not at this time. We are too weak, said another. We have received word from a spy that we sent to Kohona to see if they wants war or not, said Baki. So what are you waiting for? Let him in, said an elder council man. Hi, Baki said as he showed the spy in. Tell us what you found out, said the first council. Kumo, another sage, to think that the first thing after an invasion they seemed to have grown in power, said A. There's no way that you managed to spy your way through such tight security. They wanted the information to spread, said Yugito. They multiplied the power by 2-0, said B. That's not all, said the spy. Go on, A told. It seems the sage is also the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Quote exclamation mark quote. This is bad, said A. And, said the spy a little scared. There's more, asked A. Yes, do you remember the Uzumaki woman that Kumo wanted for her special chakra? Well, it seems that he's the son of that woman and the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he said as he looked at 3 flabbergasted individuals. Iwa, he had a son, said Onoki, totally shocked. Yes, he looked just like him, said the spy. Grandpa, the son of that person. It's too big news. We need to inform the war council, told Kuretsuchi. We need to destroy them while they're weak and alone. We can't, said the spy. And why can't we? Asked Onoki. It seems that Kiri has used the opportunity to make a peace contract with Kohona, and worse, they also placed the boy under their protection, said the spy. Was heard as pure rage was being pumped through the room. We need to do something, said Kuretsuchi. There's nothing we can do, our hands are tied, said Onoki. Suna. Quote exclamation mark quote. This makes things difficult. We are now not only left without a Hokage, alone and short on people for war, now they even got more power, said a councilwoman who was clearly frustrated. We have to make sure that Kohona and we are on good terms since Gaara seems stable now, said another. Yes, I heard the beast was extracted from his body, said another. So did I even had some people spy on his and have made sure to have seen Gaara sleep. So what's the big deal? Gaara seems to be friendlier and much more proficient at controlling the sand, said a woman. True, he's become calm and strong like a true ninja, said an elder named Chio. I think we may have found a candidate to be the next Kazekage, said her little brother Ebizo. But are we to do about Kohona? Send a message to them explaining the reasons and hope they understand, said one. Agreed, said another. Kumo. B. Yugito, I want you two to kill him, said A. What? But the Yugito started but was interrupted by A. That's not important here. He seems to be the root of all the problems. If he's out, then Kohona will weaken, said A. That's nice and all, but he's at the Leaf Village. How are we supposed to kill him? Asked Yugito. That's why this is a long-term mission. Be sure to attack when he's alone, said the Raikage. Hi, Yugito said while being raped. Kohona. Naruto was currently in a spar with his new sparring partner. The two were getting along quite well. It began with stories about his mother and how good her sword skills were. This raised curiosity of how well his mother had taught this girl. The first match lasted long as they tried to get to know each other's rhythm, which they found was very similar to each other's due to Naruto using Whirlpool style and Yugao's style being referenced by the style. As the spars and days went, the fights started to get more and more intense. The amount time had first fallen drastically, due to Naruto's skill, but Yugao started to catch up soon afterwards. Naruto, who was always training, was now having fun. He was happy having someone to talk to. On the other hand, Yugao had started to smile more. It began in the talks of her sensei and seems to be there to stay. She had been spending almost all of her time with him. Of course there were breaks. Speaking of breaks, there was one break the time she realized just how much she had been smiling. She was walking to the bar planning to get a drink as she had not been able to do so the past week due to the mission, but she had the night of, meaning she could get wasted. She walked in a nin bar and looked around, seeing Anko and Kurenai with Hana Inuzuka sitting in a corner of the bar. Normally she would like to have a drink alone, but not today. Today she was going to get wasted, so she got some bottles of expensive sake. Look who the cat dragged in, said Anko. Yugao, said Kurenai and Hana. Hey guys, it's been a while, said Yugao. It's been a while. It's been days. Where in the world were you? Asked Hana. I'm on a long-term S-rank mission within the village, but that's all the public news I can give, Yugao said, smiling a bit. Whoa, a long-term S-rank and it's inside the village. Sweet. I wish the old man Hokage would give us more missions like those, said Anko. So how long will this mission last? Asked Kurenai. 2 months. Yugao said as she opened the first bottle. And the pay? Asked Anko. A total of 1,050,000 ryo, said Yugao, fully smiling as she knew Anko was getting jealous as she was stuck doing many quick missions that were coming a lot these days. What, that's crazy, then it must be hard as hell, she said. Nope. It's quite time consuming, but it's kind of fun, she said as she took a sip of the sake. Yugao took a big sip and looked towards Anko, who was surprisingly silent, and then looked at Hana and Kurenai that were just as silent. What's wrong? She said as she put the bottle down. Why, you're smiling, said Anko. Quote exclamation mark quote. Yugao thought as her thought went through the past few days as he realized that she had been smiling almost all the time. Now they were doing light sparring that was slowly destroying the training ground they were in. Come on, put more power behind those swings, said Naruto as he threw a swing that made Yugao jump back. Stop that. It's really irritating, said Yugao as she came back with more force. Then make me, said Naruto as he started to push her back again. Damn it. I give, said Yugao. Good. You lasted 32 seconds more than before, said Naruto. Yeah, then why don't I feel the improvement, said Yugao. You know, sometimes you act like a baby. You have been fighting me and losing all this time, of course you don't feel it, you just have to find another opponent to test it on, he said. Fine, she said as she headed towards the door only to stop when Naruto threw something at her which she quickly caught due to her reflexes. A gift for your improvements, it's my first blade, the White Fang, said Naruto. Why give this to me? Asked Yugao. Listen, I didn't start sparring with you because I was bored. No, I started this because I wanted a new wielder to carry that sword. It's a beauty that is even deadlier in a fight. Chakra metal and hardened sealed, one of the rarest swords in the world made by the finest craftsman in all of iron, said Naruto proudly. And you're giving this to me? She said, clearly shocked. Yes, if I had it, it would just be a blade for show and I don't want that, said Naruto. Thanks, said Yugao. Welcome. Now let's see what's next. Oh right, let's head to the Hokage Tower, said Naruto as the both of them started jumping towards the Hokage Tower. At the Hokage Tower. So you're thinking of retrieving? Asked Jiraiya. Yes, I'm trying to see who is the best candidate available so that I can finally rest, said Saru as he eyed the paperwork. Well, it's about time anyway, said Naruto as he jumped in through the window and Yugao went and settled near the other Anbus. So what bring you here? Asked the old man. Where's the forums for my flares? Asked Naruto. Here we have received 43 from one and 52 from the other, meaning that currently there are 95 flare candidates, said old man. Well, it's a good beginning now for the next issue. I want some nins to train them, said Naruto. Naruto, we don't have any spare nins that we can lend you, said the old man. I'm not taking them for free. I'm willing to pay an S-rank missions pay to each of the person I hire every month, said Naruto. Who are they? The old man asked. Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Might Guy, Cat here and Jiraiya the Toad Sanin, said Naruto. Whoa, wait a minute, I'm teaching anyone my skills, said Jiraiya. You won't have to. I just want you to teach them Fuinjutsu, said Naruto. Quote, comma dot. Well, if I do, would you forgive me? Asked Jiraiya. Yes, answered Naruto. Then fine, said Jiraiya. So how long are these training sessions going to be? Asked the old man. 3 hours every day starting when I'm able to leave for 3 years, said Naruto. Wait, what, 3 years, Naruto? Isn't that a bit too long? Jiraiya said. I'm not training them to join a genin squad. I'm training them for the new Anbu platoon, said Naruto. Fine, Naruto, but this mission is going to cost you a lot of money and I don't think that you have enough, said the old man. Come on, old man, you are forgetting what I told you earlier, said Naruto, making Saru realize that Naruto was also Yari, the infamous and ridiculously wealthy owner of the Uzumaki Corps. I guess old age is finally catching up to me, said the old man. So it seems, said Naruto as he jumped out the window with Yugao following, although she failed to realize that Naruto had switched himself with a clone. With real Naruto, base. So why the urgent call? Said Naruto. We have important news, said Yagura, who had just arrived back in the village with Fu. 250 of the prisoners from 640 have decided to follow us as thanks, said Fu. Quote, exclamation mark. Really, now that's good news. How are they? 36 Jonins, 72 Chunins, 93 Genins, and the rest are not really ninjas but have potential, said Yagura. Where did the rest of the prisoners go? Asked Naruto. Kiri. They wanted a home, so I thought Kiri needed more people, he said. A cage never truly retires, huh? Naruto said, smiling lightly. Tell them to report to the HQ to start their training. Who would be training them? Asked Fu. Zabuza, Pakura, Mei, Ao and Raiga will be training them, said Naruto. Good choice. While the flares grow, we cannot neglect our training as well. Be sure keep training, said Naruto. Oh, and once you're done here, head to Iowa. I want you to recruit the two there. Hi. The two said in collision. Outside Leaf. Brings back memories, doesn't it? Said a figure. Try to concentrate on finding the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Rumors say that he's an S-ranked ninja, said the second figure. Itachi. The brat is just 13, there's no way he can be that strong, said the figure. Spies from every nation that was sent to check how strong Konoha was after the invasion says the same thing, said Itachi. Whatever. I'm just waiting to see father's face when sees us together. The worst criminals of Konoha together. I bet he'll actually shit himself, said the figure. That may be if he sees us, but we are not here to create a scene. Leader told us to be as secretive as possible, said Itachi. Che spoil sport. If you can't have fun, at least let others have theirs, said the figure as they began to walk towards the leaf. With Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai. Asuma and Kurenai were currently walking towards a restaurant. Well, they would be if the third wheel Hatake was not there following them. They were in a deep conversation about the Sandaime and his retirement plans. So when do you think he'll announce the news to everyone, said Kurenai. I think he wants to find a few suitable candidates before announcing. I mean, he has been up late almost every night trying to find good and capable ninjas that could lead this village, said Asuma. This was when the trio sensed a suppression of chakra forcefully from two people that passed by them. Guys, did you sense that? Said Kakashi. Yeah, they were suppressing their chakra to a civilian's level, said Asuma. We should follow them. Kurenai informed the Hokage, Kakashi said as he took off. Wait, why me? Said Kurenai. Kurenai, please for me, said Asuma as he left as well. Damn men. Kurenai muttered as she went to inform the Hokage. By the lake's side. You can stop following us now, said Itachi as he stopped by the lake and turned around to see Kakashi and Asuma land a few meters away. Who are you and what's your business in Leaf? Said Kakashi. Come on, we were just visiting our old home, said the second man. That's enough, take off those hats immediately or we will have to use force, warned Asuma. Well, if the little brat hasn't grown up, said the same man. We have no choice, let's end this quickly, said Itachi as he took off his hat, shocking the duo. Well, I guess, said the second figure as he took his hat off as well, making Asuma almost faint. No way, Ni-san, Asuma stammered out. Hello Ototo, said the man. He was a well-muscled man and had the physique of a woodcutter, a short beard and a cigar in his mouth. Itachi Uchiha, the man who killed almost everyone in his clan, and Sarutobi Shin, the eldest son of the Sandaime and the person that killed his own little brother. What are two S-ranked missing nins doing here? Said Kakashi. You know, I heard about you. The brat that had copied a lot of jutsus but doesn't have the chakra to use most of them, mocked the newly named Shin. Kakashi, take Itachi while I take Ni-san, said Asuma. Fine. But Asuma, keep your cool, advised Kakashi. I'll try, he said as shot of taking out his trench knives. Asuma, you're seriously plan to kill me with those useless toys that I threw away? Shin roared as he shot towards Asuma in a burst of speed and suddenly punched in the stomach, sending him flying. Useless, just like you. Asuma, shouted Kakashi as he tired to go help his friend when he was stopped by Itachi. Your fight is with me, fire release. Great fireball jutsu, Itachi said as he shot a huge ball of fire towards Kakashi, who used substitution to escape at the last minute. I'll have to be more careful. Wait, where's he? Thought Kakashi, who was hiding behind a tree. You're too predictable, Hatake, Itachi said as he appeared behind Kakashi, making Kakashi jump back in surprise. I'll need the Sharingan for this, but for some reason I don't think it's going to be enough, thought Kakashi. Foolish, said Itachi, making Kakashi's eyes widen. Boom. Damn it. Kakashi, looks like we're having some trouble, huh? Asuma said as he saw the explosion. He knew Kakashi would never go down that easily, but he also knew that Itachi was able to penetrate Kakashi's guard. Letting your guard down isn't the best thing to do when your opponent is actually stronger than you, Asuma, said Shin. Fire release. flame bombs, making jump up. Idiot. Explode, he said as the fireballs exploded. Really, you guys? What's going on here? Said Yagura and Fu from behind, holding Kakashi and Asuma. Who do you think you are? Said Shin as Itachi landed near him. That guy, he's quick, thought Itachi. You are from Akatsuki, are you not? Asked Yagura. They were still wearing their masks so that it was almost impossible to tell who was. Who wants to know? Asked Itachi, who was curious of the opponent's identity. Well, we'd tell you, but we aren't really allowed to tell you that or allow you to just come in here to take the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, said Fu. That's a lot of information about us, said Itachi. Enough. Let's finish this fire release. Flamethrower, said Shin as he launched a stream of fire towards Yagura and Fu. Water release, water geyser, said Yagura as water from the sea shot towards the oncoming fire attack, not only extinguishing it but also attacking them back, making the two having to jump back. No hand seals. To think that someone with that level of water efficacy is still alive to do that without hand seals even in an area covered in water takes a lot of skill, thought Itachi. Che, a water master. Well, sad for you, I'm not just a fire user. Earth release. Stone dragon jutsu, he said as a dragon made from stone shot out of the ground and towards the Yagura, only to have Fu destroy it with a single punch. You're going to have to do a lot more than that, said Fu. So it seems, Shin the water user must be water specialist. Use your earth release on him while I catch the woman in my genjutsu, whispered Itachi. Fine, said Shin. Tsukuyomi, said Itachi, sending Fu into the world of Tsukuyomi. Where am I? Said Fu. You're in the world of Tsukuyomi. Here I control everything, and for the next 72 hours you're going to be tortured here, said Itachi. A genjutsu and a strong one. I have to break out of this. No choice, I'll have to use it, thought Fu as her eyes started to glow green, and suddenly in a burst of chakra the genjutsu was ripped to shreds, even making Itachi's eyes bleed more. To think she broke through my ultimate genjutsu. Just who are these two? No, it's not the time, we must retreat, reinforcements are coming, thought Itachi. Shin, we're leaving now, he said, receiving a nod from Shin as they took off. We should leave too. We have so reach Iwa soon, said Yagura as they left the scene as well, leaving the unconscious Kakashi and Asuma by a tree. Later the same day at the Hokage Tower. To think that he would join forces with a group like that, said a teary old man. Sensei, it's not your fault. He was the one that went mad, said Jiraiya. No, I neglected him. I was so busy training, you doing missions with you, doing paperwork that I didn't spend a second with them, said the old man. Sensei, there's nothing we can do about it now, said Jiraiya, trying to comfort his sensei. No, Jiraiya, I have messed up too many lives as a Hokage. I am not worthy of this title. I have made my mind. You will take Naruto and go find Tsunade and convince her to become the Godime of the Leaf Village, said the old man. The Clash of Tales and X-Tales. Naruto was currently reading a book on the couch, trying to take his mind of being stuck inside Konoha for more than one more month, when he heard a knocking sound on the front door. Naruto walked towards the door, wondering who the uninvited visitor was. Hey Naruto, Jiraiya said as Naruto opened the door. What do you want? Asked Naruto. My, you seem to be in a mood. Being stuck in the village sucks, doesn't it? Asked Jiraiya. Can we skip the mockery and get to the reason why you're here? Asked Naruto. I'm here to give you an offer that you can't refuse, if you say that is, said Jiraiya with a wide smirk. I see. Well, let me hear it, said an impatient Naruto. Oh, come on. At least invite me in, would you? Asked Jiraiya. No. Now what is the offer, or should I close the door? Asked Naruto. Fine. I want to invite you out on a little trip to find the Godime Hokage, said Jiraiya. Out of the village, but then again I get stuck with you. Fine, I'll go. When do we leave? Said Naruto. At dawn. The sun is going to set in a bit and I don't do well without a last peek, said Jiraiya with a perverted grin. Che, pervert, Naruto said as he slammed the door shut. So tomorrow I'll finally be able to step out of the village. Well, let's get some rest before that, shall we? he thought as he went towards the bathroom to get ready for bed. At dawn, Naruto had woken up earlier than usual to get some exercises done before he hits the road. It was the reason that Naruto had went to bed so early, it was practically midnight. As Naruto finished his exercises, he quickly went to the bath to freshen up a bit before he met up with the pervert at the gate, or so the pervert had told him. Naruto was sure that the man would be somewhere trying to peep on women. After the refreshing bath, Naruto sat down to seal all the necessary items inside a scroll. After that, he sat in a meditating position to try and sense the location of the pervert, only to see him on his way to the gates. Quickly Naruto shot off towards the gates, wanting to step out of the village for a bit. At the gate, Naruto came to see Jiraiya waiting for him impatiently. "Yo, pervert, I could have sworn that you'd be doing something perverted right about now," said Naruto, approaching him. "I would, but the hot springs doesn't open till 9, and Tsunade would be a much better source of research," said the pervert. "Che, I should have known." "Well, let's move out, shall we?" asked Naruto. "Let's get going. My research awaits," said Jiraiya. In the woods, outside the Leaf Village that was hidden in a deep forest that was made from the Shodaime Hokage's chakra, two figures were hiding within them. These two had been waiting for their target Uzumaki Naruto to step out of the village for almost 2 whole days. They were Killer Bee and Yugito Ni. They had just spotted Naruto and Jiraiya heading out of the village, but they were not allowed to attack Naruto until he was alone. So they had no choice to wait until the Toad Sannin leaves to kill Naruto. On the other hand, Naruto was looking around admiring the sight. It had only been a few weeks, but it had felt like it had been years since he had last seen this forest. "So where is this Tsunade at?" asked Naruto. Well, I don't really know myself, but don't worry, we'll find her," said Jiraiya. "What? Then where in the world are we going right now?" asked Naruto. "Well, we are going to a little town up ahead where I have an informant waiting for me, and then I'll start teaching you your father's second most prized jutsu, the Rasengan," said Jiraiya. "You're stupid. Why in the world would I need to learn from you when I can just learn from the library that he left me?" said Naruto. "Oh, then tell me, why haven't you?" asked Jiraiya. "I don't want to use them," said Naruto, looking down. "Why?" asked Jiraiya, curious to why Naruto was refusing to learn such powerful jutsus. "My reasons are my own. Now how much longer till we reach the village?" asked Naruto. "A couple more minutes," said Jiraiya. At a hotel, Naruto and Jiraiya had just reached the place and booked 2 rooms close to each other, which made the 2 Jonins that were following them have to wait even longer to fulfill their mission. Naruto was currently looking at the children in the area who were with their parents. Naruto had grown a lot stronger than before and wiser as well, but he was still a child. Naruto's thoughts went to a vow that he made inside the jutsu library inside the Uzumaki Namikaze estate. "Mom, Dad, unless you teach me your signature moves yourselves, I, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, will never learn them. Never," he thought as a knocking sound kicked him out of his thoughts. "Yo, Naruto, I'm heading out to do some research and meet the informant on the way. I'll be back before sundown, okay?" asked Jiraiya. "Fine, I'm going out for a work anyway," said Naruto as he grabbed his room keys, locking the door as he went out. Naruto was walking through the forest a good distance away from the village so that the fight he was about to have with the followers did not destroy the area. "You can come out now," said Naruto as the 2 Kumo Jinchuriki landed a few meters away from Naruto. My 2 Jinchurikis, and they're both from Kumo. I have to say, you really are a big help. I was wondering on how to bring you out of your villages for a while now," said Naruto. "Well, then that's good news, isn't it? Now you can die happy," said Yugito. "Oh, can I at least get the names of the fellow Jinchuriki that are here to kill me?" asked Naruto. If that your last wish, then so be it." "My name is Ni Yugito and I am the Jinchuriki of the Nibi," said Yugito. "Yo, I'm the Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi," said B. "Well, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kurama," said Naruto, shocking the other two Jinchuriki whose bijus were warning them that Naruto had a good relation with the Kyuubi. Well, that now let's begin, said Yugito, only to be cut off when Naruto raised a hand. What now? She asked. Let me introduce you to your opponents, shall we? Said Naruto. Quote? Meet Yagura and Fu, said Naruto as he took out a strange scroll and started going through some hand signs. Summoning technique. 7 inches, said Naruto as 2 of the 9 seals on it glowed as Yagura and Fu was summoned in front of them. Quote? You know I really hate that seal, said Yagura. Ooh, come on. We were so close to Iwa, said Fu. Sorry, but I needed help. These two seem to be Jinchurikis, and by the surprised look I got when Kurama's name indicates that these guys are really close to their bijus, said Naruto. I see. Well then, Fu and I will take care of this. Just ready the seal, said Yagura as he went through some hand signs. Water release. Water drilling bullets, he said as he started shooting bullets at the shocked nins in front of them, who got out of it just in time to jump out of the way. What in the world, this guy? I thought he was a snake Sannin, not a human Sannin, said Yugito. That's one freaky man. If we're taking them on, we'll need a plan, said B. Ink release. Sticky ink bullets, he said as he started shooting bullets of sticky ink towards the group of people in front of him. We're not that easy. Water release. Water enhancement wall, said Yagura as a wall of water from a nearby river protected them from the ink, but as soon as the ink hit the water, the ink started to spread and suddenly the jutsu was destroyed. My ink is one of my strongest tool, don't take me for a fool. I'll make you see stars in the day, just pray that you make it out alive today, said B. I see, but yo know you should know never to let your enemy get behind you, said Naruto as B felt a presence behind him and turned around to be sent flying through the forest. That applies to you too. Hellfire release. Flamethrower, said Yugito as she jumped out of a tree casting a huge attack with flames similar to the skin of Nibi. Coral release. Rising coral wall, said Yagura as he placed his hand on the ground, making a huge coral rise from the ground which protected them from the fireball. Nope, we knew all along. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu, Naruto said as he breathed out a huge fire towards Yugito, who used substitution to escape. With Yugito and B behind a tree. B, we should retreat and report to Raikage. This guy was dangerous alone, but with these people with him we have no chance, said Yugito. Man, I'm not fleeing, but I don't want another beating, said B. B, shut the hell up. We're in enough mess already, we can't afford to let them find us or we won't be so lucky next time, said Yugito. Well, I hate to interrupt, but you're not so lucky this time either, said a voice from behind that made their blood run cold. They quickly jumped back and saw Naruto standing there casually without a hint of worry. Rookie mistake, you should have done your homework better. I'm quite a censor, you know, said Naruto with a slight smirk as he watched Yagura and Fu jump at the two Jinchurikis that were too concentrated on Naruto. Damn it, B, what are you waiting for Christmas? Let's finish this, said Yugito as she entered the one-tailed form. That not going to be enough to stop me, Fu said as she punched Yugito through the stomach. Gwack, Yugito shouted as she heard some of her ribs cracking. No way this girl was able to do this much damage even while I'm in this form. This girl, just who is he? Thought Yugito as she fell on her knees. With B was having a slightly better luck with Yagura, who did not destroy all his ribs, but the amazingly fast water attacks seems to be much more denser than normal attacks, as even a low D rank water jutsus were stinging him in the two-tailed form. You're real good at controlling Gyuki there. To be able to create tentacles in that form is quite something. I wonder who is better, said Yagura as he up, avoiding a surprise attack launched by B. B, be careful with this one, he knew my name. No one but the 9 of us brothers and sisters know our names. For this person to know my name means he has somehow come into contact with a sibling of mine, and by his powers over water it's most likely Isobu, said Gyuki. One question, man, how do you know the Sanbi-san? Rapped B, making Yagura raise a brow. Amazing, you're on a much more friendlier terms with each other than I thought possible. Sad, really by the end of this fight you will have to part ways, said Yagura with pity in his voice. he knew the pain of losing a friend that was with you all your life in all your ups and your downs. Quote exclamation mark. You're a pain. We'll stick together time and time again, said B. I know you're talking about the seal, but the seal means nothing anymore. Just look at me, I was with Isobu all my life, he was like a father and a mother that I never had, but I let him go, said Yagura. Water release. Twin water dragon jutsu. What are you talking about? Why let him go? Where did he go? Said Gyuki from B's mouth as B had allowed him to take over for a bit after he had dodged the dragons in the six-tailed form that he had just entered. There is a group called the Akatsuki that are trying to hunt the Bijus down. They are a group made from S-rank missing nins from all over the elemental nations. They were strong, so strong that they were able to control me and Isobu until Naruto saved us and sent Isobu to another world that he made only for the Bijus so that they could stay away from the greed of the humans. Shukaku and Chome are with him, said Yagura, shocking both B and Yugito, who was in hearing range. No way. A group of S-rank missing nins, Matabi, thought Yugito. Yugi-chan, don't give up. I'm fine with whatever you decide. If want me to fight with you all happily. Matabi started, but Yugito interrupted. No, you have to go. I may see you as a friend, but I'm not immortal, and the Jinchurikis to come will not view you like I do. This is your golden chance. Let's break this cycle, shall we? Thought Yugito. On the other side, B and Gyuki was having the same type of conversation, and the end result was also the same. What do we have to do? Said Yugito weakly. Nothing, I'll do the sealing myself, said Naruto as he started going through some hand seals and sent the tail to the others. What now? Said Yugito weakly, knowing I would not like this one bit. No idea. Said B, who was not rapping for the first time. You can come with us, we're searching for others like us, said Fu, smiling as she put her hand forward. Guess we have nothing better to do, said Yugito, taking Fu's hand. Later the same day in the hotel. Naruto had just got back from the sealing the Gyuki and Matabi, and it had taken a lot out of him to seal not just one but two Bijus the same day. He had escorted the four guests to a different hotel and paid by using Yari's cash to avoid suspicion. He had yet to tell anyone about who these friends were. And he didn't plan to tell them anytime soon. After he had got back to his room, the first thing he had done was to take a nice hot bath to clear his mind, and as the rooms were paid by Jiraiya, who was still trying to get on his good side, Naruto was able to order whatever he wanted after the bath and was currently waiting for the food that he ordered to come in. Knock knock. Come in, said Naruto. Yo Gaki, you sure took your sweet time coming back. Here I was thinking that we'll go out enjoy the night festival together. I even skipped my research today, said Jiraiya. Oh, it's you. I was expecting my food to come any minute, replied the blonde. Yeah, so what took you so long, Gaki? I was getting a bit worried you were a walking target. You know, said the pervert. I was training and I lost track of time, was the only answer that Jiraiya received from his godson. So you're seriously not going to learn the Rasengan? How long are you going to be stubborn about this? Said Jiraiya, getting serious. You know I want to learn them. I really do, but to learn them myself seems meaningless. Those jutsus remind me of them, that they are not here, that they'll never be here, said Naruto. Quote. Naruto, a euro. Well, anyway, what did you order? I think we should eat together tonight. Wait here, I'll be right back, said the toad Sanin as started to walk towards the phone. Wait, I've ordered enough food for the both of us. I knew you'd barge in here sometime around. You're earlier than I expected though, said Naruto as he sat on his bed only for the food to arrive. Jiraiya made his way towards the door and was shocked as the waiters bought more and more food inside and started keeping them of the table. When the waiters were done, there was a total of 8 different types of meals on the table, and 6 of them was very expensive while other 2 were just above average priced. Jiraiya could already feel the dent this trip was going to make on his fortune and mentally vowed to make the trip end as fast as possible. That's quite a lot of food there, Gaki, said a nervous Jiraiya. Yeah, it's been a while since I ate such good food. When I was Yari, I would hunt down A-ranked Missing nins all the time just to eat these, said Naruto. Why would you need to do that? You're rich enough to keep eating them non-stop even. Without your inheritance, said Jiraiya. True, but I am saving those to buy more land in AIM. It's the only place I don't have any land at the moment, said the blonde going into serious mode. Yeah, tell me about it. AIM has been a pain in my ass for a few years. There has been rumors that Hanzo the Salamander was taken down 15 years ago, and since then I haven't been able to stick one spy inside AIM long enough to give me a result, said Jiraiya. Hanzo isn't that a SS ranked nin, said to stronger than Sandaime in his prime, asked Naruto. Yeah, that's what worries me. Someone that strong was defeated, and yet this guy who beat him doesn't come out to collect the fame, said Jiraiya. It could be false rumors, but the sudden secrecy is suspicious, and there has been no news about Hanzo for a long time. Meaning either he's dead or he's planning something very big. Either way, it all points to something bad that is about to happen, said the newest and youngest Sannin. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I have lost count of the amount of spies I've lost there that I can't find any people willing enough to go there anymore, and any insiders are not willing to give any information, said Jiraiya. Quite loyal people. A bit too loyal, ain't they? Asked Naruto. So I've noticed. Whoever is in charge of AIM at the moment rules them by fear, said Jiraiya. Looks like there are a lot more to AIM than I first thought. Looks like I made a mistake leaving AIM for later, thought the young Sannin. Well, what are you so stressed about? Asked Jiraiya. Nothing, just thinking up some strategies to infiltrate this defense that AIM has set up. To be able to identify and eliminate every spy is a very difficult job, almost impossible even to keep such a defense on for 15 years would require not only infinite amount of chakra but also great talent and power. AIM was never large in number, heck, the only reason that it's one of the top competitors to the Great Five is because of Hanzo, and if the rumors are true and someone killed Hanzo, then who in the world is this guy who's keeping spies out so effectively, said Naruto. You're really thinking about this a lot, ain't you? But it will take a while for you. Anbu squads will be field ready, said Jiraiya, making the younger Sannin chuckle. That's where you're wrong. The moment I was allowed to create my own division of Anbu, I some friends to recruit some people that Orochimaru had collected and kept locked up for later experiments. There are a few of them that are already field ready, said the blonde with a smirk. So you already started the program? I thought the Hokage was supposed to be informed of these things, said Jiraiya. Yes, but that only applies to the god. I'm not the Sandaime, said Naruto with his smirk still in place. I see. Well, get some rest, Naruto. We'll head out in the evening, said Jiraiya as he got up from the table. Evening? Why not the morning? He asked the pervert, who smiled. Well, you made me skip today's research, so tomorrow I've made it my personal research day, answered the pervert. Whatever, pervert, said Naruto as he materialized his chakra to close the door behind the two Sannin. At dawn, Naruto was currently making his way into the forest once more to meet his newest allies and purify their chakra, so that they could use it freely, and give them a few tips and a training regimen to follow. They would not be strong enough to fight a S-rank nin at the moment, and most probably have a hard time with an A, so he had to make sure that they were strong enough before they started to go gather the remaining bijus. Hey there, said a voice from behind him. This was a great shock for Naruto, since he had not let his guard down for a second. Turning around, Naruto saw someone that made his skin crawl. This man in front of him was an Akatsuki member. It was quite noticeable really, since the man was wearing the official Akatsuki uniform. The only thing unique about him was his orange mask, which was a swirl with a single Sharingan visible from it. A Sharingan? That's surely not Itachi or Sasuke. To think there was another survivor, thought Naruto as he tried to figure who this man in front of him was. Well, hello Uchiha-san, what may I do for you? Asked Naruto. Well, nice to see someone that's kind around here. My name is Toby, by the way, said the now proclaimed Toby. Nice name. Now may I know the reason that you called me for? Asked Naruto. Well, Toby was told to give you an invitation. And since Toby is a good boy, Toby would do as he was told, spoke Toby. I see. That's good and all, but this invitation. What's it about? Said Naruto. Allow me to explain that. Toby, we'll take it from here, said Zetsu as he came out of a nearby tree, shocking Naruto once again. These two, just who are they and why couldn't I sense them? Thought Naruto. Naruto, that one like a tree, he's made of yin and yang chakra for some purpose, and what's worse is the other one, Toby. He's the Uchiha that controlled me to attack the leaf the second time, said Kurama, making Naruto tighten his fists as he tried to keep calm and not kill Toby for ruining his one chance at having a family. And who might you be? Asked Naruto. Us. We're Zetsu, spoke Zetsu. I see. Please continue, said Naruto. This world is corrupted, Uzumaki-san. There are so many people that would do anything for power, and even more people that would do anything for money. There are also many useless people that do not know how to differentiate between a human and a mindless beast like a Biju. I'm sure that you're familiar with that experience. Right, Naruto? Uzumaki, container of the nine-tailed beast, questioned Zetsu. So, where are you going with this? Naruto asked, trying to figure out what type of plan these people are scheming. We plan to change all that. We want your help in cleaning out the filth that has been gathering in the elemental nations for the past centuries. Help us, Naruto-san. With your help we will be able to finally bring peace to the nations and end these pointless wars that comes forth every decade, said Zetsu. Euro. Wow, they really are something. Their speech was quite manipulative, but from what I heard they wanted the Bijus. Why recruit us? Thought Naruto. So Naruto-san, will you please join us in our noble acts? Asked Toby. I need some time to think about it. It sounds really good, but I want to clear my head and think over some things, said Naruto. Thank you, Naruto-san. I'm sure you'll make the right choice and become a part of our family, said Toby as he turned around with a smirk hidden by his mask. He was sure Naruto would be a great tool. Toby was just about to leave when his instincts kicked in and he made himself intangible, barely dodging the kunai that went through his head. Watch what you say to a Jincha, Ricky Toby. You might just be shortening your lifespan, said an angry Naruto. Sorry, Naruto-san, Toby didn't mean to hurt anyone, said Toby before he disappeared in swirls, leaving Naruto alone with Zetsu. Uzumaki-san, I'm sorry about my friend, he is just stupid. We'll be back in a week's time. Would that be enough time for you to make your mind? Asked Zetsu. Yes, thank you for allowing me this time extension, said Naruto as he watched Zetsu nod and turn around. Oh, and on more thing, Zetsu-san, said Naruto, making Zetsu turn around to face a white-colored snake with Shisui's Sharingan aimed at him. Kuto Amatsukami, said Naruto as Zetsu. Both Black and White's life was open to Naruto like a book, and he had just gained the best one-man spy network inside the Akatsuki. Make sure to keep an eye on Obito and keep me updated on everything, said Naruto, making Zetsu nod again and left, leaving alone to have a talk with Kurama. Kurama, why wasn't I told that the person that destroyed my childhood is still alive? Asked Naruto angrily through the mental connection he had with Kurama. And if I had told you that before, what would have you done? You would have left everything and go after him only to be killed and me removed to do his biddings once more. You are stronger and smarter now, Naruto, and you proved it to me by not attacking him today, explained Kurama. The only reason that I didn't attack him was that I didn't know how strong he was, Naruto said in retaliation. Stop making things up, Kit. You and I both know that as strong as you are, you're nowhere near as strong as Hashirama and Madara. And that guy was far above your reach, at least for now, said the fox. Che. I just need one punch to kill that bastard and you know it, said Naruto, not wanting to listen to the fox right now. Yes, one punch from your sage mode would be enough to kill him, but how will you hit a man that's intangible, said Kurama, making Naruto growl. Fine, so I need more training, said Naruto as he started walking towards B and Yugito. So are you done with the anger? Asked the fox. Yeah, I guess, but please trust me next time, would you? Asked Naruto. You're the only one that I can trust at the moment, Kit, but would you care to explain what you're going to do now that Madara is planning some big shit? Said Kurama, making his blonde friend laugh. That's true, but his plans are already full of flaws, aren't they? Asked Naruto. True, since the 9 of us are not present, the Jubi would not rise. But that doesn't mean that the bastard Madara would not come to life, said Kyuubi, saw it from Zetsu's memories. True. So how strong is this guy anyway? Said Naruto. Let's just say that if you fought him right now, it won't take Madara more than a few seconds to wipe you from existence, said Kurama, making shivers run down the blonde's spine. So we have to make sure that he doesn't have chance to come back, said the blonde. How, you aren't strong enough to kill the guy named Pain either, said Kurama. Che. Damn it, why does it seem that everything I learned suddenly feels like nothing, said Naruto. Don't take the wrong meaning, Naruto, you are close to Pain's level, but we have to train you to fill that gap, said Kurama. Then I guess we'll have to train harder than ever before, said Naruto. Yeah, and I know just the place where you can grow that strong enough to actually defeat Madara, said the Kyuubi. Where? Asked Naruto in excitement. Bijugakure. You will train with us to fight for light and to maintain peace in the world, said Kurama, proudly, making Naruto stop in his tracks from the shock. What, train there? How will I return? And are you sure that's a good idea? That place was made for Bijus and only Bijus, so that you guys could finally live in harmony and peace, said Naruto. Yes, I'm sure, and you're the one that made the place. There must be a way to come back and forth, said the Biju. There is one way, but are you sure the others won't mind? Said Naruto. Kit, stop your yapping already. As I already said, it's okay, and that means it's okay. You will come with us to Bijugakure, and that's final, said the fox in that's final voice. With B and the others. Naruto had just made it there and purified their chakra, and they were feeling like they were instantly double the strength that they were with their Biju, but were quickly snapped out of it by Yagura and Fu, who already knew the drill. The 2B and Yugito were told to redo every chakra control exercise and master them again. At first they didn't see why they had to master something they had mastered before, but found the answer really quickly as they were unable to do them any longer. Yagura. Fu, I need you to go and recruit the Gobi and Yonbi Jincha Rikis as soon as possible. The Akatsuki has made their move. They're trying to trick the Jincha Rikis to join them and use them until they're ready to extract the Bijus, said Naruto. What about the Rokubi's Jincha Riki? Asked Fu. I've already sent Yari after him. Now move out, said Naruto. They left and Naruto got back to supervising his new allies. Later that day. It was now almost 3 and Naruto was quite impressed that they had been able to master all the chakra control exercises before evening. Granted that Naruto had taught them the Kage Bunshin after they learned their first exercise. He was now making up a regimen for them to train for the next 3 years. Naruto had hoped that the others also be found before he returned to Leaf so that he could leave for his training trip with Kyuubi as soon as possible. He had tough fights ahead of him and he had to prepare for the worst. He had to be prepared to fight Madara if the need ever occurred. He just could not let Madara's plan succeed, or even Toba's for that matter. He would have to face them sometime if he was to accomplish his goal, his dream. Okay, here is your new training regimen. You too. You will be mostly focusing on your lightning jutsus and taijutsu. I know that it's your strong points already, but you need to increase them farther if you truly want to grow stronger. Yugito, you will be focusing on your speed, fire release, and taijutsu. You already have a flexible form, so the more speed you have, the deadlier you will be, said Naruto as he handed 2 scrolls to them. Oh, and make sure to use shadow clones to speed your training up. We will need you to be as strong as possible for our fight against the Akatsuki, advised Naruto, gaining a nod from the 2 before they left to find a suitable stop for them to train. 1,600 hours in front of the gates of the village. Jiraiya and Naruto had just headed out the village to continue their search for the legendary sucker once more. Jiraiya had received information that Tsunade was spotted near Tanzakugai, the land of fine women and gambling. Naruto was sure she was there after hearing the gambling part, as this was a land with a lot of casinos and other places that they could gamble in. Naruto, not wanting to be too long, fastened his pace as he stared to dash through the trees, making Jiraiya, who was feeling lazy from all the peeping, to have to follow his godson. Jiraiya was curious to why Naruto was in such a hurry, but he didn't receive any answer no matter how hard he had tried, so he just opted to be silent and follow his godson's lead. Jiraiya was also having a lot to think about at the moment. Naruto had mentioned about buying lands of AIM, so he had took some time from his peeping to help the blonde find a landowner in AIM that was passing through the town and had bought the guy to meet him, only to have the blonde to hear that he's no longer interested in buying land in AIM. This of course was a shock, as he was hoping that Naruto could actually find something about what happened in AIM. And the fact that Naruto no longer wanted to buy land in a land that was full of mysteries just waiting solved would mean that he had found something about the place that the others didn't know about, but what? Just what had Naruto found out, and why was he hiding it from him? He had to know. Naruto, why the sudden change of heart over AIM? Asked Jiraiya. That. Well, I already sent a spy into AIM and he's very trusted in AIM, so I'm just trying not to rush into anything, said Naruto. He got a spy into AIM in less than a day. How could that be? Is his spy network already better than mine? Thought Jiraiya. He was feeling a little down, but his curiosity quickly took over. I see. So is the rumors about Hanzo true? Asked the Toad Sannin. Yup, he was killed by a guy that calls himself Pain, said Naruto while thinking if he should tell his about Nagato and Konan. Pain, that's a stupid name. Do you know anything else about the guy? He asked again. A lot actually. He was an AIM orphan who lost his parents to two Konoha ninjas during the Third Shinobi War. He was later forced to steal food to survive along with two of his friends, said Naruto. So he despises Konoha Not exactly, you see. A Konoha nin trained them later on to survive the hardships of life, so my guess is he's indifferent, answered Naruto. A Konoha nin? You got a name too? Asked Jiraiya, who was shocked by the amount of information that his spy had already gathered. Yeah, his name is Jiraiya the Toad Sannin of Konoha, said Naruto, shocking Jiraiya even farther. Me. Naruto, who is this Pain? Please tell me, begged Jiraiya. Uzumaki Nagato, answered the blonde. They're alive, murmured Jiraiya. Yahiko is dead, Dho, said Naruto, snapping Jiraiya out of this trance, and grew sadder once more. And what's more is that Pain is the leader of the Akatsuki, said Naruto, making Jiraiya's eyes widen. No way, they couldn't have, said Jiraiya as he started to grow teary, but Naruto snapped him out of it. Konan and Nagato are being manipulated by a guy named Tobi, said Naruto in order to cheer the Sannin up, which it did. Tobi, said Jiraiya with fire of revenge burning in his eyes. On the other hand, Naruto was cursing ever telling him so much, but then got an idea. Yeah, but I wouldn't go after him if I were you, said Naruto. And why would that be? Asked an annoyed Jiraiya. He's my prey, said the blonde, making Jiraiya confused. What had Tobi done to the blonde Jinchuriki? He's the one that was controlling the nine-tailed fox the night I was born, said Naruto with a hidden smirk, and saw Jiraiya's slight confused face turning to one with absolute rage. That bastard, shouted Jiraiya. I'll make him suffer so much pain that he begs me to kill him and still torture him for the rest of his miserable life, said Jiraiya darkly. And how are you going to do that? You have absolutely no free time from your peeping and book writing to train. Heck, I'm sure that your skills are falling as the years pass, said Naruto, making Jiraiya a bit angry. Now he wasn't angry at the blonde, no, he was angry at himself. He knew that Naruto was telling the truth. And if this guy could literally control a Biju, he was strong, a lot stronger than him. You're right, Naruto. I'm much weaker than him at the moment, but I swear on my pride as a Sannin, a writer and a pervert, that I will not peek for even a second until I'm strong enough to make him pay, said Jiraiya with determination in his eyes. Then let's get moving, shall we? We still have a mission to go before we can train our ass off, said Naruto as the both of them sped through the forest again. In Tanzaku Gai, a blonde-haired woman that looked to be around 30 was with a dye-for figure was walking through the town with a brunette who seemed to in her mid-20s and a pet pig. This, ladies and gentlemen, was Tsunade the Slug Sannin and her apprentice Shizune and pet Tauntaun. How she is she so young, you ask? Well, I'll tell you, it's anti-aging creams. Oh wait, no, that not it. Alright, a genjutsu to hide her real age. Did Tsunade Senju dislike aging so much that she would have to resort to powerful genjutsus to look young? Maybe, but that was not the only reason. Tsunade was in debt, and not just from one person too. She had over the years collected debts that had made a total of 20 million ryo. That's right, she wasn't so proud of it, but gambling was all she had now. She had lost all of her clan, her brother, and even her love. A ninja is supposed to be able to take pain and go on. But exactly how much pain, how many friends or family could one lose before they break? For Tsunade, these were enough to make her go packing. She was unable to be there for her little brother, and she wasn't able to heal her love that died in her hands. That very incident had given birth to a fear of blood, which meant that she couldn't be a ninja any longer, as both medical and a combat ninja needs to deal with blood on a daily basis. So she did what she had to. She took the little girl that now had no one left after her loved Dan Kato passed away. This girl was Shizune Kato, her apprentice, and then left the village. Tsunade-sama, please, we can't afford to increase our debts any further, pleaded Shizune, receiving an oink from the pig as well. Shizune, I have a good feeling about today. Today is the day we finally clear our debt, said Tsunade as she started to move even faster towards the casino before she noticed some people following her. The entrance of Tanzaku Gai. Finally, we're here. Naruto, extend your senses and pinpoint Tsunade. We can't waste our time here, said a serious Jiraiya. How in the world am I supposed to pinpoint someone that I never met? Asked an annoyed Naruto. Just look for a girl with chakra levels near my own and surrounded by a genjutsu, simplified Jiraiya. Receiving the new piece of information closed his eyes to sense the surroundings better, only to find the signature he was looking for on the other side of town, being followed by 20 Chunin level and 1 Kage level chakra signature. Jiraiya, I found her. She's on the other side of town and is being trailed by someone. We need to hurry, said Naruto, but before Naruto took of, Jiraiya was already gone in a burst of speed. Wow, that's something you don't see every day, thought Naruto before taking of behind him. With Tsunade. Tsunade had felt the people following her as well and had led them to the empty on the far side of the town. Shizune had already prepared her poison Senbon launcher and let Taunton on the ground to run to safety. Who do you think you are following us like thieves? Show yourselves, said the slug Sanin as she turned around to see 10 nins surrounding her. She looked at their headbands to see a musical note on them. Tsunade had already heard that Orochimaru was the Otokage and that he was dead, but what she wanted to know was who was controlling these men now that the snake was dead. Tsunade Senju, by order of the Nadaime Otokage you are to come with us, said one of the sound nins. And why in the world should I do anything this Otokage wants? I'm a Kohona nin, not a sound, said Tsunade, making the sound nins growl. This is your last warning, Senju. The Otokage doesn't like to be kept waiting, said the same nin. Then leave and report your mission as a failure, because I'm not going anywhere, said the slug Sanin. Well, such a loud Sanin. Orochimaru-sama always said that you're a little prideful, but don't worry, you won't be soon, said a figure that made his way to the clearing with 10 more men with him. You're the Otokage? Asked Tsunade, curious to who just appeared. Wow, you got it in one. My name is Kimimaro Kagaya, the Nadaime Otokage and the successor of Orochimaru-sama's dreams, announced the man now named as Kimimaro. His dreams? Who the hell do you think you are, brat? Shouted Lady Senju, making Kimimaro smile, and made a blade made of pure born come out of his palm while stabbing the Oto nin closest to him, making blood pure through the stab would, successfully giving the desired results, making Tsunade venerable. Now listen here, you washed up Sanin. I want you to do something for me, and you're going to do it now. Or else, said Kimimaro as he signaled his men to take Shizune hostage. The sound nins, receiving the signal from their cage, reached to grab Shizune, but just before they grabbed Shizune, a huge gust of wind hit them and they saw that their prey was no longer there. Phew, we made it, said Naruto, who was holding Shizune with Jiraiya holding the still shaking Tsunade next to him. A battle with bones. Naruto lowered the shocked Shizune and turned to face the Otokage, who did not seem pleased by the new arrivals. You know you're going to be declaring war with Konoha if you continue trying to attack these two, said Naruto in a matter-of-fact tone. That is something I plan to do anyway. The only thing I need to do before that is take the Sannin and kill you, said Kimimaro. You're facing two Sannins at once. You really think you can do something that even Orochimaru couldn't do? Asked a curious Naruto who had already knew about Kimimaro from when he used to spy on the old snake Sannin. I am the one that has inherited his dreams and I will be the one to fulfill them, but it's a good thing that we met here. I was going to kill you to avenge Orochimaru-sama anyway, said Kimimaro as he signaled his men to attack the two Sannin. This guy is too confident. Last I heard he has an incurable disease that was limiting his powers, thought Naruto as he took down another nin that made his way towards him. Good, it seems that you two will be able to give me an actual challenge before I kill you. Keep dreaming. Fire release. Great flame bullet, said Jiraiya as he shot a huge ball of fire towards the Otokage. You think that will help? Said the man before the fireball collided with his skin, making Jiraiya smirk and Naruto frown. He took the attack head on. There was plenty of time to dodge that attack. Something's wrong here, thought the blonde as he saw the flames die down, revealing and completely unharmed Kimimaro. Your flames are pathetic. That level of flames much won't be even able to leave a burn, he said mockingly, making Jiraiya angry. Naruto, take care of Tsunade while I take care of this bastard. Jiraiya, you're too angered. Don't let him use that as an advantage, warned Naruto. Don't worry Naruto, I'll have this fight over before you know it, said the older Sannin before he shot out towards the cage. Well, better take them to safety, said Naruto as he walked towards Tsunade and Shizune. Back at Konoha, Uchiha-sama, here are the supplies that you asked for, said a shop owner. Thank you, said Sasuke as he paid for it and left the shop only to see Kakashi outside seemingly waiting for him. Sensei, what are you doing here? I thought we weren't supposed to meet until later today, said the Uchiha. True, but that's not what I'm here for, Sasuke. I know that I'm really busy these days with the flares, but don't worry, I have already planned out the entire training schedule for Sakura and you. Thanks Sensei, I'll be sure to follow them, but Sensei, do you know anywhere I could get a summon? Asked the last Uchiha. Well, there are a few summoning scrolls in Konoha, but most of them belong to clans, said Kakashi as Sasuke grew sadder. But there was a rumor around that the Uchiha clan had a summoning animal as well, said Kakashi, shocking Sasuke. What do you mean, Sensei? Father never talked to me about any of that. Well, it may be just rumors. However, maybe your father never told you is because you're too young. Thanks Sensei, I'll head to the compound and check it out. I'll take the schedule when we meet later, said Sasuke as he started running. That's one problem solved, but if that rumor is true then Sasuke will gain a powerful ally, though Kakashi before he turned around and left. At Tanzaku guy, you're truly an Sennin. To be able to actually hurt me is something I didn't think that you'd be able to do, said Kimimaro as he dodged another strike from the Sennin. Damn it, how are you still alive? There should be no one that can take so many punches in Sage mode, said an irritated Jiraiya. I told you to complete the training, Jiraiya. If you were a complete sage this guy wouldn't be able to fight you like this, said Pa. I know, and I'm going to take my training seriously from today onwards, said a serious Jiraiya. Something's wrong. Jiraiya-chan is too serious, thought Ma. Fire release. Great dragon flame, recited Jiraiya, as he released a fire-style jutsu that was powered up by the sage mode. This could get tricky, thought Kimimaro as Jiraiya had shot the jutsu at very close range and there wasn't enough time to dodge. Looks like I have to use it. The jutsu had once again been taken head on and Kimimaro had come out unscathed, but this time it seemed that he was using the power of the cursed seal level 2. I must congratulate you. You have forced me to go to a level 1. Didn't think that even the two of you could force me to go. However, this level is far beyond your comparison. Goodbye, said Kimimaro as he raised his hand at the confused Jiraiya. Wind release. Wind blades, said voice as numerous wind blades collided with Kimimaro. Naruto, I thought I said that this was my fight, said an angry Jiraiya. Well, I wasn't going to intrude either, but I find this fight very interesting, said Naruto. No, stay away from this one, it's mine. You're not strong enough. I have studied that seal for a long time. Right now he's much more powerful than you and maybe even me, said Naruto in a low voice. At least someone realizes their place, but that attack was stronger than that man's flames, said Kimimaro as he got to his feet with a few scratch marks on his. Don't be ridiculous, Naruto. There is no way some nobody like this guy is stronger than us, said the Toad Sannin before charging at him again. Damn it, does this guy never listen? Thought Naruto as he once more watched how the fight proceeded. With the two fighters. I must say you are very persistent, but I'm done playing around Dead Bone. Dead Bone Graveyard, said Kimimaro as he slammed his hands to the ground making Naruto's widen. Shit, thought the blonde as he dashed towards Jiraiya. Earth rumbles. Wah, what's going on? Said Jiraiya. Your end, said Kimimaro as thousands of bones grew out of the ground. At the Uchiha compound. For the last half an hour Sasuke Uchiha had been going through the entire clan's vault trying to find that damned scroll and, he had finally found it. Finally, what type of animal is this guy? Sasuke said to himself as he went to read the contents of the scroll before he found a letter attached. Dear reader, my name is Uchiha Kagami. I've seen this clan at its greatest and lowest, but today we may not be able to survive Uchiha Itachi's killing spree. I can't help but feel angry at Itachi for what he's doing, but on the other hand our clan has had it coming. Anyway, his scroll is the summoning animal of the Uchiha clan, however only one that rids himself from darkness will be the one that is able to summon them. I hope you best of luck, survivor. Uchiha Kagami had it coming. What's this about Sasuke before he decided keep it aside for now and focus on the summoning scroll. Summoning scroll of the wolves, said Sasuke in a slow voice. Wow, this is great. The wolves are said to be one of the 10 strongest summons like toads, snakes and slugs, thought the young Uchiha. At Tanzaku guy. Damn it Jiraiya, I told you that he was over your level, you idiot, said the blonde as he stepped near Tsunade with a severely injured Jiraiya. Tsunade-sama, I need you to heal him, said Naruto. Jiraiya, shouted the blonde woman as she ran towards him. Please, he doesn't have much time, every second is important. I can't. I haven't touched a patient for over 14 years, said the Sannin. Then are you going to watch another person you love die? Said Naruto with a cold tone, shocking Tsunade. You have the power to save that person in front of you. Did you know why he was so angry at that guy and wanted fight him alone? It was because of you, Tsunade. He wanted to punish the guy that dared to harm the girl that he loved with his own hands. That's not true. He's just a pervert. You keep telling yourself that, Tsunade. I know you're scared that he might die if he's close to you, but that's you know that it's not true. Don't let him die, please. I'll try, said the older blonde as she picked herself up and sat near the wounded Jiraiya. Thank you. Now if you'll excuse me, I have someone to kill, said Naruto as Wind walked away. With Kimimaro. There you are. I almost thought you ran away, said Kimimaro standing on one of his bones that was coming out of the ground. You shouldn't have done that. I was really going to kill you, but now I have something better in mind, said Naruto as he stood in front of him on another bone watching him dive into his bones. Sorry, but I have a lot to do, so let's end this, shall we? Said Kimimaro as he tried to stab Naruto from behind, only to have him catch the bone spear by hand. How did he know where I was going to attack, and what's more, I can't free myself. Wait, was his skin always this pale? I see that you noticed. This is my strongest form. The ultimate Sage mode, made from combining the Cursed Seal level 2 and Sage mode together, said Naruto as he kicked Kimimaro in the chest, sending him flying with several broken bones and a few internal injuries. What strength! He broke through my bone armor while it was being powered by the Cursed Seal. I need his help. Summoning Jutsu. Aoda. So he's finally out of hiding, said Naruto as he eyed the snake in front of him. Finally, I'm going to get to eat the person that killed my uncle, said Aoda as he charged at Naruto. Fist of the Great White Snake, said Naruto as he punched the snake with his new strength that caused its head to explode. You thought that stupid snake was going to be enough to kill me. Damn it. Just die 10-finger drilling bullets. Nice attack that actually tickled, said Naruto as he grabbed the Nadaime Otokage by his neck. Kill me. No, said Naruto as he put 2 of him fingers on the man's forehead and channeled some chakra that knocked him out. Summoning Jutsu, said Naruto as a medium snake appeared in front of him. Is everything all right, Naruto-sama? Said the snake. Yes, take this man to Senshi and tell him that Aota is dead. Oh, and make sure to clean that body up, said Naruto as he ran towards Jiraiya and Tsunade's location. The said location is going to be okay? Asked Naruto as he arrived at the scene. Yeah, but he's going to need a lot of rest. That's good, said Naruto before he started coughing out blood, shocking Tsunade and Shizune. What happened? Asked Tsunade as he made towards him. I'm fine. I just used something that was over my limit, said the blood as he coughed out more blood. You're losing blood and fast. Shizune, get him to lay on next to Jiraiya. I cough, I'm fine, cough cough. You know that you're not very convincing, said Shizune as he tried to make Naruto lay down. Kit, take the help. It's much better than having to be immobile for 2 to 4 days, said Kurama. I guess, thought Naruto before laying down and letting Tsunade examine him. So tell me, why is the old pervert and you here, brat? Asked Tsunade. The Sandaime has asked you to be the next Hokage, said Naruto. What? There is no way that I'm going to, started Tsunade but was cut off by Naruto. Complete the dream of both of your loved ones, shocking Tsunade more. That's not it. I'm not fit to be a Kage. I'm an addicted drinker and a gambler with a huge debt on me. That's no big deal, I can make that debt go away. Fine then, but about Jiraiya, you were lying, weren't you? No. But, he always says that he's going to be a bachelor for life. Of course he does. Let me guess, it started after you started dating Dan Kato. Yeah, but, oh. He loved you since the academy, everyone, but you knew that, even Orochimaru. How did you know that they knew? I have a few of the journals that Orochimaru used to keep when he was younger. I see. He's not going make the first move, will he? Yeah, rest. We're leaving as soon as you can walk, said Tsunade as she left the 2 in the room. The Uchiha compound. Thank you. I'll make sure to make you proud, said Sasuke, bowing a little. It's fine, boy. After the life you've had, you still managed stay in control without giving into the Uchiha darkness. That alone proves that you're worthy of being our summoner, said the elder wolf. No, I had a great sensei and friends that helped me get out of that darkness, said Sasuke honestly. Then I'll be taking my leave, boy. You can summon us anytime, said the wolf as it puffed away. What's your answer? Naruto had never felt worse in his entire life. The feeling of vulnerability was very depressing. Hopefully, though, everything would work out and he'll be able to move after the next 24 hours. Sadly, in the 13 years that Naruto was alive, he was very lucky in many things. Gambling, business, and many other things. However, it seems that Naruto's seemingly infinite luck had finally ran out. Tsunade and Shizune had left the room to get something to eat before going shopping for some supplies, and Jiraiya was heavily sedated and out cold. Now I know what you're thinking, would Tsunade leave them unguarded? Well, not exactly. You see, she had left the currently sleeping Taunton to keep them safe, sad really. And worst of all, in front of him stood Tobi, Obito Uchiha, in all his idiocy. So, Naruto-san, what's your answer? Asked Tobi. Well, Tobi, I would really like to be able at least move while we have this conversation, said Naruto, trying to delay them. Is there something wrong with right now? Well, if you haven't noticed, I can't move in second. I haven't found the time to think about it with all this pain, said the blonde in an annoyed tone. Sorry, Naruto-san. Tobi is a little impatient, said Tobi. It's fine. Tell you what, after I'm able to walk, I'll send these guys ahead and tell you my decision, said Naruto. He had enough time to think. Looks like he wants to rebel against our cause. I'll have to take him by force, but maybe I should listen to his answer first. I was really hoping for an answer now, but I guess it's worth the wait, said Toby as he disappeared just before Tsunade and Shizune walked in. Look who's up early. I honestly thought that the sedatives would keep you out for at least a few more hours, informed Tsunade, who was honestly surprised. Well, being Jinchuriki has its plus points. Anyway, what did you bring me? Asked the still incapacitated Naruto. Well, we did get you something to eat, but I'm not sure you'd like it, said Shizune as he put some bags on the desk. What do you mean? Asked the younger blonde, who was having a bad feeling about this. Well, you see, the treatment requires you to take only some required medicine for the whole day if the treatment is to be effective, and sadly the taste is equal to, well, let's just say it tastes bad, said Tsunade with a small smirk forming around her mouth. Great. Just great. The next day. Kit, I would advise you to never ever use that jutsus again, and even if you have to take the week of immobility over that medicine, begged Kurama. You don't need to tell me. She still doesn't tell me what she puts in that medicine to make it taste that bad, thought Naruto as he watched his companions head towards the leaf. He had already made an excuse about having to do something and had sent the others ahead of him, but now the real problem starts. He knew that he wasn't strong enough to defeat Toby, and he still couldn't use the Nine Tails chakra due to the side effects of using the ultimate Sage mode. He had to get away, and he knew just how he would do it. Kit, he's here, said Kurama through their mental link. Thanks for the heads up, but I'm a censor too, you know, thought Naruto as he turned around and saw Toby standing in front of him along with Itachi and Shin. Shit, what in the world are these guys doing here? Cursed Naruto. Hello, Naruto-san. I'm sorry about the extra crowd, but they were in the area and wanted to hear your answer as well, said Toby in a childish voice. I see. I was really hoping for a more private talk, but I guess it can't be helped, said the blonde while thinking. Lying son of a bitch, you bought them here to drag me away if you have to. Well, maybe we should take this to somewhere private, suggested Naruto. So, you disagree with us, said Shin. It's quite sad. We didn't want to do this, but it seems that we don't have any other choice, stated Itachi as his Sharingan became visible. Can't we at least head to a more remote area? We are quite close to the village at the moment, asked Naruto. Well, you see, Naruto-san, we don't really care if a few civilians are sacrificed for our cause. However, it is an added advantage that you won't be able to use your stronger jutsus as well, said Shin in a matter-of-fact tone. I see. Then let's see if you can catch me, said Naruto before we vanished from sight using the wind walk technique. That technique has a lot of potential. It seems that it doesn't need any particular hand signs to use, analyzed Itachi while he headed off to find his target. I like a good chase, said Toby as he disappeared using Kamui. Damn, looks like I'll have to search for the little fella on my own, said Shin to himself as he saw his teammates take off without him. With Itachi. It had been about 10 to 20 minutes since Itachi had started to search for the blonde-haired snake Sanin. Sadly, it seems that he was not going to have much luck, as the calculations showed that if Naruto was using his technique repeatedly, he was definitely long gone. Itachi was just about to give up and head back when he noticed a familiar chakra signature arriving towards him. It's been a while, Itachi Uchiha, said the nin as she landed on a branch. So it seems, are you here to guard the Kyuubi Jinchuriki again? Asked Itachi. Of course, I don't have the time to just show up to flirt with you, stated Fu. Itachi, wanting an early advantage over the opponent, threw a few of the shurikens that taken out when he sensed the presence of his foe, and then started to go through some hand signs. Seeing that Itachi threw a bunch of shurikens, quickly jumped out of the way to avoid getting hit, only to see a huge fireball heading towards her. Acting as soon as possible, she jumped into the air to avoid the jutsu, only to see Itachi appearing behind her. It seems that the last time was a fluke, asked Itachi before using the exploding clone technique to finish the job. With Shin. Shin had never been this glad before in his life. He had been running for quite some time now, and sadly he didn't think that he was going to be able to catch up to that speed. However, he was able to meet someone that he had wanted to return a favor to. The one that defeated him while he was at Konoha was standing in front of him, and this time that he had the environmental disadvantage. I can't believe that you actually had the guts to come in front of me while you're at a disadvantage, said Shin. The environment. Something as little as the stage of my battles is meaningless to me, because I know I can defeat the foe before me, said Yagura as he turned his hand into water. A bit too overconfident, aren't we? Said Shin as he pulled out a strange-looking gauntlets which was worn tightly on his hands. We'll see who's overconfident when the fight is over. For now let's fight, said Yagura as he pushed his hand forward and shot a few speeding bullets of water towards Shin. Shin, seeing the oncoming attack, quickly jumped to clearing while throwing a few shurikens and kunais at the foe to make sure that he doesn't attack while he is still airbound. Sadly, Yagura had already seen the attack and made his way towards Shin as he easily deflected his shurikens and kunais. Shin had just landed and looked up to see that Yagura was almost here and inwardly smirked. Right where I want you, thought the Akatsuki member as he suddenly yelled, burning claws. An intense fire ignited from the tip of the nails in the gauntlet as he slashed the man in front of him. On the other hand, Yagura was honestly surprised. He was not expecting such a counter from the man so quickly. He had let his guard down and he was now paying the price for it. Yagura jumped back and griped his injures. Normally an injury of this level wouldn't have been anything to worry about, but this was not normal. The fire had burned some of the cells in his body and it would take even him some time to heal this injury. He just hoped this foolishness didn't cost him the fight. What's wrong, water boy? I thought you were stronger than this, mocked Shin as he slowly started to walk towards Yagura. Those gauntlets, are they? Asked Yagura as he secretly tapped into the purified chakra to help the healing. So you've heard of them. I must say I'm impressed, but yes, this right here is the dragon's claws, the reason why I killed my naive little brother. He didn't even know the true value of what he had stumbled onto. Can you believe it? He was going to turn it into my worthless father. Foolish, but that doesn't concern you, so please die. I have a lot to do, said Shin as he looked up towards Yagura only to be hit by an oncoming water dragon. You really shouldn't take so much time to talk and finish your mission, said Yagura, and he stood up seemingly unharmed, well except for his robe which had a huge claw marks. You healed already. Strange, I know for a fact that should have taken at least a month to fully heal, said Shin as he looked towards his foe, interested in how he had healed so quickly. Interested in my healing? Well, I guess that is to be expected. Let me answer why I've healed already. My name is Yagura. The Sandame Mizukage, the ex-Jinchuriki of the Sanbi, announced Yagura, making Shin's jaws drop. You've got to be kidding me. I thought that you died along with Sanbi or something. But this is good, now we can finally find where these bijus are disappearing to. So will you come with us? Or am I going to have to tear every limb in your body before I can take you? Asked Shin. You're welcome to try, said Yagura as he got into a fighting stance. With Itachi. Itachi eyed the explosion spot for a few more minutes to make sure that the girl didn't somehow get out and turn to leave. He had a mission to accomplish and the boy was quick too. Fluke. Come on, Itachi, you should know by now that there are no flukes or miracles in the ninja world, came the voice of the same girl. Itachi, hearing the sound of the person that he was sure was dead, quickly jumped back and turned to face her in reflex, only to see Fu standing on the explosion spot unharmed, with a mock smirk on her face. However, in reality the blast was quite a close call for her. If she hadn't had the Nanabi's chakra to harden her skin so much, she would have been ripped to shreds literally. How did you escape without my Sharingan noticing? Said Itachi, who was having a hard time believing his own eyes. Well, what can I say, it's a gift, said the girl with a smirk growing on her hidden face. So not only is she able to break out of my Tsukuyomi but also evade being seen getting away by it as well. Thought Itachi. This fight was going to be a lot more difficult with this strange power that this girl seemed to have. Seems like you don't know what to do, Well, I don't want this fight to be so boring, so I think I'll give you an idea on how to fight me. My name is Fu and I was the Nanabi's Jinchuriki. The reason I am able to break out of your Genjutsu is because your Tsukuyomi or whatever you call it can't handle the power that the Nanabi gave me before she left. said Fu before he held out a finger towards the sky and released a pulse of chakra from it. The ex-Jinchurikis are alive. No, not just that the Nanabi gave her some sort of power before she left. Where in the world are they going, thought Itachi before he shook himself out of the thoughts. That's not important at the moment. I have to defeat her and gather this information before someone else does, thought Itachi as he activated his Sharingan once more and went off a few one-handed seals. Fire release. Itachi began but was interrupted by a bunch of kunais that was thrown towards him. Sorry old man, but your turn is over, it's my turn now, said Fu as four weird-looking bees flew near her. I'm sure wondering why these bees look so abnormal. Well, the answer to that question is that my chakra mutated them a bit, but it's not done yet, said the girl as her chakra connected with the bees before they started to grow in size. The growing continued till the bees were the same size as Itachi himself. Let me give you a bit of a warning, Itachi. Whatever you do, don't get stung or it's over. She really thinks that I would be careless enough to get hit by those huge things. Even if that wasn't poisonous, it would be like a stab with a blade, thought Itachi as he nervously eyed the bees that was looking at him like he was the only source of food for them in the world, and he had to admit these bees seemed to be quite intimidating. Oh come on, I'm giving you all these good advice and you're not even thanking me. That's it, Mr. Rudy, if you're not going to thank you then I have no choice but to end you right here, said Fu, while her voice went dangerously cold at the last part. As if a silent order, one of the four bees disappeared from Fu's side, making Itachi's eyes widen and jump out of the way, just barely dodging the attack of the bee. Shit, what is with that speed? I thought the bees were given power and size, but if they are this fast then she could be a huge threat in the future, thought Itachi as he saw the spot that he was standing on get destroyed by just one bee's sting. You shouldn't get so busy with one, Itachi. Itachi heard Fu warn him and looked towards her to see another oncoming towards him. Shit, thought the Uchiha as he rolled over to the side to dodge the oncoming attack, but was hit with the shockwave that the sting created and was sent flying. Damn it, how strong is these things, I need to end this quickly, thought Itachi as he looked around the area that he was sent flying into. This was not a fight he was going to win with just the help of his eyes. No, he would have to plan and lead this girl into a trap, but first he had to deal with these overgrown bees. Bzzz, came a voice from behind Itachi, who turned around, ready to face the enemy. However, when he turned around he only saw one of them, and it seems to be standing, flying completely still and just kept buzzing. Strange, why isn't it attacking me? It had a chance to attack my blind spot, but it just buzzed and made it known that it's here. That's it. It's giving my location to the others, thought Itachi as he went through some hand signs before saying, fire release, incinerating fireball, and shot out a super hot burning ball fire that did just what the name stated. It incinerated the bee slowly due to the unusual hardness of its skin. Damn it, the others must have heard it by now, thought the Uchiha as he looked to leave. This is bad, looks like I'll have to use that jutsu, just hope that this will be quick, thought Itachi before he heard the sound the bees buzzing nearby, looking for him. Here goes nothing, Susanoo, thought the Uchiha as the two hands of his Susanoo materialized and reached towards the bees trying to catch them, but unfortunately the third bee saw the oncoming attack and alerted the others to get out of the way. That was a nice attack, Itachi-san, but if you're going to kill all of them while they are coordinating their attacks and defense then you'll have to try a lot harder than that, Fu called out from behind him, which made him turn around. Then maybe I should just take out the queen bee, Amaterasu. Seeing then sudden attack on her life, Fu quickly substituted herself for a log to get away from the intense flames of Amaterasu. That was a close call, he should warn out that eyes of his dealing with the bees. Just enough to go and knock him out, but I should probably stay hidden till then, thought Fu as she watched Itachi evading another one of the attacks the bees launched. She got away again. My eyes are taking too much pressure. I need to end this now, thought Itachi as he grilled his mind trying to find ways to end the battle quickly. No choice, I'll have to use the Mangekyo a bit longer, thought Itachi as he looked up to see a bee coming down to stab him again. Not this time Susanoo, thought Itachi as the hands once again, but this time he squashed the bee that was coming like a fly. That was much easier than I thought it would be, thought ex-Konoha-nin as he looked at the remaining bees with a new confidence in them, as well as the usual tears of blood. Looks like he's finally going to put up a fight. The question is how long will you last? Thought Fu as she had an idea. With Shin. I got to say you really are cage material. To think you're holding your own even without the Sanbi inside you anymore, said Shin as he jumped back, officially ending the taijutsu match they were in. Well, thank you for the compliment. I really must say you are a very good, but your age is starting to show, said Yagura with a smile. What did you just say? Said the Sarutobi as his voice became dangerously low. See, you're already having problems hearing, mocked Yagura as he tried to make the man attack him. Which he didn't have to wait for very long as Shin started to run towards him. Water gun technique, said Yagura as he suddenly shot the unsuspecting Shin in the leg. You should really work on that temper, said the ex-cage as he watched the man in front of him scream out in pain. It's time. If only this technique was as easy to use as my others, I wouldn't have had to shoot you, thought Yagura as his eyes started to glow and the marks of Jinchuriki started to spread around him. What the fuck? What's going on? What this guy planning to go now? Though Shin as he tried to find the strength to stand up. I can't let this guy finish whatever he's trying to do. I know for certain that it wouldn't be good for me if he does, thought Shin as he forced himself up and reached for his kunai pouch. Only to realize that he had already used all the shurikens and kunais that he had bought along. Damn it, when one thing goes wrong everything has to follow, doesn't it? Thought the injured Akatsuki as he channeled his chakra to his good foot and jumped towards Yagura, but just before he had jumped Yagura shot out something that looked like an orb to the sky and then turned to water, effectively evading the attack from the Sarutobi. What did you just do? Asked Shin. He didn't had a good feeling about this. Just watch, will ya? Asked Yagura as he looked towards the sky as if he was waiting for something. Well, since it seems I have an option, I'd rather not, said Shin as he once again jumped towards Yagura, who evaded the attack the same way. You're just tiring yourself out. Believe me, you want to be ready for this, said Yagura as he once more looked upwards. Shin readied himself to jump again when he felt a drop of water fall on his shoulder, then his head. Rain. Are you kidding me? You're going to kill me with rain. Laughed Shin before he felt a slash from behind him, cutting through his flesh. Gwa. Shouted Shin as he turned around, ready to slice the enemy with his claws, but he wasn't able to see anyone there. Soon he felt another slash to his right hand, and this time he was sure there wasn't anyone there, but how? How was this happening? Shin turned to Yagura, who seemed to be smiling. What's going on? How is all this happening? Shouted the man, getting frustrated. You're trying too hard to make sense of everything. Strange, really. I never saw you as a logical man, but I guess I don't know you very well. This rain is special, you know. Every drop has my chakra fed to it. The best part is that this rain can make anything I want to, like these clones that are slashing you. Do you know why you can't see them? It's course they turn back to rain. They are one with the rain, and the only way that you can beat them is by surviving their attacks for the next 3 hours. You should be proud. This is the second time I've used this jutsu, and the first time, it took out the entire Takigakur, said Yagura with pride. You've got to be kidding me, an entire village. How am I going to last 3 hours inside this hellish rain? That's it, I have to get out of the rain, thought the exiled Sarutobi as he dashed away from Yagura in hopes of making it out of the rain so that he wasn't under constant attacks. Leaving so soon? Said a voice from in front of him just before a torrent of water sent him flying backwards. Listen carefully, Shin Sarutobi. I've already told you that this rain has the ability to create a near infinite number of clones anywhere in the rain. You have no chance of making it out of the rain, rang the voice of Yagura through the thick rain. Looks like I'll have to do this the hard way. I don't have the time to make hand signs without them cutting my hands of, so taijutsu it is, thought Shin as he fell into the Sarutobi clan taijutsu stance. With Itachi. I must say, Itachi, you are truly a prodigy. I didn't think you'd be able to take out all 4 of my bees so fast, but sadly this is your limit, said Fu as she landed near Itachi, who had pulled himself near a tree and was coughing out blood. I may be a prodigy, but I'm still restrained by my human limitations, unlike you who has the power that a Biju left for you, said Itachi, only to be kicked in the face by Fu. I can see why you're so sad. I mean, the mighty Sharingan has fallen to the hands of an ex-Jinchuriki. Must be a hard to believe, asked Fu. I won't talk, was the only response that she got. Well, I didn't ask you to talk, did I? No, we have your partner for that. We want something entirely different from you, said Fu as she snapped her fingers, and not long after about 20 bees the same size as the other appeared behind her ready to attack. Give me the extra Sharingan that you carry around, said Fu, which shocked Itachi. Let's skip the hows and whys, shall we? I don't have time for that, just hand me the Sharingan and you will live. If you try to use it on me, the seal on my neck will trigger an alarm and my bees will take you and me out with a stab, warned Fu. You know of its power? Asked Itachi, not liking the fact that this girl knew so much. Listen here, Itachi. I don't want to have to kill someone loyal to Konoha, but my orders are absolute. If you don't hand the Sharingan to me, you will be killed, your Sharingan extracted, and your little brother will never get the seal on his Sharingan released, threatened Fu, which honestly scared the hell out of the Uchiha. This woman knew everything about the Sharingan, the powers that Shisui's eyes held, that he was still loyal to Konoha, and worst of all, it seems that she had some kind of seal placed on Sasuke so that he never obtained the Sharingan. Did she have so much access to his files, and how did no one know that there was a seal on Sasuke? It didn't take long for Itachi to decide what was the most important thing for him: his little brother. He had picked Konoha the last time, but these 4 years without anyone to call family or not having a home to return to was really hard. If I give it to you, will you release the seal on Sasuke? Asked Itachi. Honestly, I would recommend it to my leader. However, in the end it's his choice, but I can tell you that after 3 years you will be able to come back to Konoha. This time you'll be what you were meant to be for stopping a civil war, a hero. That was all that Itachi needed to hear. With Shin 3 hours later. A bloodied Shin laid on the floor, in too much pain to scream, too injured to move. He had tried to hold his ground till the 3 hours passed, but sadly after the 45th slash he was unable to keep up with the fast-moving clones. The worst part was that this happened in the first 45 minutes since the rain had started. The only reason that he wasn't dead was because after the fell on the ground the clones had stopped slashing him and resorted to beat the crap out of him the classic style. Now he was down on the ground with no chakra, his gauntlets broken due to the amount of water that had got inside it. Yagura walked towards him slowly. Even Yagura pitied the condition that this man was in, but the pity had soon faded as he remembered what this man had done to his own family for the sake of power. Yagura smirked when he remembered what this man's life was going to be like from now. That's right, they didn't need any information of the Akatsuki due to their spy within their ranks, and if everything went well, Itachi was also going to be a part of their spy network by the end of the day. The only thing that they needed from him was a cover, a man to take the blame for the knowledge that they had on the Akatsuki now. That required him disappearing for a few days. To put it shortly, he was going to be used for experiments till he dies and then thrown away for the Akatsuki to find. It's time to go, said Yagura as he leaned down and lifted the Akatsuki member over his shoulder. I'll do anything. Please don't kill me, said a weakened Shin, which almost made Yagura burst out laughing. Oh, you're going to wish you didn't say that soon enough, said Yagura as he disappeared from the clearing. With Naruto 1 hour ago. Naruto had already made his way to a clearing and waited for his challenger to arrive. Welcome, Tobi-san. I've had this place cleared out just for our battle, said Naruto as he saw a swirl appear in front of him, followed by Tobi. You really should have accepted the offer, Naruto. We could have avoided this. My friends will be here shortly, you don't have a chance, said Tobi, trying to intimidate Naruto to get an edge on this fight, but surprisingly he only received a smirk as a response. You see, Tobi-san, you were very competing on your speech, but you were just too late. I've met other Jinchurikis. Sorry, let me correct myself. Ex-Jinchurikis, and they gave me a better offer. In exchange for killing the Biju inside me, they have offered to give me all the chakra that it has in a form that I can control it, explained Naruto, shocking Tobi. What do you mean ex-Jinchurikis? They are still running around. Without their Biju? Asked a flabbergasted Toby. He had always thought that it must have been something like a double suicide or something of the sort, but the Jinchuriki killing his Biju and taking its power. This was bad. This meant these people were getting the full power of the Biju, which meant he had a lot of strong foes in his way to peace. Where are they now? Asked Toby with eager clearly visible in his eyes. Wait, aren't we going to fight? They are taking care of your friends, said Naruto with an innocent look on his face. They are fighting Itachi and Shin. No wonder they haven't gotten here by now, thought Toby as he turned to face Naruto once more. It seems that we'll have postponed our match for another time, by now, said the crazed Uchiha as he used Kamui to swirl away. With Toby now. Toby was currently looking at the place that Shin's battle had occurred, and he had to say that he was impressed. The damage done to the area screamed how intense the fight was, and there was blood all over the area, but strangely no Shin. Had the man already left, or was he captured? Well, he hoped it was the first, as the information that Shin could give them could make them a much greater threat than he first thought. Toby, there you are. I got some new info on the Jinchurikis, rang the voice of Itachi Uchiha from behind him. Toby didn't have to turn around to know that the man was gravely injured. He had heard Itachi dragging himself to his location over a mile away. I heard. It seems that the ex-Jinchurikis are alive and ruining our plans. Have you heard any news from Shin? Asked Toby, hoping to hear good news. No, said Itachi in a stoic voice, making Toby sure of the fact that he was indeed captured. Let's get you to a hospital, shall we? Then maybe you can tell me how your battle was, said Toby as he took Itachi and used Kamui to go to the nearest hospital. Near the gates of Konoha. 4 figures lurked near the forest as the gates of Konoha had become visible. These people could be classified as a group that is not to be messed with even if you are an S-ranked nin. These people were the new and going to improve Jiraiya the Toad Sannin, Tsunade the Slug Sannin, who had found herself once more. At last but not the least, Shizune the apprentice of Tsunade, who currently was better and far stronger than most other field medics, and the pet pig named Taunton. Looks like I win the bet that kid owes me large, said Tsunade, smiling like she had won the lottery. The bet was he'd be here with us when we walk into the village. I don't think we are in the village just yet, said Jiraiya, who received a dangerous glare as a result. Then let's go inside, shall we? Said Naruto as he popped out of nowhere, surprising the group. I win the bet. You better keep your end of the bargain, said Naruto as he started walking towards Konoha, with the others soon following. Cage Tower. Tsunade. I'm really glad that you agreed to take over as the 5th Hokage. I have led this village for too long and I'm not strong enough to defend it anymore, said Hiruzen sadly. It's okay, sensei. We all know that you've grown old and would much rather read those pervy books that Jiraiya writes, said Tsunade in an understanding voice which made everyone's sweat drop. About those books, sensei, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take a bit of a long pause from writing them, said Jiraiya as he scratched the back of his head, which made the old man's widen. You can't be serious, Jiraiya. These books are the only source of entertainment in my life. Please don't take it away from me, begged the old man as he suddenly appeared kneeling on the Toad Sannin foot. So, I guess I'm officially the 5th Hokage, asked Tsunade as she got behind the empty chair that the old man was previously sitting on. Yup. Just make sure to keep your word, said Naruto as a small smile came over his face. Fine. As the first thing I do as the new Hokage, Tsunade hereby ends the probation period of one Uzumaki Naruto. You are reinstated with the right to travel among others. However, you may only leave after we talk about the new Anbu force that you have made, said Tsunade. Thank you, Hokage-sama, but I don't remember ever mentioning that to you before, said Naruto as kind as he could. Well, I had a nice talk with Jiraiya about you, so I know almost everything about you that he himself knows, said Tsunade. Okay guys, that's enough. Tsunade, you'll be formally announced as the Hokage this evening. I need to clean the place up a bit and I'll have this room ready for you by then as well, said Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't really know what to feel at the moment. True, it was great that he didn't have to do the paperworks after today, but the main reason that he wanted to retire was to have more time to read the Jiraiya's books that he said he won't be making for a while. Granted, he had hardly started the current book and there was a new one already out, but he was going to be free all the time now, which means he'd be able to go through the books in most likely a week. He had to get himself busy, not as much as he was before but still busy. Tsunade, before I dismiss you, after you are named Hokage you're going to need a lot of help as the council will try to take more power for themselves as you don't know about most of the laws of Konoha. Might I suggest I be the person to replace Danzo in the council? Asked Hiruzen. Thanks sensei. I was going to force you to take that job but I guess I won't have to change your mind, said Tsunade with a smile. Training Ground 7. Faster. You're talking too much time to respond to the attacks, shouted a voice from the Training Ground 7. I know. Kakashi sensei told me that my speed is getting better but it seems my relaxes still need work, said Sasuke as he took a break from the training. Your speed has most definitely improved, but you take too long to react to the attacks that you're missing the opportunity of a counter-attack, said one of two wolves that walked closer to him. The two wolves were noticeably different from each other. The first one had brown fur and was smaller than the other, seemed to be younger than the other wolf as well. This was the wolf that was training alongside Sasuke. The other was bigger than Sasuke and had black fur with white stripes. This was the wolf that was responsible for training Sasuke. Then let's train some more, said Sasuke as he got up once again as the older wolf eyed Sasuke. Boy, you do know that the reason the leader accepted you to be our summoner is because you have seen so much darkness in the world and still made it to light, right? Said the wolf, getting a nod from Sasuke. However, that's not the entire reason. The person that held the contract of the wolves before you, Kagami Uchiha, was a splendid summoner, more than any other we had. We worked together with him and we were able to help each other grow stronger. We made a taijutsu style, a few very powerful ninjutsus and more. He wished for us to find a successor for him. We chose you to that successor, Sasuke. Once your speed and reflexes are to an acceptable level, we will teach you everything that Kagami wanted us to hand down to you, said the old wolf. That's quite the story, said Naruto as he appeared behind them. Now Naruto wasn't the type of person that revealed himself when he was spying and eavesdropping on people, but Fu had told him that Itachi knew that Sasuke's Sharingan was sealed and he had requested it to be removed in return for his assistance in the other eye of Shisui. Hello Sasuke, I heard you've changed a lot, said Naruto with a smile. Naruto, what are you doing here? I thought you have a training ground in your clan compound, asked Sasuke, genuinely curious to why he was here. Well, the same could be said about you. You have a training ground at your compound, but here we both are, for the same reason too, Kakashi, answered Naruto. Sensei called you here and you came on time. I guess you really never were a part of Team 7 to not know that he's always late, said Sasuke with a smirk. Don't act smart. It's already been 2 hours since the set time. He should be here any moment, said Naruto. Just as he finished the sentence, the said person appeared with a puff of smoke. Ah, good, you're all here. Sorry about that, I've had to help a group of old ladies cross the street, said Kakashi with his classic eye smile. So what have you called me here for? Asked Naruto, for which all he received was Kakashi scratching his head. Well Naruto, during the fight with Jiraiya-sama you were able to block the effects of my Sharingan completely, so I thought that you must have a lot of information on it. And maybe, Kakashi tried to continue but was interrupted by Naruto, awaken his Sharingan. Yeah, I'm going to be very busy with the flares, and I thought if he does awaken the Sharingan then he training wouldn't take a blow, said Kakashi, turning serious. Fine, I'll see what I can do, but next time, don't ever try to use a guilt card on me, said Naruto as he turned his attention to Sasuke. Get over here Sasuke, I have a meeting I have to attend in an hour, said Naruto as Sasuke hesitantly worked toward Naruto. Lay down here and keep your eyes closed. I'm going to see if there is any blockage in the chakra flow, and if there is then you're lucky. The pain from removing a blockage in chakra flow would be much less painful than what I have to do otherwise, warned Naruto as he started the checking. Looks like you're both lucky and unlucky. I can awaken your Sharingan but it will be a painful process. as he took his right hand up and held it towards his now open eyes and suddenly sent a small burst of chakra into them. As soon as Sasuke the chakra made contact with his eyes, Sasuke started to scream out in pain. It was like his eyes were dropped inside a bottle of acid and it was slowly melting away. After about 20 minutes of non-stop screaming, he finally stopped and looked at the others with a two-tomo Sharingan active. Well, looks like my work here is done. Take care of those eyes, Sasuke. Hope you use them wisely, said Naruto as he walked away, leaving Sasuke and the others to celebrate. Bijugakure. The sun shined brightly over the village that was hidden within the leaf, and sadly, no matter how many times people say it's hidden, it wasn't really a secret place that only a few selected people knew about. This was the very first formed village that everyone who was anyone knew about. The council chambers. The council of the leaf was distributed to 4 sides. On one side was the new Hokage of Konoha Tsunade Senju, and on another was the 3 elders, Koharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, and the new elder that replaced the old elder named Danzo Shimura, was the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The next was the Shinobi Council, which consisted of the strongest and the most infomercial clan head in all of Konoha. All of them were at least high A to low S ranked nins. There included head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hiyashi. Head of the Aburame clan, Aburame Shibi. Head of the Inazuka clan, Inazuka Sume. Head of the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Inoichi. Head of the Akamichi clan, Akamichi Choza. Head of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku. And then there was the almost completely corrupted civilian council, which consisted of local civilian that was voted to represent their voice in the village, by a thoughtful and stupid decision by the Nadaime Hokage. These people were Ito Akiyama, a wealthy merchant that promised a lot to the people but has yet to go a thing. Mai Nishimura, confident and kind woman that truly wanted to help everyone, but sadly she couldn't get any form of help from the others to be able to do anything. Goro Kimura, a manipulative man that used his connections and politics to get a seat. Kenta Nakamura, the wealthy merchant that owes Naruto a lot of money for the lands he's rented. Midori Tachibana, well-contacted women that used her wealthy friends to gain a seat for mutual benefit, and clearly it has benefited her more than others. This was what the Council of Konoha was composed of, and now that everyone was in their seats except Hiruzen and Naruto, who didn't have a seat at the moment. Okay, now I'm sure that you were all made aware of me taking the role of the Nadaime Hokage of Konoha, and I assure you all that I won't stop at anything to make Konoha as great as it once was, said Tsunade as everyone present clapped except for the 2 grumpy elders. Tsunade, I really hope you didn't call us all the way here to just tell us that, said Koharu, only to receive a glare from the current Hokage as a response. Elder Koharu, I am not one for patience, so I'll only be saying this once. It's Tsunade-sama or Hokage-sama to you, and to answer your question, no, I didn't call you here for that. I just wanted to announce that one Uzumaki Naruto is free from his probation and has proved that he is loyal to Konoha, announced Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, clearly you haven't thought this through. Naruto Uzumaki has hidden his skills from the age of 6. We cannot trust him so easily. In fact, he forced the Hiruzen to sign papers, protested Homura before he was cut off by Hiruzen. Homura, I don't think that it's wise to lie about me while I'm standing right here, said the old man as a small smile formed on his face. Okay, calm down everyone, I haven't finished yet. I have been checking some of the cash accounts of Konoha and there seems to be a lot of money taken out by the council for, if I'm correct, reconstruction purposes, when there hasn't been more than 2 building that has been reconstructed. Mind filling in for me, said Tsunade as she eyed the civilian council members as most of them started to sweat a bit. Hokage-sama, are you trying to say that we stole the money from Konoha? We are the Honorable Council of Konoha, and we won't stand for these preposterous accusations, Goro shouted as stood up. I see, then please sit down. I'll tell you once, I am not my sensei, and if you think I'm going to be scared because of a bit of shouting, then you are out of your freaking mind, shouted Tsunade as she saw Goro sitting down looking ready to piss his pants. Hokage-sama, Danzo was about to submit the report for where the money went before he passed away, said Koharu as she felt her blood boil. Danzo. Why is he submitting the report? I thought he's just an elder. Asked Tsunade, making the most of the civilians and the elder's scowl. I think I know. After the death of Danzo Shimura, I decided to investigate into his death and I discovered some shocking and depressing news, said Naruto, which made them sweat. And what kind of news is that? Asked Hiruzen, who was wondering what Naruto had found. Well, I had some shadow clones spread out through his house and I found a secret entrance to a base filled with about 10 to 20 root anbus all dead. I checked their time of death and noticed that they had died the minute that Danzo himself fell. It seems that Danzo was still carrying out the root organization, and not only that, he had put on seals on them so that they would die along with him, to make sure that there was no leak of information to the outside. I searched the base a bit more and found some more bases and some documents. The folders were filled with dirt he has collected on the other elders, most of the civilian council, and reports given by his root anbus on various missions, finished Naruto. Just as the final word went out of Naruto's mouth, almost every civilian council member and both of the elders shot up of their seats and tried to make an escape, only for the shinobi council and the Anbu squad to appear and decapitate them. Do you have the documents on you, Naruto? Asked Tsunade, that seemed to had enough of the situation. Naruto quickly took out a scroll from his pocket and handed them to Tsunade, who opened them and started to read them. I forgot to mention one other thing. It seems that Danzo helped Orochimaru to invade Konoha by providing all the Anbu patrol routes and the flaws in our defense, said Naruto as Tsunade looked up from the documents towards the people that were being held down, especially the elders. To think that the council of Konoha was filled with so much filth. I hereby decree that there shall be only one civilian council member in the council, and she will have no say in anything related to the shinobis, and as for these criminals, they are to be publicly executed at 1500 hours today. And since there seems to be only one civilian council member that doesn't seem to have betrayed Konoha, I'm making you the current representative of the civilians, announced Tsunade in a voice that dared anyone to disagree with her. Wait a minute, Hokage-sama. Kenta Nakamura still hasn't paid the money he owes me. How am I going to take the money? Asked Naruto. Well, there isn't much to be done. Kenta's only family is a drunken hooligan who is old enough to take care of himself, so you'll just have to take control of the company and get the profit to regain the amount he owes you, said Tsunade as Kenta's eyes widen at the news. You can't. It belongs to my son, shouted Kenta. Is that so? Naruto, bring all the documents that proves that he owes you the money and I'll make sure that the company is yours, said Tsunade as he eyed Kenta, who was cursing the two. Take them away, we still have much to discuss, said Tsunade as the Anbus took the elders and the civilian council to the interrogation rooms to see if they were hiding anything else. Now that they are gone, let's make a few things clear, shall we? I am not like my sensei. I will not sit around and let this village to grow any weaker than it already has become. Sensei, if you might find my words offensive, just know that I don't give a damn. You have grown so old that you let the civilian council lower the level of difficulty to pass the academy, making our future shinobis weaker. But not anymore, I assure to all of you that I will not let you down, said Tsunade as everyone slowly started to clap their hands. After the meeting at the Hokage office. Naruto. I know that you are on our side, but I can't help but notice that you're not entirely honest with us. If you want us to trust you, then please tell me, why are you hiding so many things from us? Asked Tsunade as she sat there silently waiting for the blonde Uzumaki to answer the question. It's not something that I am comfortable sharing with others, but I guess I can make an exception of one person. I have already told the old man that I want to start the root program and that I plan to use the properties I own in the other nations as an excuse to get the flares in and out of enemy borders, which will make not only spying but also make other missions easier to do. That's not all. I helped Kiri to stand up on their feet so that I could strengthen my plans. I've found a lot of prisoners in Orochimaru's base that has agreed to join the program, and I have Kiri training the people that are not prepared, said Naruto as Tsunade decided to interfere. Wait, aren't you putting a bit too much trust in Kiri? I mean, you might be the hero of the place, but why would they want to help Konoha grow stronger than it already is? Asked Tsunade. That's simple. Flares doesn't really belong to Konoha. While the Hokage, Namely, you will be informed about almost everything that happens with the program. It isn't really a part of Konoha's system. This has a disadvantage and 3 advantages, the disadvantage being that Flare's strength can't be considered as Konoha's. However, this is a small disadvantage compared to the advantages, which are 1. The other nations will be much more willing to allow them access to their borders, and 2. In case of a war, the other side won't see Flares siding with Konoha, and lastly, it makes my final goal more easier, said Naruto as Tsunade stared at him with wide eyes. Wait, Flares isn't going to be part of Konoha. Why wasn't I informed of this? Did you tell this to the Sandaime, or are you trying to change the contract? Asked Tsunade as she narrowed her eyes to a dangerous level. Nah. I mentioned everything in the contract. However, the Sandaime might have skipped some chapters of the contract to quickly finish the paperwork, said Naruto with a smirk, making Tsunade sign. Sensei. I can't believe you signed the damn contract without reading the entire thing. Wait a minute. Naruto, if you didn't want to make Flares a part of Konoha, then why did you need this contract anyway? Asked Tsunade. Well, that's quite simple actually. I wanted to recruit people to join from the orphanage. Even if the place is mine, it would be illegal to train them to be part of something that isn't of Konoha, unless. Naruto stopped and looked at Tsunade, who seemed to have figured it out. Unless the Hokage approves of it, said Tsunade in a low voice before she remembered one last thing she needed to ask him. What is this final plan? Naruto stayed quiet as he looked at Tsunade while thinking if he should tell her or not. I want to replace the daimyos of the nations, said Naruto as Tsunade's eyes hardened. Naruto, you do know that planning anything like that is also illegal, said Tsunade. I do, and it's worth the risk. Just think of what happened to Suna Hokage-sama. Their daimyo was the one that actually forced them to partake in Orochimaru's war against us. And then there is Kiri's daimyo that funded the civil war against the bloodline users. I want to replace these corrupted daimyos so that we can have a more understanding relationship with the other nations. I've already replaced Kiri's daimyo and I'll soon replace Suna's as well. The Kazekage and the Mizukage agrees with my plan, and I really hope that you will too, said Naruto as he concluded his explanation. Brat, I always knew you were smarter than others your age, but I guess you're much more smarter than I first thought. Fine, I'll help you with this plan as well, said Tsunade as she saw Naruto relax. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will make you proud. As he tried to use wind walk to leave, only to be interrupted by thug-looking guy that had forced his way into the Hokage office only to be held down by the Anbus in the room. You bastard. I demand you return my father and our company before I decide to gut you right here, shouted the man, making the two realize who this guy was. Ah. You must be Kenta's boy. Well, you see, your father owes this man a lot of money, and sadly he can't return the money since he won't be alive after today. We did try to see if there was any other way, but you are his only son and you're not even literate enough to hand you the debt, so we had no choice but to hand the company over to him in return for clearing the debts, said Tsunade, which seemed to make the unnamed boy even more angrier than he was before. How dare you try to execute him? He's part of the Honorable Council of Konoha. You have no right to do this to us, said the boy, only to be silenced by the killing intent that Tsunade was releasing. Listen here, you brat. I'll explain some things to you and be sure to keep them in mind. Kenta Nakamura is no longer a member of the council. He is a traitor of Konoha and he is going to be punished, just like every other traitor, and if you want to be executed along with your father, just ask K, said the Godime in a sweet voice as she singled the Anbus to show the man out. Well, that was interesting, but I have to leave now, said Naruto as he finally left with his signature move. In front of Konoha gates 1.5 hours later. Naruto had finally packed up all his things and he was ready to go to Bijugakure, but before that he needed to go to a place far from Konoha so that there was no one that could disturb him while he did the ritual needed. Naruto walked up to the gates as he saw a girl, no woman, appear in front of him. This was Kat, but she wasn't wearing her mask and she was in casual clothes. Naruto already knew her name as she had told him that she had studied under his mother and the only student alive, which was Yugao Azuki. After all, he wasn't a spy for nothing. Ah. Hello there, civilian-san, are you here to see me off? Asked Naruto with a teasing voice. Ha ha. Whatever Naruto, tell me, did you do me that favor that I asked? Asked Azuki. Yes, I did create that seal. Here, just place this over her shoulder and the seal should destroy that cursed seal, said Naruto as he handed her the seal. Just remember, you owe me one, said Naruto with a smirk as she smiled as well. So when will you be back? Asked the girl. 3 years, said the blonde, making Yugao's eyes widen. Wait that long? What kind of training are you trying to do? Said the girl. Well, let's just say when I come back I'll be much stronger than right now. Hope you don't cut your training down, said Naruto as he turned to leave, but once more stopped and looked behind and looked at Konoha once more before using Windwalk to leave. With the Akatsuki, 9 holographic figures appeared in an unknown place which looked like some kind of cave. These were the Akatsuki members: Pain, Konan, Tobi, Itachi, Sasori, Deidara, Hidan, Kakuzu and Zetsu. They were gathered here today for a very urgent meeting. The 10th member of the Akatsuki, Shinseru Tobi, had been captured and there was a chance that he could give them information that wasn't supposed to reach to the hands of their enemies. And after that was the most disastrous news that they had gotten as of late. The ex-Jinchurikis were running around and was creating problems for them. Zetsu, any information on the ex-Jinchurikis or Shin? Asked Pain as Tobi eyed the meeting as he planned out what to do next. No, as of yet. I have gotten some info on the Rokubi's Jinchuriki, but with most of my clones on spying the villages and others are looking for Jinchuriki, there hardly is any clones remaining to search for them, said Zetsu as Tobi started to get angry as nothing was going as planned. Zetsu, are you telling me that you haven't found anything of any importance? Said Tobi a little louder than he usually is. No, not at all. I was just saying that I didn't find anything on Shin or the ex-Jinchurikis. I've found out that the 2 Iwa Jinchurikis are currently camping 400 miles south of Iwagakure and Naruto Uzumaki has yet to kill his Biju, said Zetsu, making Tobi calm down a little. Okay, that's good news. Kakuzu and Hidan take Itachi and go after the 4 and 5 tails. Zetsu, do you know where the 9 tails Jinchuriki is right now? Asked Pain. Well, not exactly. You see, I was following the boy myself when I was called for the meeting, and from the pace at which he was moving I'm pretty sure he has gotten away, said Zetsu. Thank you for the information, Zetsu. This is very good news. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki will be alone for the next 3 years. We have 3 whole years to find and catch him, so there is no need to rush, said Pain, only for Itachi to interrupt him. I have to disagree. Tobi said that the Jinchurikis are killing the Biju that is sealed inside them and taking their power for themselves, and we know for a fact that Uzumaki Naruto has already made contact and has agreed to do the same. The 3 years training trip is most probably a cover to kill, obtain and train the new power that they will receive. So all in all we hardly have any time to find the boy, said the Uchiha, making everyone in the room frown. Tobi, take Itachi, Sasori and Deidara, and if the boy immediately. Zetsu, spread out and inform me and Tobi of any news about him. Hidan and Kakuzu, bring me the 4 and 5-tailed Jinchurikis and make sure that you don't run into any of the ex-Jinchurikis, said Pain before ending the meeting. With Naruto. Naruto had been moving for a few hours and had finally reached his destination. He had been moving in full speed for the entire journey and he knew that there was a lot more preparations needed to be done. However, this wasn't the time for that. No, right now he had to wait for his most resourceful spy to bring him good news so that he can start the sealing process. Not long after, Zetsu made its entrance from the ground with a small smile. Naruto-sama, I have successfully eluded the Akatsuki. They won't come anywhere near this place for at least 2 to 3 days, said the living plant. Thank you for the help, Zetsu. Any civilians live nearby? Asked Naruto. None, Naruto-sama. I have done a 20-meter search and made sure that there aren't any people lurking around in the woods, confirmed Zetsu before it turned to leave. Once Naruto made sure that the spy was gone, he made his way towards a secret cave that he had Yari build a couple of weeks back and sealed the entrance and made his way towards the center of the cave where the preparations needed to be done. With Sasuke. The Uchiha compound's training ground was a wreck. It showed clear signs of a devastating fight or some crazy person training without a care for his body. Sadly, it was the latter. Sasuke Uchiha was currently trying to learn the taijutsu style that Kagami had developed and apply it into the Uchiha style to make it more deadly. Sadly, it wasn't going as he had planned, as he had spent most of the day trying to do just that. Listen, boy, you're getting frustrated. You have to keep a clear mind if you are going to do something that the inventor of the style was unable to do, advised the fox that was watching the little Uchiha train. I know, sensei, but I don't much time. If I don't get this down soon, I'll be left behind. Sakura has been accepted as Tsunade-sama's apprentice and Naruto is already a Sannin. I don't want to be the weak link, sensei, said Sasuke as pushed himself even harder. Boy, the blondie was a protege and the pinky has a great teacher. If you want to step up your training, come with me, and become the demon wolf, said the wolf, making Sasuke stop. Demon wolf? Is that a title or something? Asked Sasuke. No. You see, boy, our pack has a sage mode as well, but unlike most, our sage mode enhances your speed and senses more than your strength, with a little physical changes in the process. When can we leave? Asked the Uchiha, wanting to get stronger as soon as possible. When you get the permission to leave from the cage, you dimwit. Sorry, sensei. I'll go and get permission right away, said the boy as he used the newly learned smoke sunshin to leave. With Tsunade. So you're going to stay for a while, I presume? Asked Tsunade to her fellow Sannin. Enough for us to have long honeymoon, but after that I need to go out to train. I need to master the sage mode. It's been long enough, said Jiraiya as he heard Sasuke making his way into the room. Hokage-sama, said the boy as he jumped through the window. Sasuke, why in the world are you using the window? Asked Tsunade. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama, but it was urgent. I just received the offer of a training trip to learn the wolf sage mode, said Sasuke, surprising the two Sannins. What's with everyone trying to learn sage mode anyway? Said Tsunade, sounding a little annoyed. Come on, Tsunade-hime, it's a good opportunity to bring more sages into the village, and it will only bring more power to Konoha, which we need right now, said Jiraiya, trying to make her understand. Fine. You have 3 years as well. Make it count, Sasuke, said the blonde cage, making Sasuke smile. I promise, Tsunade-sama, I'll make sure to make you proud, said the Uchiha as he turned to leave. With Naruto. So this is Bijugakure asked Naruto as he looked at the grass, the clear blue seas and the tall mountains and strange desert that could be seen far away. Yes, it's the perfect world, without any ill will, with just peace and harmony, said Isobu as it made its way out of a nearby lake. So where do we train? Asked Naruto. A little over the desert there is an empty field we made for the sole purpose of training you, said Isobu. Naruto turned around and was about to make his way to the training ground when he was suddenly knocked out by Isobu. Sorry, Uzumaki-san, but I can't let you go to the training ground just yet, said the Biju as he reached towards the knocked out blonde. Few hours later. Naruto woke up a few hours later to find himself tied to a pole like in a Tsukuyomi, and the Bijus surrounding him in a circle waiting for him to come to. Sorry for the inconvenience, Uzumaki-san, but we needed to draw on some seals on you before we start our training, said Isobu as it bowed its head. Well, that's okay, but why the hell am I tied up? Shouted Naruto, who was very confused. Naruto, you need to calm down. This is a very important part of your training, said Kurama, who stood in front of him. How in the world is tying me up going to help me get stronger? Asked a very confused and irritated blonde. Those are not some weak seals, Naruto. Those seals we drew on you were once used by our father, the Raikudo Sennin, at his old age to get stronger and live longer, said Kurama very seriously. Wait, Kurama. I don't understand. How are these seals going to make me stronger? And what does being tied up have to do with it? Asked Naruto, who was getting a bit worried. Don't worry, Naruto. Let me explain. Those seals will use the chakra we send to you and strengthen every cell in our body, dessen your chakra, and many more benefits included, said the fox before giving an evil smirk. But why am I tied up? Asked the sacred blonde. Kurama's smirk was really not helping him relax. There was surely something wrong with this seals. Oh, that? Asked the fox as it sent out a wave of chakra towards Naruto, and grinned. It'll hurt like a bitch, said the Biju as Naruto started to scream as the seal started to do its work. Soon all the other Bijus present started to send their chakra as well, making the pain more intense, and the seals woke faster. 5 hours later. That's enough for today, Kurama, said Isobu as he stopped sending his chakra towards the blonde. Oh come on brother. Let me have my fun, whined the fox as he and the others stopped as well. He needs to rest brother. You will have plenty of time to have your fun. This will last for at least a few more months, said Chome as she looked at the barely conscious blonde with pity. I guess you're right. Good night Naruto. We'll be back by morning, said Kurama as he and the others left to sleep. Side story: Fu's recruitment. Naruto-san, I know it's not my place to tell you what to do. However, I don't think we have enough manpower to win this war against daimyos, said Yagura after hearing Naruto's plan. Patience Yagura. We will have our army soon enough, but for now there is someone else that I want to recruit for the time being, said the blonde, making the ex-Jinchuriki curious. May I know the name of this potential recruit? Asked Yagura. There is no need for you to be so formal with me Yagura. As for whom, it's the Nanabe Jinchuriki, a girl named Fu. I was going to take a few months before going to her, but some clones I sent there found some very disturbing news, said Naruto sadly. What happened? What did you find? Asked Yagura, who had a bad feeling about this. It seems that Takigakure does not like their savior. They keep her chained to a tree outside of the village with guards around her to make sure that she can't escape, and if that wasn't enough, the villagers throw things at her every day, just for the fun of it, said the blonde as his eyes flashed red in anger. I see, we should go get her as soon as possible, said Yagura, who himself was angry at the people of Taki for doing such a thing to the one that jails a being that could destroy them at will if angered. We will go get her as soon as you master that jutsu you're currently working on. We might need it, said Naruto as he walked out of the room to blow some steam. A week later. Outskirts of Taki. It was just another ordinary day for the Nanabe Jinchuriki, or she thought. The sun was up like every day and the guards had just changed shifts. Soon the villagers were going to be up and walk over to throw stones and whatnot at her to make sure they were going to have a good day. How she hated this village, but sadly there was nothing she could do. She was chained to this tree and the only one that had the key was the Council of Taki. You're up early, demon. Today is quite the day. The council has set up a fun game for us guards who protect the village from you. We are going Toa Euro Gok, shouted the guard as he fell to the ground, revealing a kunai engraved into his spine. The other guards, seeing what happened, quickly got into battle formation and started to look around. Soon another kunai came flying and hit the second of the four guards right on the head, making him fall dead immediately. What in the world is going on? How is this guy throwing kunais so fast? I can't even keep up with the speed, said the third guard, while the fourth guard turned and looked at Fu just as surprised as they were. What is this, demon? I know this is your doing. Stop this immediately or suffer the consequences, said the man before he fell to the ground with kunai in his head. Damn it! Demon, make sure to stay where you are. I need to inform the council about this, said the last guard as he ran towards the village. He was hardly a half a mile away when he suddenly noticed a man standing in front of him just a few inches away. He panicked as he quickly reached for his kunai, but it was already too late. The man stabbed the last guard in the stomach and pushed him to the ground before walking towards the Nanabe Jinchuriki, who looked scared of the man. There's no need to be afraid of me, Fu-san. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, said the blonde, making Fu's eyes widen from surprise to see someone like herself for the first time in her life. You're like me? Asked Fu as tears threatened to fall from her eyes. Yeah, I'm here to save you, but before I release you I have one question for you, said Naruto as he turned serious. Do you want me to destroy this village or are you going to forgive them? Asked the blonde. Now Fu was even more shocked. This boy was asking her if she wanted him to destroy the place that brought her nothing but suffering, the place that took her mother away from her, that tortured her, mentally and physically. She was no longer able to stop her tears. Please make it go away, said the crying girl in between her weeping, making Naruto nod. Don't worry, this village and the people in it won't see another day, said Naruto darkly as he looked towards Yagura, who stood by the trees and nodded. It was time for Taki to meet its demise. Yagura walked into the forest, thinking of the girl that he just saw crying. He knew how it felt like to be a Jinchuriki. He had spent most of his life to make the people of Kiri to look at him like one of them and not a monster, but it seems that this girl had been unable to do so. He had a difficult childhood as a Jinchuriki, but even he didn't have to live in a tree outside the village and look forward to torture every day. Yagura was a very patent man, but this village was too far gone to help, even for him. He walked up to a rather large lake and bent down before dipping his hand into the cold water. He started to channel a steady stream of chakra into the lake before his hands started to absorb all the water in the lake. After all the water was drained from the lake, he walked over to Naruto and Fu's location and greeted Fu before Naruto told him to start the jutsu. Yagura shot a water drop towards the sky before creating a water clone to control the jutsu. The jutsu he was going to use was going to need a lot of concentration, and sadly he could not afford to be off guard. On top of that, he would need to talk to Naruto and Fu every now and then and control the jutsu differently over time. He just didn't have that much mastery over the jutsu just yet, but with a water clone he could use it to concentrate on the jutsu and give it mental orders to the clone when needed. Before long, the water droplet that Yagura had shot to the sky had expanded and created a rain cloud that headed straight for Taki. Soon the cloud had covered the entire unsuspecting Taki in the dangerous rain clouds and had started to drizzle. In Taki. Wasn't the skies clear a minute ago? Said a villager as a raindrop landed on his forehead. Yeah, must be a passing cloud, said another. I hope so. Me and my family are really looking forward to the festival this afternoon, said the first villager as he walked away. The rain continued to pour softly for about 5 more minutes before the slight drizzle started to become a downpour. The people of the village quickly went to find some sort of shelter from the pouring rain, when suddenly the sound of a man screaming was heard from an isolated ally, making a few chunins that were in the area to run towards the ally to find out the reason of the sudden shout. One of the chunins made his way to the ally a little faster than the others with him and was shocked to see a civilian dead on the ground in a blocked ally. The chunin looked to the roof to see if the attacker was still lurking around but wasn't able to find anyone. After the chunin looked around for a few more seconds, he quickly joined his fellow chunins and helped him take the civilian to the village hospital. At the hospital an hour later, the chunins had successfully taken the civilian to the hospital and had informed the village leader of the attack. The village head Sadao quickly made his way towards the hospital and joined the 3 chunins at the hospital, only to see the doctor outside with his head hung down, making the chunins and Sadao aware that the civilian had passed away. Sadao made his way to the doctor and was about to ask him about the cause of death when a few civilians barged into the hospital carrying 2 more dead corpses. The doctor examined the other bodies and wasn't really happy as he came out to report his findings to the head. Sadao-sama, it seems that we have a killer on the loose. He's been using a water jutsu to cut his victims right through the heart, making sure that no one survives his attacks. This man might be very dangerous in this rainy weather, said the doc, making Sadao look back towards the chunins that was standing behind him. You 3 go and gather a few more men and search the village for anyone suspicious. Make sure that no one is alone, said the head as the chunins bowed down and left to find the criminal. An hour later. Nothing was going well for the villagers. The rain was pouring down stronger than ever, any stronger, and the people were afraid the hero tree was going to be destroyed. Sadly, their problems did not end at this. In fact, this was just the beginning. The number of people killed had increased from a handful to a truckload, and the deaths were no longer limited to the civilians anymore. More and more shinobi were also falling to the attacker. And worst of all, the council was on his head. They had called for a meeting to discuss what should be done in this situation, as if a bunch of fat merchants and insane old people could do anything about the situation. Sadao walked through the hallway and opened the meeting room to see that the council was already present along with the best jonins in the village. Now he realized exactly what these stupid people wanted to do: hide here with the jonins guarding them until the others find the source of the problem and deals with it. What in the world is going on here? Isn't 1 or 2 jonins enough to guard the meeting room? Asked the village head. I agree, 2 would be enough if this was a normal condition, but we are currently under attack, And we need the protection, said a merchant. But we need them to find the criminal, said the leader quite loudly. There are many other capable shinobi out there already. We can't risk our safety, Sadao. We are the council of the village. This village can survive without a few civilians and ninjas, but we are important, said an old man as knocking was heard of the door, making everyone there to tense up. One of the Jonins present made his way to the door and quickly opened the door, revealing a bloodied Chunin who seemed to be barely able to keep himself conscious. The rain, they're coming out of the rain, said the Chunin in a panicked voice as he walked into the room. What going on? What are you talking about, Chunin? Shouted the Jonin as the Chunin looked up at the Jonin. The rain, it's a jutsu. Clone Sayuro coming out of the rain. Kill everyone, said the Chunin as he fell to the ground dead. The room fell quiet as everyone present took the information in. What do we do? Asked a scared member of the council. Maybe there is a chance to outlive the jutsu. Jutsus this strong will have a time limit, maybe we can a euro. Started the Jonin but fell silent as a drop of water from the ceiling landed of his shoulders. The man looked up with fear evident in his eyes to see the ceiling was leaking water. The most well-made place was leaking water. The room will soon have enough water for the water clones to rise, which means that they needed to find a safer place to hide. We need to leave na Euro Gok, shouted the man as he felt something stabbing him in the back. He looked behind slowly to see the water on the Chunin had formed a clone, which in turn attacked the Jonin. Hey, a Euro, get to lower grounds, said the man as he fell dead in his line of duty. The other Jonins, seeing the clone, quickly rushed and dealt with the water clone as they started to the corridor to go down to the basement, which was below the ground, only to find the corridor filled with the water clones. That quickly attacked them. The Jonins were able to deal with the clones but not without loss. The council had been cut down in half and many of the Jonins were down as well. Now there were only 4 council members, 3 Jonins and the head. The 8 of them quickly ran towards the stairway, but just as they were about to reach it, a water dragon came crashing through the wall and collided into the group. The attack had killed only a Jonin and a council member. The others quickly ran the other way as water clones were starting to make their way into the place using the huge hole that the water dragon had made. The group made their way into the meeting room once more and locked the door shut, only to see 4 water clones waiting for them. Council of Taki, give us the key to the Nanabi Jinchuriki's chain, or die a death worse than you can imagine, said one of the clone, making the council look at each other in fear. The head was about to retort when the counselor behind him threw the key, yelling for mercy. The clone smirked as it caught the keys. Don't worry, we are men of our words. Your deaths will be more merciful than before, said the clone, making the Jonins jump towards them in anger. But just before they made it to them, another water dragon broke through the walls, taking them down effectively. The water started to pour into the room as if the room was under the sea. A counselor made his way to the door and opened it, only for more water to pour into the room faster, and the room soon flooded completely, killing the head and the counselors via drowning. With Naruto and the others. It's over, said Yagura as he ended the technique when the water clone handed him the key. Ama Euro, am I free? Asked Fu, who looked like she was going to break down crying as Naruto undid the chains that were binding her. Yes, you're free, Fu-san, but sadly now it's time to free the Biju that resides inside you, said Naruto, making Fu's eyes widen as he placed her hand over the seal. What are you planning to do with Chome? Fu shouted out as she took a battle stance. We want Chome to join Isobu in the world that we made for the Bijus, said Yagura as he walked forward. My name is Yagura, the previous Mizukage of Kirigakure and the previous Jinchuriki of the Sanbi, or as I know him, Isobu, said Yagura, making Fu's eyes widen. You're the Mizukage that started a huge civil war against the bloodline clans of Kiri. Stay back, shouted Fu as she picked up kunai from a guard's body. Fu, the man seems to know my brother's name, which is strange because my brother would never side with a war-crazed man, said Chome from the mental connection that the two of them shared. I did not willingly start the war, Fu-san. I was being controlled by the Sharingan. Both I and Sanbi were, explained Yagura. The Sharingan. Controlling one of us with the host is not an easy task, but not impossible for those eyes, said Chome. We can't trust them, Chome, said Fu. There might be a way for me to find out. I can sense the blonde one still holds my brother Kurama. Touch his seal and I may be able to talk to him and find out what's what, said Chome. Fine, I'll give you a chance, but let me talk to the Kyuubi before I make a decision, said Fu as Naruto nodded and walked towards the girl and lifted his shirt a little, showing her the seal. Fu quickly placed her hand on the seal and flowed her chakra through the seal, dragging her and Chome into Naruto's mindscape. It's been too long, sister. You look well, welcomed Kurama. Brother, may we not do this right now? Can you tell me what the humans are talking about? Where is Isobu? Asked Chome with worry in her voice, making Kurama smile. Chome was always the one that looked everyone. She would visit every now and then to make sure her brothers and sister was doing well. He's fine, Chome. My host was able to modify a previous seal made by Mito and use it as a source to create a whole new world for us, where we will be finally free from the vile intentions of the mortals. I have seen the place myself. We will be happy there, said Kurama, making his sister a little teary. But for how long, brother? Sooner or later humans will find us again, said Chome. You worry too much, sister. Once all 9 of use is in the realm, he will destroy the connection, permanently cutting of any connection between the two worlds unless we say otherwise, said Kurama. You should go, Chome. You'll be happier there, said Fu, who had finally decided to speak. No, promise that I will protect you. I will not go back on my word, said Chome, making Kurama smile. Don't worry about the girl, Chome. While the sealing takes place, your chakra is transferred to Fu to make sure that she survives and is later purified so she can use it in battle, said Kurama. Fine, just make sure you take care of her, Kurama, said Chome as she ended the meeting to begin the sealing. Homecoming. 3 years had passed since Naruto had begun his training to defeat Madara, or any other threats that came his way or to the people he cared about. Sadly, the training hadn't gone quite as Naruto had planned. For almost the entire first year, our blonde hero was tied to the pole while the Bijus shot out their chakra that destroyed and remade every muscle tissue in his body slowly and painfully. And when he was finally allowed down from the pole, he realized that his chakra control had been cut down to that of an academy student. He was forced to spend half of the year to reacquire the level of control he had before and get used to the density of his chakra. All in all, our blonde Sanin hardly had a year and a half to actually train. On the other hand, it seems that the weights that he bought with the were no longer of any use, as his body would just adapt to the weight in a matter of seconds. On a more positive view, the new density of Naruto's chakra had made his jutsus even stronger. He was much stronger than he was before physically, and he was faster, had sharper senses. He was in every way stronger than 3 years ago. Naruto looked around the cave that he had used to go into Bijugakure. He had already destroyed the seals, but he needed to destroy the cave. The place still held some signature of the place, and he was not going to take any chances. Now with Kurama gone, he didn't have someone to watch his back all the time. Naruto walked out of the cave and got to a safer position before activating the explosive seals he had placed all over the cave, destroying the cave before he walked away. With Sasuke. 3 years. Sasuke had spent 3 years pushing himself over the limits to prevent Naruto and the others his age from leaving him behind. Sasuke had fully mastered the Sage Mode, the Wolf Taijutsu, and collaboration jutsus that the wolves had offered to teach him. He had mastered the Chidori and the Reikiri to the level that he had made it his own. He was able to channel the Chidori into his blade and created different variations of them as well. However, that wasn't what he had been most proud of. He was most proud of the fact that he had unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan without killing anyone. He had achieved the level by hard work, something that his brother was unable to do. Sasuke still wanted Itachi's head, and now he was sure he had enough power to go in and take it. The wolves was proud of the boy that they had chosen to teach. He had been allowed into the pack without an official test, as his potential and the darkness inside of him that he had tamed. Tamed darkness was a necessity if one wanted to learn the Sage Mode of the wolves, and no matter how much they didn't want to show it, the long time without being summoned was really hurting their reputation and made the newer generation grow up without much battle experience. Although Kagami Uchiha had died recently, he had been retired since the end of the Second War, and since then they were without a good fight. Hopefully, however, Sasuke would be able to do something about that. Sasuke looked towards his clan compound. The place seemed to be well taken care of. He would have to thank the Hokage for the favor. He really hoped he wasn't going to have to pay for the caretaking of a whole compound for 3 years. He didn't have that kind of money. Well, he did, but that was the clan's money, and he couldn't just go spending it like that. Well, he could, but he sure hoped he didn't have to. After all, he still wanted to repopulate the entire clan. It seems that he was going to have to take multiple wives if he was to do so, but who in the right mind would want to share a husband? Fangirls. Sasuke shuddered as the thought entered his mind. It seems he was going to have to ask Naruto for a favor to get out of this unpleasant situation. Sasuke unpacked his thing before he shunshined away, wanting to inform the Hokage of his arrival. With Sakura. Sakura had been working hard as the newest apprentice of the Slug Sannin. Her hard work was clearly visible, as well as she was now one of the best field medics in the elemental nations. She was going to be promoted to Jonin next week. She had fully mastered her sensei's super strength and had even signed the slug contract and learnt a lot of tricks that could be useful in a battle. But the most important improvement that Tsunade had mentioned that Sakura made was her getting over her fangirl stage. She still loved Sasuke, but she wasn't going to frown over him like she did before. She had also taken it upon herself to clean Naruto and Sasuke's clan compound while they were away. Sadly though, Naruto had put up some complex seals that prevented her from entering there, so she made do with Sasuke's. Right now she was heading to the Hokage Tower with the sake that he had ordered. This was another thing. It seemed that Tsunade had really cut down on drinking since Jiraiya and Tsunade had their daughter. Many people had asked how it was possible, as she was clearly too aged for her to give birth, but Yari, Naruto's blood clone, was able to explain that Tsunade was a quarter Uzumaki, which meant she had a longer life force than most, and while it was unheard of, it was possible. With Tsunade was currently going through the last of her paperwork for the day. She was really overjoyed that most of the civilians were cut out from the council. The paperwork now were almost non-existent compared to back then. Tsunade looked over to her 1-year-old who was currently with Shizune, who was named her godmother. Her baby really was a ray of sunshine, and she was going to be the future of the Senju clan. Tsunade had never felt so complete than she was feeling at the moment. If only the girl's father would visit more than 2 days a week. Jiraiya had told her why he had suddenly taken up training so tirelessly, and she knew she had to encourage him. But she really was missing her old pervert, which was why she was currently waiting for her newest apprentice and soon to be Jonin, Sakura Haruno, to get her the sake that she deserved. This was when she suddenly felt a knock on the door, making her call the person in. She really hoped it was Sakura with the sake. However, she wasn't as lucky. Sasuke walked into the office and gave a short bow to the Hokage. Sasuke Uchiha. Returning from the 3-year training trip, Hokage-sama, said the boy. I can see that, brat. So how was the training trip? Asked Tsunade, hoping to hear some good news. It was great, Hokage-sama. I assure you, you won't be disappointed, said the boy, making her smirk. Oh, looks like someone is a little overconfident about his skills, said Jiraiya as he jumped into the room. I was wondering how long you were going to stand there, Jiraiya-sama, said Sasuke with a smirk, making Jiraiya's and Tsunade's eyes widen. You knew I was there? Asked the Toad Sage. I've been training with wolves for the past 3 years, Jiraiya-sensei. You reek of hot spring, said the Uchiha, making Jiraiya sweat as he turned to his fuming wife. I'm innocent, he's lying, please, shouted the man as Tsunade started to break every bone in his body. After a few minutes and Tsunade had finished breaking and healing the bones in his body, the Toad Sannin quickly got up and glared at the wolf summoner. That wasn't funny, brat, mumbled the man as he went to his daughter, who was still playing with Taunton and Shizune. So did they teach you the sage mode? Asked the Sannin as he held his daughter, who started to giggle. Hi, but sadly it only lasts for 5 minutes or so, lest I use my stronger jutsus, said the Uchiha. He had really tried to find a way to make it last longer, but it seemed that it just wasn't possible. Well, maybe I could help with that. I recently created a seal which will collect and regulate the nature chakra into your body. However, my hand really hurts from the beating and I don't think I can properly draw the seal, said the pervert with a smirk, making Sasuke frown. Come on Jiraiya-sama, I need to get stronger. Who knows how strong Naruto will be, said the Uchiha, making Jiraiya look at him seriously. I know. I've tried to get in contact with him once or twice these 3 years, but it's almost like he vanished from the world. Fine, I'll help you with the seal today, said Jiraiya as Sakura made her way through the door. Sakura almost dropped the sake bottle she was holding when she saw Sasuke, Jiraiya and Naruto standing there. Sasuke, Jiraiya-sama, Naruto, when did you guys get here, said Sakura. The people present were going to respond to her when Naruto's name rang through their head. Hey Sakura, heard you're a Chunin, said Naruto, shocking everyone as none of them had even sensed or even smelled him in the room. Hey Sasuke, Jiraiya-sensei, Tsunade ba-chan, who's the baby? Asked the blonde as he walked over to the baby girl who looked like a miniature Tsunade. That Naruto is your goddaughter, said Tsunade as Naruto paused and looked at her. No, why? You're telling me that this is, but, well, it's possible, then said the blonde as he looked at the girl once more and smiled before he took the girl from Jiraiya's hands and held the girl up, who seemed to like Naruto. I'll protect you no matter what, promised the youngest Sannin. Jonin exams. Why would we need to know about that? Asked Naruto, who was still holding on to the little Mito. Because we are holding an after-tournament special event, and guess what the event is? Asked Tsunade. Let me guess, the three of us are going to go up against each other. Guessed Naruto as Tsunade nodded. Well, I guess it's a good opportunity as any to show off my new skills, said Naruto as he handed little Mito to Shizune before he shunshined away so that he could avoid getting drilled for what he learnt during the training trip, and he didn't want give on any of his powers out before the fight. He already knew that he would most probably be fighting both of them at the same time, but it was fine by him as he knew he could handle it. With the Jonin squad in a bar, Kakashi, Anko, Asuma, Kurenai, Guy and Yugao walked into a bar to celebrate the last day of their long-term S-rank mission that most of them were assigned to. The crew had ordered the drinks and had just sat down on a table. So guys, you're finally free, huh? Asked Anko as she sat down next to Yugao and Kurenai. Good thing too. The mission was taking a lot of my free time, said Kakashi as he was not allowed to read his ICHA books in front of the trainees. Yeah, we all know why. And it's such a good thing for you, accused Kurenai as Asuma chuckled. Anyway, what do you guys think about the Jonin exam finals tomorrow? Asked Yugao. I don't know. Most of them are above average, but I don't think any of them are really that strong, said Kakashi. Now that you've mentioned it, I heard the Hokage is planning to throw a special match to celebrate the return of the three nins that left for training, said Asuma. So he's back, is he? Well, Yugao, this is your chance, said Anko as she took a sip of the sake that had just arrived. Oh, not again, Anko. I've told you 100 times we are just friends, said Yugao as she got a little pissed. Well, I don't know, he is the only one that you seem to think about these days, said Anko again as Yugao shot off. Anko, I know that she needs to move on, but could you please take it a bit slow? Asked Kurenai. Yeah, I really don't see why you're trying to get my student and her together, said Kakashi. He was never your student, Kakashi. He wasn't even in the village halfway through academy. As for the reason I'm trying to get those two together is because he was the only one that was able to make her smile after Hayate passed away. He was able to do what we were all unable to do. He was able to get her to stop mourning and move on with her life, said Anko as she too shot off, leaving the others to think about what she had just said. Training ground 4. Stupid Anko and her stupid mouth, mumbled Yugao as she went through the basic katas trying to calm herself a bit. You are too tense, Yugao-chan. A voice came from behind her as she quickly jumped back while turning towards the voice midair, but wasn't able to find anyone there. She quickly extended her senses to see if the person was still around, but still wasn't able to find anyone when the voice called out once more. You need to relax more, said the voice as she turned around and looked around as her heart began to beat a bit faster until the voice called out again. Are you scared of me, Yugao-chan? She was about to look back when the voice felt familiar to her and she started to think of whose voice it was when it hit her. Naruto. Get out here now, shouted Yugao as Naruto fell from a tree and landed in front of her. Hi Yugao, it's been a while, said Naruto before he found himself dodging multiple slashes of the sword that Yugao was holding. Shut up and let me kill you like a man, you bastard. Do you know how scared I was? Shouted Yugao as Naruto disappeared and appeared behind him before he held her down with ease. Come on, I was just trying to see if you had improved since I left, said Naruto as Yugao glared at him. Of course I did, I'm not a slacker, said Yugao as she saw Naruto smile. Then how about a small spar? Asked Naruto as he let go of the girl who seemed to have calmed down. A spar one day before your match against Sasuke and Jiraiya, are you crazy? Asked Yugao as the blonde smiled. Come on, it's just a small spar, nothing serious, said the blonde as Yugao seemed to think about it before she finally agreed as she had some new skills that she wanted to show the blonde. Okay then let's begin, said Naruto as he drew the kusanagi as Yugao drew the blade that Naruto had gifted to her and fell into stance. Well, I can see that you're quite used to the blade if anything, said Naruto as he signaled for her to attack, which she did as she appeared in his side with her blade swung straight towards his neck but was easily stopped by the kusanagi. You're faster as well, complimented Naruto. Well, thank you. Take this, said Yugao as she started to throw rapid attacks at Naruto, which seemed to be coming from all the directions, but Naruto once again blocked the attack with ease. You have learned some tricks, is that all? Asked Naruto, seemingly disappointed, which seemed to annoy Yugao as she quickly jumped back and drew out a small scroll. You know, Kushina-sensei was like a mother to me and she left me two things that I have always treasured, but I never got around using until I met you, said Yugao as she unsealed another blade which Naruto seemed to recognize immediately. So you're the one Ka-chan gave the Crimson Whirlpool to. I knew someone must have it since it wasn't in the house, said Naruto as Yugao nodded. Naruto got ready for any upcoming attack when Yugao suddenly made a hand seal for a jutsu that he could recognize anywhere. Shadow Clone Jutsu, shouted Yugao as about 30 shadow clones appeared surrounding Naruto. Each one was holding both the blades in their hands as they dashed towards their common target, which was the blonde sage named Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto smiled as he went through the clones that were trying to attack him only to fail miserably. The clones seemed to have learnt that attacking one by one wasn't going to work, so the remaining quickly attacked using all types of attacks and finishing moves that they knew. Naruto was now actually having a hard time to deal with all the attacks that was rapidly coming from all the directions when he felt a blade cut through his shoulder, with a few more following before he was able to defeat the last one, revealing the real one standing in front of him with a smirk on her face. What's with the smirk? Said Naruto as he took off the shirt he was wearing, revealing his body, which didn't have a cut on it, but that wasn't really what most people would see when Naruto reveals his well-toned body. What? Asked Yugao with a small blush on her face. Oh come on, I'm already healed. Geez perv, said Naruto as Yugao got pissed at him. That's it, that the final straw, shouted Yugao as she went through a few hand seals before she slammed her hand on the ground. Fuinjutsu. Great restrain, said Yugao as seals started glowing around the place where Naruto was standing as he stood there too shocked to move. When did she? Was on his mind before he tried to move, only to find that his legs were not responding. He looked down to see that the seals on the ground were traveling up to his body, stopping him from moving. Looks like I win. That's the second thing Kushina-sensei left me. She told me to use it on her if she ever got out of control so that I could stop her from destroying the village, said Yugao as she walked towards Naruto before stopping when she got a sudden idea. Hey, stay there while I get everyone and show them who I just beat, said Yugao as she turned to leave but was stopped when Naruto started to release a huge amount of chakra that was leaking out of the seal a bit. Yugao turned and saw Naruto smirking with his eyes red and then turning yellowish before the seal broke apart along with the entire training field in a burst of chakra that Naruto had released. Yugao herself was sent back a few as she stood awed that Naruto had just broke out of the seal that was made to hold the Kyuubi down. Damn, guess I lost, said Yugao as she looked a bit down as Naruto patted her on the back. Nah, this one was your win, Yugao-chan, Not only did you get first blood, but you also managed to stop me from moving. In a real fight, I'd already be dead. That seal you used is stronger than any that I can use at the moment. If I hadn't used Sage Mode to break out, I'd probably need a few minutes to hours just to undo the seal, said Naruto as Yugao smirked. I'm so going to brag to everyone about this, said Yugao as Naruto smirked. That's okay, come on, let's go get some ramen, said Naruto as got up. At this time, asked Yugao as it wasn't anywhere dinner time yet. Well, you see, I was tied up to a pole for the first year of my training and all the ramen I bought with me was burnt away. The only thing I got was water. Since then all I got to eat were fruits and water, said Naruto as storm clouds appeared above his head as he began to sulk as Yugao's sweat dropped before dragging the sulking blonde to the ramen stand. The next day, Chunin exam arena. Thank you all for coming to the Yanin exam finals. We hope you all enjoyed the matches and agree with the people that we have promoted to the rank of Yanin, and to celebrate the first tournament that is being held in Konoha since the Chunin exams that wasn't so successful. We have organized a match that is bound to be thrilling. Let me introduce to you the Toad Sannin Jiraiya, the Snake Sannin Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and the Wolf Sennin Sasuke Uchiha. Announced Tsunade as the three of them appeared on stage. Everyone ready? Begin! Shouted Tsunade as Naruto found himself sent flying by a quick and strong punch by Sasuke. The blonde, not wanting to crash, adjusted himself midair and fell on his feet. That was quite good, said Naruto as he stood up. Damn, that his skin is harder than steel, thought Sasuke as the punch had actually hurt his arm a bit. Sasuke, keep him distracted while I prepare my Sage Mode, said Jiraiya as Sasuke as he nodded before he rushed towards Naruto. Claw creation technique, said Sasuke as his nails grew into claws and as the man started to try and slash the blonde with his hard claws, but Naruto was dodging all of attacks before he countered with a punch to Sasuke's stomach which sent him flying. Darn it, I need more time, thought Jiraiya as he meditated to enter Sage Mode as soon as possible. Come on, almost there. Come on, Godfather, how long are you going to make me wait? Asked Naruto as he started to walk towards Jiraiya, but just before he was able to get there he was stopped by a kunai laced with lighting chakra that Sasuke had thrown towards Naruto. Don't count me out yet, said Sasuke, who was clearly in some pain. Naruto smirked before he shot towards Sasuke in a burst of speed, clearing the distance between them in just seconds. Naruto threw a fist at Sasuke's head which he quickly ducked and countered as he attempted to slash him with his claws, but Naruto was able to see it and evade the attack before he was able to land the hit. Naruto jumped into the air before threw a kick to the head which Sasuke dodged by leaning back. Naruto, not wanting to give the boy any chance to counter, quickly repositioned his body before he threw a kick to his feet which caused Sasuke to jump backwards. Naruto was just about to follow Sasuke when he felt someone heading towards him and looked back to meet a nature-empowered fist. Jiraiya had only put enough power to knock him out since Naruto wasn't in Sage Mode, but was shocked when Naruto got up right away. Looks like you mastered Sage Mode, but you're gonna have to punch harder if you want to hurt me, said Naruto as he dusted off his shirt. Jiraiya-sama, I'm going to enter Sage Mode as well, please stall him for a while, said Sasuke as he jumped backwards before sitting down in a meditating position. Well, don't just stand there, mocked Naruto as Jiraiya charged forward as the two of them got into a fight of the fists. With the cages. Tell me something, Tsunade. I heard your husband mastered the Sage Mode, is it true? Asked Inoki. It is, answered Tsunade. Then why isn't he able to handle the boy who isn't in Sage Mode? Said Inoki. I may be able to answer that. He had the Biju's chakra regulating through his veins along with blood and chakra, which is giving him strength almost equal to when one is in Sage Mode, said Gaara. That's quite useful. If only Konoha wasn't the only village with a Jinchuriki anymore, we could have thought ours to use it as well, said Inoki, who was really annoyed. Well, what can I say, we are just that lucky, said Tsunade with a victorious smirk. Back within the fight, Jiraiya had to admit Naruto was quite strong even when he wasn't in Sage Mode, but it seemed that he wasn't quite at the strength of Sage Mode. Of course, this made Jiraiya fear the level of strength he would gain if he entered the Sage mode and decided that no matter what happened in this fight he couldn't absolutely allow him to enter Sage mode. You seem a bit distracted, Godfather. You really should focus on the fight at hand, said Naruto. Sure, if that's what you want, I'll show you the moves that I have been perfecting since you left, said Jiraiya as he suddenly fell of the defensive and started to only dodge the attacks, which Naruto found quite strange as Jiraiya was doing too well of a job. He was actually reacting to the attacks as soon as they were launched. Wow, if I didn't know any better I'd say you possess the Sharingan, said Naruto. Thanks, kid, now take this perverted art. Skirt flip, shouted Jiraiya as Naruto suddenly found himself standing upside down before watching the grinning Jiraiya. Now to end this, said the man as he grabbed his feet and slammed his head into the ground, causing a small crater. With the cages. I thought your husband changed his perverted ways, said A. He tried, but halfway through he met a pervert that convinced him to turn to his old ways again, said Tsunade, a little annoyed. So he's writing again? Asked Aonoki. He said he will soon, but he's been too busy training and being a pervert to do anything else. Don't worry, Hokage Dono, I'm sure that Naruto-san will correct his ways once more, said Mei. That's what I'm hoping for. But he's been more perverted than ever, said Tsunade. Should we announce he match over? Asked A. Not yet, he's just shocked, said Gaara. So he's still conscious? Asked Aonoki, sounding a bit impressed that the boy had endured that. Yeah, I can feel it, replied Gaara. With Naruto. Naruto plucked his head out of the ground before wiping a small stand of blood on his forehead and looked towards Jiraiya with a glare. I thought you gave up the perverted ways, old man. I drifted from my path for a while, yes, but thankfully in my training trip I met up with a traveling pervert that was a lover for all this perverted. I argued that being perverted will only get in my way of getting stronger. That was when he showed me a way to use the pervy art, explained Jiraiya before dodging a punch from Naruto. You're going to have to try harder than that if you want to hit me, Naruto. I've been training my eyes in the pervy arts for nearly a year to be able to catch every opportunity that presents itself to me. You have no idea how many peak opportunities presents in a day alone now that I have completed my training, said Jiraiya. All that work I did to get his guy to Reforma, thought Naruto as his eyes turned crimson, but before he was able to make a move against the pervert, Sasuke appeared in front of him trying to slash his chest, which he was hardly able to dodge. Sasuke had finally been able to enter the Sage mode, and it seems that he hadn't just changed in terms of strength. Sasuke's hair had grown much longer and was black-eyed with the Sharingan proudly in its place. Okay peepus, just think of a werewolf, Sasuke. Sasuke smiled as he saw blood splash out of Naruto's chest due to the Sage mode. Naruto paid no mind to the injury as he threw a high kick towards Sasuke, pushed his arms up to block the attack, and was sent back a few meters. Naruto then jumped back to avoid the giant fireball that Jiraiya had just sent his way. Sasuke, wanting to take advantage of the distraction, channeled his lightning into his claws before he dashed towards Naruto. However, Naruto was expecting an attack and sent his chakra chains towards Sasuke, who was forced to dodge and cut down the chains. While Naruto and Sasuke was busy fighting each other, Jiraiya decided to take the both of them out with his strongest attack and quickly made a single clone with an evil smirk. Unknown to the plan to take them out, Naruto and Sasuke was exchanging blows one after the other on what seemed to be an equal fight, but if one were to look more carefully they would notice that Sasuke was much more injured than Naruto, and Naruto's injuries were rapidly healing themselves. However, the lightning in Sasuke's claws was affecting Naruto's movements as well, making them slower than they supposed to be. Take this Sage art. Exploding Rasengan, shouted Jiraiya as he stuck the huge burning ball, which, as the name said, exploded on contact along with the clone of Jiraiya that Jiraiya had used to deliver the attack while he watched. The explosion was huge. The seals that were put up to protect the audience almost broke under the pressure of the devastating attack. I might have gone a bit too far, thought Jiraiya as he saw the destruction he had caused. Don't be too a nerd, okay guys, Tsunade might kill me otherwise, thought the man before he was sent fly by a bone-crushing punch by Naruto, who had second-degree burns which were healing slowly. That hurt, pervert, said Naruto as he revealed that he was now in sage mode as well. Jiraiya spat out a bit of blood before he tried to stand up, but was interrupted by Naruto, who appeared above him and placed his leg, pushing him down, creating a small crater. Enough. Give up or else, said Naruto as he ready to punch as Jiraiya quickly forfeited, making Naruto smile. Reikiri. Cutting edge arrow, came a voice from behind as a huge lightning blast crashed into Naruto, which sent him to the ground in pain. Can't move your body, can you? Said Sasuke as he weakly made him way towards Naruto. That attack would kill most people, but you aren't most people, but even you can't move for the next few hours, can you? Give up, Naruto, you've lost. Hey, you should know something, Sasuke. As long as I have chakra I can fight, said Naruto as the sky was covered in spears made by pure chakra. Shit, thought Sasuke as he dashed towards Naruto. However, the chakra released from Naruto's body made 4 clones which were guarding him now, and Sasuke with the second-degree burns weren't strong enough to fight anymore. I give up. Winner of the match, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, announced Tsunade as the crowd began to cheer at the astounding match that just ended. With the cages, the brat has grown even stronger, it seems, muttered as eyed the man closely. He had been trying to find some weakness within his fight just now, but it seems that the brat was stronger than ever before. He hadn't shown a single weakness, far from it. With the new advantages, the men he could send after him will face nothing but death. Yeah, surely a monster you've got there, Hokage, spat the Tsuchikage in annoyance. Thanks, I guess, said Tsunade, not knowing how to react to the two cages' comments. Hokage-san, mind if I congratulate Naruto-san in person? Asked Gaara before he left to greet his friend as he received the permission. Naruto made his way to his house after the match, wanting to change out of the ripped and burnt clothes that he was in before he sensed Gaara arriving and opened the door to let his friend in. Naruto, it's been too long, said Gaara as he gave the man he considered a brother in every term other than blood. He walked into the room as Naruto picked up the instant ramen packet that he had heated and took a slurp. So Gaara, how's life? Seems like you can control your powers fully, said Naruto as Gaara nodded. He had spent hours training to make it possible. It was hard making out time to train while running a village, but I was something he both wanted and needed to do. Yeah. Oh, by the way, good news, the daimyo was replaced a year after you went. It seems that he ran into a sandstorm while he was traveling. Quite sad, really, said Gaara with a smile. Before Naruto was able to say anything else to Gaara, Zetsu formed out of the ground. Naruto-sama, I bring bad news. It seems Tobi has sent the 4th and 5-tailed Jinchurikis to destroy Suna while Gaara-sama is away. Fu-sama, I fight them as we speak, but I do not think she will be able to hold out for long, said the man as Naruto and Gaara shot up from their seats. Where? Said the both as Zetsu told them the coordinates. Hang on, Fu, we're coming.